Welcome everybody, and here we are on day 4. I'm Stuart Conquest. Here with me is Anna Muzychuk, and we're here to talk you through the games and all the action here from Riga, Latvia. It's the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss, and plenty to look forward to, Anna, today. Lots to look forward to. Okay, we're going to look first at the women's format. Here we are, the format for the women's event. So 11 rounds, and that's the time control. 100 minutes for the first 40 moves. Then, this is the open event. Sorry, this is the open format. Longer time control. Anna, that's the women's format.
Yeah, the format in the women's section is a bit different. It's a bit shorter, 90 minutes for the first 40 minutes, followed by 50 minutes for the rest of the game, and 30-second increments starting from 1.
Okay, so I think we're going to have some results. These are the results from the women's event yesterday. Top 10 boards, and we can see there were 6 draws and 4 decisive results, all white victories. For Harika, Jonavali, Lele Javakishvili, Jansaya, that was an amazing game, and Alina Kashlinskaya. So those were the top 4 winners on the top 10 boards. And here we have the current leaderboard, Anna, for the ladies.
Yeah, we can see that 9 players are leading with 2.5 points out of 3 games. So no player has 3 out of 3. No player is with 100% score.
Absolutely. Although there is one person with 3 out of 3, but not in the women's section. We'll come to him presently. Those are the pairings, round 4 for the women. And any predictions, Anna, or any comments? Top board there, Elizabeth Petz from Germany against her very good friend, I believe, Nana Zagnitse from Georgia.
Yeah, and I think Elizabeth Petz, she's playing the second game in a row with white pieces. I think yesterday she had a very quick draw against Leighton Gear, but she also played this game with white pieces, and today she has another white, so I think she wouldn't mind. She's not against that.
3 Georgians there on the top 5 boards. So all with 2.5 points among the leaders. And there we also have Jansaya and Bibisara, also both from the same country, Kazakhstan. 2 Russians, Valentina and Natalia Poganina as well. Okay, this is the format, Anna, for the open event, which I think we saw briefly before. A longer time control.
Yeah, still we have to remind our viewers, because maybe some of you just joined our stream for the first time during this tournament. So the format in the open section is 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, followed by 15 minutes for the rest of the game, and additionally there is a 30-second increment starting from move 1.
Exactly right. Now here we have the results from yesterday's round 3, top 10 boards in the open section. And just 2 decisive games. And Alireza Firouzja on top board did beat Alexandra Kosteniuk. We spent a lot of time on that game yesterday, Anna. And he's the only player with 3 out of 3 in either tournament. And the only other winner on the top 10 boards was Yu Yangyi from China, who beat Matthias Blubam from Germany. And those are the standings, Anna.
The standings, we see Alireza Firouzja with 3 out of 3. Amazing tournament for Alireza so far. And 6 players just half a point behind. So everything is just so open. And
Absolutely. And there we have the pairings. These are the top pairings, top 10 boards for today's round 4 open section. So we see that Yu Yangyi from China faces Alireza Firouzja. Yangyi with white, and then plenty of exciting pairings there. 2 Armenians playing, Anna. Levon Aronian as white against Robert Hovhannisyan. And 2 Americans. How about that? Darius Shvets plays for USA, and Fabio Caruana.
I think these games will be very interesting. Also, of course, all the top boards will be interesting. But the clashes between the players who are from the same country are always catching our eye.
That's right. So anyway, so what about voting, Anna? Voting on the results of the game. Do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, sure. There is the possibility to vote on the results of your favorite games, your favorite chess players. Just go to chess.com/events, navigate to the Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss, select the game, click vote, and select your winner. There are some prizes, so if you wish to vote for the favorite game, just go there and do it quickly, because the voting ends after Black's 10th move.
That's right. Although we have seen some games that when the opening is played quite slowly, then you certainly do have time before move 10 is reached in some games in order to cast your votes. So, all right, we're going to, I think, have a little break. Plenty to look forward to. It's only day 4 of 11, Anna, so a long way to go. Too early to really make any predictions, I suppose. But Alireza looking really good so far.
Yeah, I even checked live ratings and I noticed that after yesterday's game, Alireza is world number 6. He was world number 9 in the beginning and he jumped 3 positions.
Already
higher.
3 places in 3 games.
Yeah, only after 3 games.
Yeah, and he could keep going, huh? So, well done to him. And we'll see you all very, very soon, just after this short break.
The new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
And welcome back, everyone. We got to notice that in the beginning my voice wasn't heard yet the first couple of minutes, but I hope now the viewers can hear me and everything's okay. So here we have the view from the playing hall. We see Alireza Firuza, the leader of the first, after the first 3 rounds, Alireza, who has a perfect score with 3 out of 3. And today he's facing Yu Yangyi from China. This will be a big match.
Yeah, apparently Yangyi came to the venue. He was a good 20 minutes early, sitting down in his chair and getting composed and so on. So very focused, of course. But that we have the, I'm not sure if this is board 2, but this is Nihal Sarin.
Versus Pavel Pankratov. Both of them also have a very good tournament so far, both on 2.5 points out of 3 games. And let us remind you about a good save by Nihal Sarin against Fabiano.
Absolutely, yeah. And there he is, right near the top. I don't know Pavel, for example. For me, it's a new name to me. He's not. I'm not familiar with him. That's all. But he's very highly rated. He's sort of 26.59, I think. So clearly a very strong grandmaster, and that's board 3. Ivan Saric from Croatia, and his opponent not there yet. Anna?
Yeah, Evgeny Nair, he had a very long game yesterday, but he managed to win it. I see that Ivan Saric started the clock, so the games are already starting.
Yes,
okay. And you know, I can say that maybe you don't know about Pavel because there are so many strong Russian players.
Absolutely, I mean, that's right.
It's difficult to follow all, but I can say that Pavel has been, his rating has been over 2650 for already quite some years, so he's definitely a very strong player from Russia.
And he's not, I mean, I think he's in his 30s. I think he's 33 years old, so he's quite experienced. I mean, not one of the younger players. Those are the top boards. And it's so we're here in Riga, Latvia. And the local time is just after 2 p.m.
So we can see 5 boards have started their games, like 3 in the women's section and 2 in the open section. I believe that also the game between Ivan Saric and Evgeny Nair will start very soon. And here is the view from the playing hall, but from a different angle.
That's right, yes, looking from top to bottom there. So we're seeing on our screens the opening moves of the board 1 game in the open. Alireza, the only player in either competition with 3 out of 3. And zooming up the world ranking list as well, Anna, thanks to those important victories.
Yeah, in the beginning I said that I checked live ratings, and right at the moment, after the first 3 wins, Alireza Firuza jumped to world number 6 position in the world.
Amazing, yeah, and
wonderful achievement for 18 years
old, that's right.
Player.
Really tremendous.
We see Evgeny Nair arrived. So
Yevgeny, I think he's 44 years old, Anna, and of course a vastly experienced and very strong grandmaster, rated 2654, I believe, at the moment. And he's won many events. For example, the Aeroflot Open. Did you ever play in the Aeroflot Open?
No, I didn't, but I know it's a very strong open.
Yeah, I think he won in 2016. And also twice he won the World Open in Philadelphia. Which actually I once played as a young man, as a kid actually. I played once in that tournament, the World Open in Philadelphia. And he won that 2008, 2009. So just a couple of his... Twice, 2 years in a row, yeah. Maybe he was living in the States for a bit, I'm not sure.
I don't think so. Maybe he was coaching there, but I also doubt that happened. So he just came. I would say that he just came.
Just
for
came,
these
won the
two
tournament
opens.
and went home again.
I mean, if you win, then why not to come again? Then you win again.
Have you played in the United States, Anna? Have you played? You must have played in America, no, or not?
I have never been in America.
You've never been in
that
America?
That may sound like a big surprise, but I have never played in America, and I have never been in America.
Also not South America, South or North America.
No,
Wow.
no South, no North. My sister did play in Cairns Cup. A
Yes,
strong
in St. Louis.
tournament in Sinkfeld. I think it was 2 years ago, and well, if the tournament tradition will continue, and there will be another Sinkfeld Cup for women, then maybe I'll get a chance to get there.
Never been across the Atlantic.
Also, I haven't been in Australia, for example. No.
Okay.
Or New Zealand. I heard it's a wonderful country.
New Zealand is very nice. I've been twice. Had a fantastic time. Lovely, lovely country and very nice people. You know, nice people everywhere, but I had particularly good memories of my times in New Zealand. So there we see top board. Yu Yangyi wearing a mask.
I think all the Chinese players used to wear the mask during the games, but most of the players decide to play without masks.
Okay.
I can understand both of these options. Yes,
Sure.
some people prefer to be safer, and for some it's really uncomfortable. Yeah, another Chinese
Good
player.
example. There we are. Yes.
Zhu Jiner on board too.
And Lei Tingzhe, you're absolutely
Lei
right.
Tingzhe also.
Maybe it's like a team policy that that they've sort of made agreements with their federation, perhaps, or something like this, that they will wear masks.
Not sure.
For the games.
I have no news about it, but it can be. Yeah. Okay, we have slow defense on the top board. Knight c3, it takes c4, and a4 was chosen. One of the options. Bishop f5.
Okay, very
the main
solid.
move in this position.
Classical Slav defense. And okay, yeah, nice, safe, solid choice for black usually.
I think e3 was chosen. Besides e3, there are options to play knight e5 or knight h4. I think these
Knight
two
e5
are
also,
also
that's
another
right.
two majors opening lines. But e3, e6, bishop c4 is usually followed. And then bishop b4. Black is trying to fight for the e4 square.
Correct.
Yeah,
Bishop
bishop b4 on the
b4.
board. On the camera board. We still need a couple of seconds to get this move on our boards.
Bishop b4, there we are. This opening has been around a long time, Anna. These, even in the days of Alyekin and Erver and so on, they had lots of games in there. I think the World Championship matches in Slav defenses like this one.
Yeah, usually it's like both sides castle, then queen e2, trying to play
That's right.
e4, and oh well, the theory is quite long.
Should we have a quick look, Anna, maybe at board 2 and board 3, and just a quick jump around the openings? Let's see what's going on.
Another
Also a Slav, but a
defense.
semi-Slav. Normally when black doesn't take on c4, it's called a semi-Slav. Or a Moran, isn't it? Also sometimes a Moran variation.
Moran, it's with bishop d3. But with bishop e2, it's another line, castle, castle. Here white usually proceeds with b3, bishop b2, queen c2. A very safe line for white, where later on white can think about playing e4.
That's right.
And that's what we expect here.
Okay, also a solid start.
Can we expect Slav on board 3?
Yes, another Slav on board 3. I'm going for a Slav.
No,
Oh no,
Sicilian.
all right.
Okay, here we have Najdorf, more open, with 6 move bishop e2. And this is the
And queen
current
d3,
position
all
on
right.
the board.
Okay, we're always happy to see the knight off. One of the sharpest openings that can be seen. Typically, when black wants to have an open or sharp game, chooses the knight off.
So usually here, sooner or later, I was going to say that sooner or later black takes on d5, and I just see that this move has been played. Bishop d5, e takes d5, then black castles short, and it's a big question if white castles short or long. I think that even though white has already played queen to d3, but I am not sure white will actually castle long.
Interesting. All right. Maybe one reason that black took the knight there, Anna, was that white could play c2, c4 on his next move. If black, let's say black had castled first. There's obviously lots of nuances in move orders and so on.
I believe castling is also possible.
I don't know whether white would also just castled or...
Yeah, there is the option of playing c4.
Maybe.
And then if black decides to take, we of course have an option to
Different
take with
pawn
the
structure.
c-pawn and choose this pawn structure. Although this position is not like the one of the most popular ones, I think.
Or maybe black won't rush to castle. That could be he'll play other moves instead. Moves like queen c7, rook c8 and so on. So we'll have to see.
Sure.
Or h5.
h5 is played when black wants to stop g4.
That's right, yes.
So we may see h5 also
Novelty.
in this game. We have seen many h5 moves yesterday, which was a bit funny. And maybe we will continue the tradition we've seen h5 moves today.
All right, okay.
All right, what about the next board? The
all
next board?
Armenian clash.
Levon Aronian versus Robert Hovhannisyan. And bishop f4, played by Levon Aronian. He didn't want to enter some sharp variations. I believe both of them know each other very well.
I'm sure
both
they
players
do.
from Armenia, so they know the strengths, of each opponent,
Right,
and where are
and
the
their
weaknesses.
repertoires and so on.
So perhaps Robert is a good theoretical player.
Maybe they've even worked together. It could be that, you know.
True. So Levon decided to kind of deviate from the sharp lines and just have this position. Queen b3 on the board.
Okay. Kind of a reversed Slav, you could almost say, for white, yeah?
We may expect queen b6 here. I think this looks logical.
Sure. Queen
But
c8.
queen c8 was decided.
Also seems to be fine.
And once again, the beginning of the games, and some players are walking, some players are sitting on the board.
There we see, is that Levon there with this sort of blue
Yeah, new
shirt?
shirt.
Of course, a new shirt.
No, new blue.
Always a bright, usually he's quite easy to spot on the camera, isn't he? Nice shirt.
Yesterday he saved his game against Anton Demchenko, which was very difficult to do.
Absolutely,
but you know, I actually kept on thinking about that game for a very long time. I came back to the hotel and I just couldn't stop thinking about that game.
Really?
It looked like, in the beginning, it looked to me that the game was like easily winning for white. But then I realized that things were not so easy, and a winning plan, which I guessed was winning, actually maybe it was not so winning.
Right, okay.
So, okay, here on the screen we can see Robert Hovhannisyan and
That's
Levon Aronian
Levon's
just
shirt. And let's see what has he played after queen c8? He played h3, bishop h5. And is there another move after that?
seems like not yet.
Not yet. Oh, Levon's walking around there, look.
Bishop e2. He
All
already
right.
stood up. Well, what about the next game? Fabiano Caruana versus Darius Sverch. Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. So here we have Ragozin defense.
Right.
After bishop b4, bishop g5, h6, and bishop f6 played.
Okay.
Queen f6, e3. In some other games we saw queen a4.
Right, to force knight c6.
Yes. e3, castle, and queen to b3.
Queen b3. And perhaps black will play c5 here.
I guess c5 or bishop c3. I think these two are the main moves in this position.
There we see Fabiano. Down on board 5 today.
This is quite a safe variation for white, right?
Yes.
Trading the bishop, the dark square bishop on f6, but usually then sooner or later black takes on c3, so
Right.
Black doesn't play so often with the bishop pair advantage.
Okay. So really Fabiano would like to sort of generate complications, but it's going to be maybe a little bit difficult from this opening in order to try to create winning chances, I mean.
Yeah, I understand. Fabiano actually, he was very close to win his last two games, but he didn't manage. He made a draw yesterday and also the day before yesterday.
Actually, we have a little video now where Fabiano talks about pressure. So maybe we can see that now as we have the camera on him.
The World Championship, it's far more intense because you can't really afford to make a mistake or let your guard down. The pressure and the stress of the match is the most difficult part. Everything is challenging. It's non-stop chess that you go from thinking about the game to playing the game to thinking about the next game. It's definitely going to be an enormously difficult match for both of them.
There we are, pressure. Well, Fabiano is, well, I mean, every chess player is under pressure every time you start a game, really. But he hasn't had the greatest of starts, has he, Anna, so far in this event?
Yeah, I think he definitely has less pressure here than when he played World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. But I agree that every tournament, of course, every game, it's quite stressful. And
I mean, the pressure here, of course, is for him to get into the candidates, isn't it? With two places, the top two players in this event will qualify for the next candidates.
and one place in the women's section.
That's right.
Anton Demchenko passing by.
So Fabi there still maybe a little bit, not surprised, but maybe not quite the position he was hoping to get after 8 moves.
Maybe it's just like Darius Swear didn't play this line earlier, so he's thinking which line to choose.
All right, Anna, should we have a look at the next board as well? See, or the next game, another game?
Let's take a look at the game between Anton Demchenko and Maxim Vachier-Lagerov.
Right. Maxim with white.
And this is a bit unusual, third move g6. From time to time it's played on the high level, but
Yes.
I think that this time this line was chosen to surprise Maxim a little bit, because Maxim is known to be very well prepared in the theory, and this third move g6 is a bit of a sideline.
I mean, for example, Mamedyarov, I think, has played this line a lot. Also sometimes with a6, 3a6, bishop a4, and then 4g6.
Yeah, there are some differences in the move orders, but sometimes it transposes to the same position. So c3 was played, bishop g7, d4, takes, and a6 now. The difference is that now, besides bishop a4, the move that was played in the game, here white also had the option to take on c6, and
Right.
it's also like these two moves are the main
or perhaps
ones.
bishop c4, I don't know.
Bishop c4 and bishop a4 are more or less the same, because black plays b5 anyway.
Right.
But bishop a4 gives additional option that after b5 white can play both bishop b3 and bring also the bishop to c2.
Which in fact he did, I think,
Yeah,
yes.
in fact he did play bishop c2, d6, h3, prophylactics against bishop g4, knight f6, castle, bishop b7, just a second. If bishop b7 is usually played now or after castling.
Then Maxim just standing up, that we see on camera. Anton Demchenko to make his move. Looks like bishop g5. Anna, was that the last move played?
Yeah, bishop b7, a3 to stop knight b4. Castle, rook e1, rook e8, and bishop g5. This is the current position.
Look, the famous jacket and suit there. We've been...
Of Vladimir Fedoseev.
Fedoseev, that's right, yeah.
Yesterday he had a crazy game, a very
Goodness
nice
me,
game.
wasn't that incredible?
Spectacular game.
With Arjen Tari from Norway.
He was winning, he was losing,
Yeah.
and the game ended in a
The
draw.
players were laughing at some point. The game was still going on and they were laughing at each other and at the position. Insane game. Actually, I met Arjen at the hotel last night, and I'm not quite sure. Well, right at the end, this move, queen takes g7, which was the only move to save the game, the black found. It was actually check. As you remember, it was check down the long diagonal. And Arjen said for a minute or two, he hadn't even seen it was check. He was so dazed and confused by the whole game that he hadn't noticed it was check.
Yeah, otherwise there were some other reasonable
There were
options.
some other, that's right, yeah. So, anyway, so what do you think black should play here, Anna? Which kind of moves would you be looking at?
Well, the question is if black should go for h6 and put the bishop, like force the bishop to go to h4, or maybe some other things like... The usual plans are knight a5, knight c4, and c5. Maybe black can try to play queen d7 to unpin.
Right.
Well, here, of course...
h6 also looks okay, doesn't it?
Black should always be careful with e5.
Right.
Especially after knight b to d2. Because I think that right here, perhaps knight a5 is possible. It's after e5 we can trade and then trade the queens, so it's not winning the piece. But if knight a5 and let's say knight b to d2, then e5 is quite a serious threat.
Yes. Okay. But also queen d7 might just develop his queen's knight, and white seems to stand well, huh? Quite a nice game for white. I think h6. Well, after h6, white would play what? Bishop h4.
I'm expecting bishop h4. If h6, just bishop h4, because we want to keep the bishop on this diagonal.
And do you think g5 and knight h5 with any reason to try that? Not really.
I think this is weakening the king a lot. Bishop g3. If the pawn was on h2, that would be interesting. But now after knight h5, we can even just play bishop h2
Right.
and somehow.
Maybe queen f6 I was thinking of. But does that run into e5? They're trying to pressure the d4 pawn.
Even knight d4 is not the threat.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
because
right.
we take and the knight is under
Correct.
the attack. So just
Knight c3.
knight d5.
Okay.
Okay, back to this position.
All right. So black has something to think about here, as we see. He's considering what to do. Anything else, Anna, of the top boards there that we can have a quick look at?
I feel like this game may be interesting between Daniel Dubov and Alexander Donchenko. Yesterday, Daniel Dubov won a nice game with black pieces, quite convincing game, straight from the opening.
Actually, Anna, I'm just going to interrupt you there. Sorry. We're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes, all right? Thanks for watching. Don't go away.
The new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
Once you've played a lot with Magnus, you understand that he never coasts. So if you make a slight inaccuracy, sometimes that can snowball into turning a game that feels like it's about to be a draw into a game that you might lose. He's the player who's overall the strongest, the most accurate, and the most consistent. He also puts pressure on you in a way that some players sometimes let up on the pressure, while Magnus usually doesn't ever let up.
And of course, Chess.com is excited to have 2018 World Championship challenger Fabiano Caruana for commentary on the forthcoming FIDE World Championship. That's in less than a month, Anna, in Dubai. And you can watch Chess.com's live coverage with Fabi there, and also GM Robert Hess, I am Danny Rensch, and many other great guests. So lots to look forward to there on Chess.com, Anna, next month.
A very exciting match, which I believe many of our viewers are looking forward to.
Definitely. And so are we.
Of course.
So Riga, we're live from Riga, Latvia. And we're looking at the game now between Daniil Dubov and Alexander Donchenko. And Anna, what do you think?
And we are already in the end game in this game. Daniil Dubov has played all his first 19 moves quite quickly. He still has 1 hour and 40 minutes on the clock, while his opponent also plays rather quickly. So I believe both of the players are familiar with this opening line, and yeah, it's quite theoretical. Again, bishop g5, h6, bishop f6.
Another Ragozin, was it?
The
Ragozin
same
Queen's
line
Gambit.
As in the game between Darius Verich and Fabiano Caruana.
Right.
So this was played, but instead of rook c1, Darius played queen b3, yeah, right here.
Correct, yes.
So rook
That's right.
c1. Now all these moves have been played, and this is how the players reach this endgame.
All fairly well known, I think. Obviously, they're familiar with this. And White, let's be fair. White does have an edge here, small edge, and obviously a safe initiative, maybe. But Black is close to equality.
I also think so. Okay, these rooks, of course, they are more active than these two. Also, the knight is pinned, and White's bishop is more active than Black's bishop. But at the same time, Black's position is very solid. Black can bring the king towards the center, while White plan maybe to try to push b4 and then a4, if that would be possible, and disturb this knight. So
it's actually quite amusing, Anna. I don't know if you know that Alexander there, we see on camera, he was a last-minute replacement at Tata Steel in Vacanze back in January of this year. And he replaced his opponent there, Daniil Dubov, because of the sort of COVID travel restrictions and so on. And so Donchenko took Dubov's place at Vacanze.
And now they're facing each other.
And now they're playing each other, yeah. Have you played in Vacanze? You played, right? You played in Tata.
I played twice. I played in the B group,
right.
Which was very strong for me. So
how did you do?
I played in 2010 and in 2014, and I was one of the lowest rated participants. But both times I did quite well. I remember that in 2014 I actually finished 4th, which was a great result for me. I gained like 25 points.
Excellent.
So it was, I have good memories from Vacanze. At the same time, well, the place is quite windy in general.
Windy, yeah. It's winter, isn't it? And it's on the coast there. But talking about the weather, I thought here the weather might not be very good, Anna, but it's been lovely. We've had some lovely days today. It's bright sunshine again.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I also expected it to be very windy here. Especially considering that in 2017, when I was here, my previous visit to Riga in 2017, and I was here in the month of April,
right?
And it was really very windy. So I thought, like in November, it must be even colder. Though the weather is really good here, and when we have an opportunity to walk, it's wonderful.
It's really a bright blue sky, clear blue sky today. Very lucky. So it's also nice, and talking about Vacanze B, that it's nice, isn't it, to play, to be invited and to be able to play now and again an all-play-all tournament, a round robin. because they're quite different from playing an open.
Yeah, every day you're getting a strong opponent, so of course, especially for women. And it's nice that the organizers keep on inviting female players, so they pay attention to that. And usually there is 1 or 2 women players in the tournament.
Of course, yeah.
So that's great.
Okay, so Alexander there still deciding what to play. Bishop d3 to e4, maybe a little surprise, I don't know, from Daniel. Okay, who was saying in an interview, wasn't he, Anna? Was it yesterday or the day before, about how the engines, about chess engines, seem to have, he said, I think in the last 3 years, have increased their strength as much as the previous 15 or something like that. Maybe I've got that wrong, but
that's what Daniel Dubov
that's what he was saying,
told
yes.
us during the interview, that he thinks chess engines improved a lot in the last years. And to be honest, I also feel that. I actually wanted to speak with other chess players. How do they feel about chess engines getting stronger? Of course, they are getting stronger every month, and like every day,
Every
if
day.
we wish there is some improvement, some new version which we can download. But for me, it was interesting to hear Daniel's opinion on that.
And how do you personally feel about the development of chess engine and the power of the machine, in analyzing openings and so on? Do you have any feelings about that? Obviously, it's going to continue, and engines just become stronger and stronger. Do you use them in your preparation? I mean, you must do.
Yeah, I use it not only during the preparation, but in my everyday life, basically. Every day I check some positions with the engine, and yeah, I see the improvement. I think the level of chess engine is estimated to be something like 3600 right now, or something like that. So it's a big difference between the top engines and the best.
I mean, everyone uses
Players.
engines, professionals, because everyone else is using them. But do they make you a better player, or do they make a non-professional amateur player? Do they help amateur players improve, do you think?
I think that if you can understand what's the idea behind the moves the engines are suggesting, then of course you improve. Because engines have shown that so many new resources and so many new ideas, which we started to look at many of the positions from the new angles.
Right.
So I think engines actually enriched the understanding of chess.
Enriched the game.
That's very helpful. And at the same time, some new ideas, some fascinating ideas in some of the lines. So I think engines can really be helpful. But for the players who are just starting, like for the beginners or for some lower-rated players, I don't know how much the engines can help. Of course, they will show where the big blunders are, yeah?
Yes.
But will it really help them if the engine says like that bishop g5 is better than bishop f4? I'm not sure. You really have to analyze to understand the difference and why this or that move is better than the other one.
Okay, let's briefly check, Anna, please, the top 3 games. And then, of course, we mustn't forget about the ladies, the women's events. We haven't had a chance yet to look at those. So the top 3 games, let's have a look at board 1 first. This is Yu Yangyi from China against Alireza Firouzja, who plays for France. Anna, what's happening?
16 moves have been played, and this is the current position on the board. Players have spent some time. We can see that both white and black, they spent nearly 10 minutes to get here. So I would say that players are still more or less in their preparation. Rook d4 was the last move, so now the queen has to be careful. Because
We saw Yu Yangyi just get up from his chair there.
Yeah, Yu Yangyi left the board. Queen e1 is not a checkmate, as there is this resource.
Interesting, Anna, to see not just the bishop pair, but the bishop pair against the knight pair.
Bishop pair against the knight pair, true.
In a fairly open position as well.
So I believe that positionally White's position is better, but these pieces are still undeveloped.
Yes.
And this is the problem.
And black has the C line for one of his rooks with a pin, perhaps.
If White could just trade the queens in this position, White would have a really good chances to win this game.
I agree, yeah.
Just an endgame with a bishop pair versus the knight pair should be.
Something I remember
Really
reading, I
comfortable
forget,
for
sorry, and I forget the book now, or who was saying this, but when you have this kind of position where you have the knight pair here against the bishop pair, you should play quickly, you should sort of go for dynamic play, and threats and concrete play, and not to let white, as you say, if white could develop his bishop on c1 and maybe trade queens, white would have a clear advantage. So black should try to do things quickly and play for some initiative.
I think there are two approaches. It's either, you play dynamically, or you try to create outposts for your knights.
Right.
And then, of course, if you play them in the good squares, and maybe even we can say they build kind of a fortress, this wouldn't be so bad.
Okay, what about board, we'll leave our eraser there. What about Anna, board 2 and board 3?
Board 2,
Oh, wow.
here we have. So what happened? Bishop e2, bishop d6, castle, castle, b3, and knight e4. Knight e4 is not the most popular move in this position, but black is trying to play f5
Yes.
in sooner or later and get some kind of Stonewall. That's why knight e4. I think that bishop b2 was going to be met by f5.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
Of course, another idea maybe to play knight f6, then trade the knights and bring another knight to e4.
But white took on e4, white traded.
White took on e4, this was not played. Knight e4, d takes e4, knight d2, f5, bishop b2, and that's all for
That's
now.
where we are. All right. Okay, there we see Pavel Pankratov considering his next move. Are you familiar with this position, Anna?
Like right this one, I don't
Theoretically,
know.
I mean.
To be honest,
No.
I don't know. But the structure, it appears. So I think the usual plan is to push f3 from white side sooner or later. But we have to be careful with the move like queen h4.
I mean, I'm sure it doesn't work, but there's also ideas on there, things like bishop takes h2 check, queen h4 check, and rook f6. There's kind of textbook, let's say, sacrifices. So we have just a very quick look, maybe, just to show people.
So if, let's say, bishop h2 now, take, check, this, rook f6.
Well, it's not so it's not so bad, actually.
You said it didn't work. Why?
Well, I don't know why. I just said it almost as a joke, but no, I don't know. What does white do?
Okay, we always have this f3 or f4 move when there comes to
Right.
h6.
Yeah. I think one of those. Yeah.
But then at least some perpetual. Like queen h2 and then queen h4 back. So maybe it's not so bad, and maybe we'll even see it on the board.
No. I'm sure that's something with the f-pawn here would be good for white. Okay, well.
Interesting idea.
Maybe he's thinking about this. Look, he's sort of looking towards white's king, don't you think? You can sort of follow his gaze, Pavel's gaze, towards the white king on g1.
He sort of looks like he's a little bit bored. But I think it's not the case, actually. Just some players prefer to sit in this
Fabiano
posture.
there, look, walking behind.
Okay, he's walking. Why is he walking? Let's check his game. What did he do?
Oh, wow, there's
Wow.
lots of moves here. Lots of moves
They're
to
already
play.
in the end game, so 20 moves have been played in the game between Darius Stuart and Fabiano Caruana. A5 was the last move, so this was the position, and A5 has been
Right.
played. I think that's quite reasonable, yeah, then followed by B6.
Do you think we're heading for a fairly short draw here? Obviously 30 moves, but do you think that's on the cards?
I don't know. I just thought why black didn't take on c3, and I think it's because of
Oh, that's
bishop
nice.
c4. And
That's
the
a
rook
nice
is
little
trapped.
trick there, you see.
So you think
Yes.
about the draw, I think why the pawn is heading. You're looking in the same direction.
I didn't see it was hanging, that's the point, yeah. So, yeah, that's nice. So if rook takes c3,
Okay,
bishop
but it's still not
c4,
hanging.
still not hanging. So white could play a move like rook a1, or
Yeah.
g4 followed by h4 or something like this.
Yeah, I think g4 or h4. This is one of the plans white might try to. Maybe even g4 now.
But then black could play b5, or maybe not, and then b4.
If b5, then maybe rook a1 after that.
Okay. Well, they've certainly played very fast.
Maybe some idea to bring the knight to e6. Well, I know that the knight doesn't move like this.
No, but
with some regrouping. As anyway, after h4, black has to think what to do and where to put the knight, as g5 is coming. So I don't know if knight d7 is possible here, but I can try to make this move on the board.
And then come to f8.
Yeah,
and
my plan is
e6.
sorry,
Right.
just to bring it this way.
I think actually the last two games that they played, certainly I think from this summer, Fabiano beat Darius twice, once at the Seinfeld Cup and also at the recent US Championships.
Yeah, I remember.
So psychologically it's obviously always a bit unpleasant or uncomfortable to play someone against whom you've lost a couple of games recently.
So maybe actually that's why white opted for some safer variation where the queens are off, and this is the end game we have. Okay, this is the actual position.
Now, what about switching over to the ladies, Anna? Should we see how they've started their games?
Sure, let's move to the ladies section. I think this is still game from yesterday between Natalia Bogoina and Nana Zagniza, which ended in a draw. And this is the top board of today.
Oh, wow, look at this position.
Elizabeth Pats facing Nana Zagniza. And look what Nana has chosen. c6. Caro-Kann is not the main opening in the repertoire of Nana Zagniza, but she decided to play it today.
Right.
Knight f3, 2 knights.
Yes.
And g6.
Okay.
G6 is
one
a bit
possibility.
Yeah, one of the possibilities, though the moves like d takes e4 or
Bishop
bishop
g4,
g4 in
that's
this
right.
position are more
Common?
popular. Yeah, more common. Earlier also knight f6 was considered to be like the third main move in this position, but lately it's not considered to be it's considered to be less good than I think
Than other
takes
moves.
e4 or bishop g4.
Okay, so g6,
Okay, g6, d4, bishop g7,
h3 to stop bishop g4. That's fairly certain. Knight h6, interesting move, huh? All right. It's I know it's played sometimes in these positions. Knight h6, quite combative, I would say. Quite looking for uneven positions, some imbalance.
Yeah.
What did Liz play?
Liz played bishop d3, castle, and this is the actual position. Usually after knight h6, the knight comes to the play after d takes e4 and then knight f4, or f6 and
Knight
knight
f5.
f7.
Yes.
This is also seen quite often. I believe white is a bit better here, but it's not that easy to prove, and you have to play precisely.
Okay, so that's the top board game today, and board 2.
This is board 3.
All right, board 3. Okay.
Leighton Gia versus Valentina Gunina. And
There we see, right, okay, this is board 3. Here we see Valentina, with black. She's had a great start to this event. She had 2 wins, and then she drew with Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Yesterday. And another Caro-Kann.
Oh, that's unusual, isn't it? 3d3.
I played d3 versus Valentina in a Grand Prix in Gibraltar.
All right. I was there.
I won the game. And Queen c7, she also played Queen c7 against me. Though Queen c7 is not the main move in this position. Knight c3, d takes e4, d takes e4. I also played that. e5, bishop c4, b5. I think Valentina even had the game in this variation. h6 to stop knight g5, queen e2. Knight f6. Okay, the knight goes to d1. What may look a little bit passive, but white's plan is to bring the knight to c4. Actually, she decided to play bishop c4 to stop bishop a6.
They played quite fast, haven't they, the opening? I know Valentina, we've said before that she's a quick player, although you say that she's slowed down a little bit recently. And her results have been very good. A little bit, yeah.
So bishop b2. Was it really played?
All right, well, e4 is attacked, isn't it? Twice?
Yeah, but look at that. She played... she played knight f5,
It's
okay.
okay. Knight d2. Castles.
And f3.
And this is the current position, Anna, is that right?
Yeah, f3 preparing knight e3 and
That's
f3
Valentina.
too.
Let's remind everyone that she is the new Russian women's champion for the 4th time. That tournament just completed a week or 10 days ago.
Yeah, the tournament ended not so long before this one, so she had practice. Well, some players, maybe they played their tournament quite long ago, I believe. Yeah, these days it's not so easy to travel, and also not so...
She also did win the World Cup, didn't she? She had a good run in the World Cup, Valentina.
She lost to Alexandra Kosteniuk, I believe. But if she won that match, she would have qualified to the candidates.
Really?
Yeah.
So she was one step away from the candidates, Valentina.
And she played 2 crazy games against Alexandra, I remember.
So, okay, so she's playing Lei Tingji from China, and White wants to play knight d1 to e3. Well, that's of course going to happen, whether Black likes it or not. But do you think White will play long castles in this middle game, Anna, and then try to play with g4, h4, g5?
This is very unclear. I believe it depends on what Black will do. And what Black will do, I think Black will perhaps try to bring the knight to d4 or f4.
Yes.
I think more likely to d4. So maybe some move like knight e6 can be expected.
Okay. Yep, makes sense. I wonder whether one should even take that knight with the bishop possibly and then play knight e3. It's quite annoying, this knight coming in, isn't it? Do you think one should take it? Well, I'd be tempted to take it off. Yeah.
Take and knight e3. Yeah,
and
that's
then,
possible.
you know.
And then bring this knight
Absolutely,
to c4.
yeah. And still maybe castle queenside.
You want queenside?
Well, I might do.
Well, with the pawn on a4, it looks safer. If this pawn was on a2, then we could be worried about a5, f4 coming. But yeah, if we build something like this construction and then castle alone and then just start...
And with Black's pawn on h6, we have like a lever there, don't we, to open up the h line.
Connect.
So... right, so we'll maybe come back. What about the Harika? I think she's on board too. Harika, Black against another Chinese player, Xu Jiner.
She played Royal Lopez with bishop c5.
Ah, knight g7.
Yeah, knight g7, knight e5, takes, d4, b5. With some transposition, we came to this position, which can actually occur where we are different move orders. Now c3, c5, queen d1. In this line, White has a bishop pair, but Black has activity and better development. So c4, bishop c2, castle f4, and that's it.
Look at that! Lots of people walking around, aren't there, in the tournament hall? So f4, Black's knight is under attack. So which she has to choose, I guess, between knight g6 and knight c6. So she could play queen b6 check first, and knight g4 even. Anna, what do you think?
Could be, but knight on g4 is slightly unstable. So maybe queen, knight to c6.
Because if queen b6 check, do you think White should play queen d4? Or not? Maybe not.
Well, we have to think like how to...
And then knight b4 if bishop
then
e3.
knight b4 and if the bishop moves, the knight may come here.
Right, right.
Bishop b7. Even f5, like in Daniel's game yesterday, to weaken the light squares.
Correct.
Could be interesting.
So probably just king h1 then, I think.
Yeah, I would prefer to put this knight to c6, but after queen b6, I am not sure whether it's possible or not. Maybe it's still possible to sacrifice the pawn on d6 and get even more initiative, but also
Right.
maybe.
Should we look at that then, and then queen, and then rook d8? Yeah.
And then rook d8, yeah, like king h1, knight c6. If let's say queen d6, then yeah, rook d8. The problem is that now this bishop doesn't have the east.
The queen has to come to a3, the only
queen
move.
has to come to
Looks very
a3.
strange, doesn't it? But still.
I would be scared to play like
With
this
white,
with white pieces.
of course. Yeah.
So maybe check first and then knight c6, or maybe knight c6 first. But yeah, check and knight c6 looks good. We see Jorden and Harika on our screens.
Yeah. And Harika is on the move. On move after f4. Don't think she's moved yet.
No, she's still thinking.
I can see a sign at the back on the wall, though, actually reminding players of the time control. Can you see, Anna, just at the back there? There's a little sign on the wall. Can you see?
Yeah,
Where it
yeah.
says the women's time. That's nice to be, well, it's nice to be reminded, I think.
No, because sometimes during the game, you're like thinking so much over the moves you're going to make, and especially in the first rounds when you are coming to the new tournament and we have many different time controls, like in each tournament it can be different.
That's right.
So you're coming and then you're like, okay, after 40 moves, do you get additional 50 minutes or 30 minutes? Or sometimes like in the Chinese league where there is no additional time after move 40. And
oh, wow.
every
Yeah.
time, like during the first games, you may be a little bit stressed if you get this additional
you know,
time.
there are occasional stories of people forgetting the time control.
Even Magnus Carlsen forgot once.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he was winning against, I think, Vasilin Topalov. And it was in Norway, in his home country.
In Norway, at Norway Chess.
Norway Chess, yeah. And it was round 1 or 2, yeah, one of the starting rounds. And he completely forgot there is no additional time after 40 moves. And he was completely winning, and he was sure that there will be additional time. And he kept on thinking, trying to find the first win, and suddenly it was like 0-0-0, and the arbiter comes just announcing, okay, you lost the game, and he was like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
world champion,
unpleasant world champion, yeah, forgetting about the time control.
Well, I think it's very good that they have the time control, as we just saw there.
And that's not
in
the
the playing
usual
hall.
thing we have
It's
during the
maybe,
tournament.
no, I'm not sure I've seen it before, actually. Yeah, that's true.
Usually the chief arbiter reminds us about the time control
At the start of the round.
before the start of the round. But okay, you are so much focused on the game that sometimes you don't even hear what the arbiter says.
Well, that's also true, yeah.
That's possible.
Or you don't pay attention. Dare I say.
Okay, how is Jonsaya doing?
Jian Sai, who had an incredible game yesterday, and not the only incredible game she's had here.
Yeah, she has an incredible game in every single round.
She has white against Leila Yavakishvili, who I think just crushed, maybe I shouldn't say that, but seemed to win very easily against Paulina yesterday, yeah.
Very convincing win by Leila Yavakishvili, and today she's playing with black pieces against Jonsaya. So Jonsaya also got 2 whites in a row. Good news for Jonsaya.
But you see, it's funny because the other games Jian Sai seems to have moved quickly, played very fast, or certainly quicker than her opponents. And here it's the other way around. She's actually used 20 minutes or more than her opponents. You know, it's the other way around here, isn't it?
And so far, yeah, Leila plays very fast, and it was some kind of Paulsen where I don't remember when it was the last time I saw this position. I mean, the structure is, of course, very, very well known, but I mean, exactly this move order is kind of a bit new to me. Knight f6 played. When white's light squared bishop is off, I think black shouldn't be so much worried about e5, because this is just opening this diagonal for the bishop, and also black gets a good square for the knight on d5. So that's why a3. Just prophylaxis against b4. It doesn't mean that black was going to play b4 on the
No,
next
I'm a little
move
bit surprised by
here.
a3 there, to be honest.
You're
Quite cautious.
surprised, yeah?
It's a bit of a cautious move, I would say. But anyway, let's see what happens.
Maybe later on she wants to push before and then
play on the queen
somehow
side.
fight for
Sure.
these squares. I think she even played, on the position we saw.
I'm not sure. Let's catch
before
up.
was,
So what happened?
Before was played, so
King
also
H1.
king h1, another prophylactical move.
All right.
Just like after queen d2, one of the moves I think Zhang Xiao was going to make.
Because of knight g4.
So knight g4
Right.
will be met by
Right.
bishop g1. d6, before here. So it's like, once you make a move on the queen side, a3, then on the king side, king h1, then b4 on the queen side.
She can't sort of make her mind up, really.
Yeah, rook c1. Queen went to e2.
And this is where they are, is it, at the moment?
Yeah, this is the position.
Okay. So not your typical Sicilian middle game by any means. Having taken on d3, the pawn structure has changed. Typically in the Sicilian, white's e4 pawn is a weakness, isn't it? Or black can play against that square, but that's different now. And in fact, a symmetrical pawn structure. Or pawn islands, let's say. And Anna, what do you think about this position?
I think it's playable for both sides.
Playable for both sides.
Black can try to double the rooks.
Yeah, symmetrical, sure.
Also, white has to be careful. Some ideas like d5, e5, d4, sacrificing the pawn, but then black gets a lot of counterplay. It's not possible now, but let's say if the last move was not queen e2, but queen d2, I think black could consider this positional pawn sacrifice. d4, then bring the knight to d5, and just opening this diagonal. Because after queen e2, here black has a bishop pair. At the same time, white has more space and better control over the center. So,
okay. We may see exchanges down the c line then of the rooks. If white also could play rook c2, rook fc1, and so on. Good. Any other of the top ladies' games you want to have a very quick look at?
So Natalia Pogonina is playing against Nina Batsiashvili on board 4.
Also joint leaders, eh?
Yeah, on board 4. Sorry?
Also joint leaders with 2.5.
Yeah. And it should be Catalan. B5 line, I think we saw.
Oh, again, we saw this in another game, didn't we?
In that game before was played, which we saw like
with
2
B4.
or 3 days ago.
Correct.
Bishop b7, and this pawn sacrifice becomes very popular. There, like right at the moment, there are not so many games comparing to the main lines in the Catalan, but it's becoming more and more popular. So knight c3, takes, knight b5, bishop d5. The last game I saw with this pawn sacrifice was between Ding Lijian and Anish Giri, played like a couple of weeks ago at the Indian Online League. And Ding Lijian won the game with white pieces.
Sorry, who won the game? Who was playing? Against Anish?
Ding Lijian versus Anish Giri.
Okay.
So bishop f3 and bishop d4. Now black is a pawn up.
Okay, black is a pawn up, but
these pawns are doubled. The knight is undeveloped, and also white got a bishop pair.
And Natalia Pogonina has used a fair amount of extra time, more time than her opponent.
I think she was a little bit surprised
by this
this opening line. Not like she has never seen it, but I mean,
but she wasn't expecting
there are so many lines to recall before the game,
of course.
And maybe this one wasn't the one she checked and she expected.
All right, so it's black's move rook f to d1 having been played. Fine. Well, we'll keep an eye on this game and the others, of course. And any other nice pairings or?
I think this one will be interesting. Alexandra Kosteniuk versus Bibisara Sobaeva.
Yes.
Another Sicilian. Actually, this was a knight variation with 6 move g3. And this is the current position on the board.
Right.
Also, the players reached it relatively quite quickly, I would say, yeah, because it's already the middle game and there were many important decisions.
Queen f4 is the last move there. Queen d2 to f4 from Alexandra. Of course, the knight on f6 is now attacked twice, and the knight is pinned. So not too many options.
It's a bit unpleasant to make the moves like queen to e7, all right?
Right.
Though sometimes there is no choice. e5 could be an alternative, but after queen h4,
It's still
black
the
still
same.
has to play something like queen
That's
e7,
right.
and e5 is weakening the d5 square a lot. So a queen e7 has been played.
Queen e7, right,
and
okay.
That's logical.
Worth pointing out that knight h5 wasn't possible because the bishop takes d8 and the black queen was attacked.
A good point, yeah. Like bishop d8, knight f4, and bishop c7.
So that would be winning for white. So queen e7, and she's a young player, isn't she, Anna Bibisara? But very talented.
Yeah, indeed, she played very well at the Women's World Cup. And yes, she's young. I think she's like 18, more or less. A young player from Kazakhstan. I have to say that recently Kazakhstan got many young, talented girls. And
Right.
we see some of them playing here, like Bibisara Sobaeva, Merert Kamaledanova.
Yes.
And
Well, it's good to
of
see.
course, Jansoya Abdumalik
And
and
Dinara,
Dinara
of course.
Sadvakasova is a
That's
little
right.
bit older than all of them. But okay, just a little bit. I think she's 25.
I think she's 17, Bibisara.
Bibisara maybe
Yeah.
17. Yeah.
Anna, great. Thanks for everything. And we're going to have a very quick break, I think. And then we'll maybe jump back into the top open games and catch up with all the latest action. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Don't go away.
Once you've played a lot with Magnus, you understand that he never coasts. So if you make a slight inaccuracy, sometimes that can snowball into turning a game that feels like it's about to be a draw into a game that you might lose. He's the player who's overall the strongest, the most accurate, and the most consistent. He also puts pressure on you in a way that some players sometimes let up on the pressure, while Magnus usually doesn't ever let up.
the first things to note about this position is that the white king on h1
And welcome back. Here we are in Riga, capital city of Latvia. I'm Stuart Conquest, here with me Anna Muzychuk. We're at the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. Day 4, Anna.
Day 4, round 4, and here we have the game between Darius Varch and Fabiano Caruana on our screens. And we managed to guess correctly that one of the plans, for white, the plan was g4 and h4. It has been played.
Okay.
It's on the board.
Good.
And the plan I suggested was knight d7, knight f8, knight d6 was not played.
It still can be.
So instead, Fabiano decided to bring his king toward the center. g6 has been played, and now it's white to move.
And still white doesn't, white could move his rook from c1 away from the defense of that pawn, could he not, if he wanted to? The c3 pawn still, I don't think, could be taken, could it, because of the trick you said before, bishop c4?
Yeah, so we can just say that some moves ago the rook was not staying on c1. And I think that even a5, rook c3 is not a threat, because we can just block this rook and win it after playing bishop to c4. This is the end game, and we will come back to this game. Let's take a look at the top board. If there are any updates, we stopped after rook d4, rook ac8 was played. Now queen e1 is, of course, the dead threat. That's why queen e2 on pinning and guarding the e1 square.
Okay.
So queen b6, a5, and black to move.
Black to move. All right, so just 2 moves each, it looks like, from our last visit. I think it looks quite pleasant for white.
I think it looks good. Now, wherever the queen goes, queen c7 was played, if I'm not mistaken. But
Right.
after the queen leaves this b file, we can finally develop the bishop, perhaps, if we are not missing some e5.
Is e5 a threat after bishop d2?
e5, rook h4, then g5. So maybe actually bishop d2 cannot be played. And the white needs additional prophylactical move. This bishop still cannot go anywhere. I mean, it cannot go to d3 because of queen to c1. But it can go to... Well, on b3 it's unstable. Maybe something like bishop b5. Or what would you suggest? Maybe b3 also. So
b3,
additional
but
idea was bring the bishop
b3
to
looks natural to me.
a3 or b2.
Sure, b3, why not?
Like b3.
And then what would black do? Knight e5, maybe? Ah, then bishop a3.
Or rook d8. After bishop a3, you have to be careful with this pawn.
Oh, queen takes a5. No, that's maybe a mistake then, bishop a3, yes. Or just bishop b2 here, Anna, just accept that we're going to lose one of these bishops and play bishop b2 and hope for some, maybe
Hope
still
not
some
for
edge.
a bishop spare advantage, but the advantage of bishop over versus the knight. But
Bishop b2, does that give white anything, do you think? Is knight c6 a threat as well?
well, knight c6 and taking this pawn may actually be very dangerous for black. But I think that if black manages to trade one knight for the bishop, then it would be already less scary.
Well,
The bishops are strong when there are two bishops. Yu Yangyi.
so he hasn't played b3.
No, he hasn't played anything after queen to c7.
So we're saying if bishop c1 to d2, then black has e6, e5, attacking the rook. And that seems to win material, Anna.
Yeah, bishop d2 just looks like a blunder. So first we have to take care of this bishop. Okay, let's maybe take a look at bishop b5 move. But while the bishop on b5 is not stable there, though it cannot easily be attacked.
Oh, he's played something else. Has he played? I'm not sure.
No, I don't know what he has.
A6 possibly.
A6? Yeah, A6. Maybe he's preparing bishop b5.
Right.
Because if to play bishop b5 now, then a6 is possible.
Yes, simply.
And after a6,
what can we say about black's position now? What about? I don't like b6 for black here, do you?
I don't like it either. No, I think black will either take on a6, though taking on a6, just bishop a6. I think black will just ignore.
Right.
And when white takes on b7, then black will recapture back.
But then bishop a6 will still come. So, don't know.
Okay, I mean, yeah, black has one move too. a6 is a good move. I like it.
Yeah. Bit tricky. a6. Oh, well, we didn't expect that, but we like it.
We didn't expect, but we liked. Maybe still something like e5.
Well, what would happen on e5?
So what about that? A takes b7, yeah. We still can't
Or
move
rook
anywhere
h4
with
first, and then a takes b7, I don't know.
Well, rook on h4 is...
Are you going to play g5?
I am thinking if I need it. I just don't like how the rook on h4 is staying.
You'd rather... Yeah.
Out of the board.
Well, okay, let's put the rook back. Let's go a takes b7 instead.
I even think about the b5 idea, because now the rook cannot...
But the thing is,
like after bishop b5, now I can take, and there is no rook d1, so that's why, I mean, I feel bad about the rook on h4.
okay, no, I understand, yeah.
So maybe
otherwise we have to do this, yeah?
Here is safer.
What would happen if black were to take the rook on d4?
Take, and then rook c8. Attacking the bishop.
Now,
b3.
white would
Maybe.
more or less have to play b3, I think.
More or less the only move. If white gets to something like d takes e3, bishop e3, that would be wonderful, yeah?
But should black play knight e5 or knight b6 here?
So I think...
Oh, he's played e5, Anna, look.
He has played e5, okay, good. And, well, the bishop can't move. The bishop couldn't also move
This is the...
like in this position, because queen c1 is coming.
It's a bit what I was saying before, Anna, about playing quickly with the knights, playing dynamically and trying to create... play quickly before the other bishop is developed and white starts to consolidate any advantage he may have.
All right, good advice about that. And I think it's...
So the bishop on c4 cannot move because of queen takes c1.
So we take. Yeah, let's say take.
Just
take.
like heading to a draw, it looks like. Well, rook takes a7 is not possible. Bishop instead would come to
I
e3.
don't know. But I
Very
believe,
drawish, huh?
yeah, it's very drawish. Just rook c7, or maybe black can even think about sacrificing that pawn, but okay, let's try to keep it. Then bring the knight to d5.
Surely this is a draw.
Yeah, many pieces are changed, and also many pawns, which...
I think we have a result, Anna, which is the game between Alexei Dreyev, who's had a great start to the event,
Already a draw.
against Kraivoruchko
Against Yuri Krivoruchko, okay, here I see.
from Ukraine. From Lviv? Is he from Lviv?
Yes, he's from
He's from Lviv.
If you say the player is from Ukraine, then it's very likely
Very likely.
he or she's from
It's
Lviv.
chess capital of one of the world's chess capitals, we think. So that's already a draw. They must have repeated moves, or did no? They got to move 30.
They got to move 30, but I think somewhere here they started repeating the moves. So this. And king e4 was not played because of rook d2.
Rook d2,
But when the game is ended, the kings in the center are put, so that's
Right.
why the king is on e4 right now.
Okay, so we think that's the first result of the day.
Are there any results in the women's section?
I think when we have a minute, we should check on Nihal Sarin's game against Pankratov, which we followed earlier.
So here I found it.
Oh, did he do the sacrifice, Anna?
Yeah, he did.
No, don't tell me.
Yeah, he did.
No, don't tell me. He did that sacrifice.
And
It was
now
a joke.
let's see.
I just said it for a joke.
You said it for a joke, so be careful with what you are saying because we may see it on the
He
board.
actually played it. Goodness me. Wow. And Nihal is thinking, right?
Yeah, so how to stop it? Should we play something like f4 right now, or should we wait until the rook gets to h6?
Well, let's try f1. Now, Black is obviously not going to take en passant. He's going to play rook h6.
Or queen g3, but...
Or, yeah. And White's pieces are very blocked up. And Black can also play knight. He doesn't have to start checking. He can play knight f6 and so on. So
Yeah, but just one of the ideas, let's say White makes some random move.
A4.
No, I mean, just to show that...
Is this a draw after g3?
I think g3 check and then it's somehow...
And then you play queen takes e3 or what?
Also rook h1 maybe to
Oh,
start.
rook h2. Sorry, rook
Rook
h2.
h2, yeah.
Simply
I
wins.
mean,
Yep. Okay, fine.
Maybe we'll see a quick draw here.
Well, it could be.
Nihal Sarin is thinking.
And if White starts with f3, what is the difference?
Is there any?
Now, what do you play for Black here?
If we still play rook h6? After
With the same
f6,
threat?
e4,
Check.
this.
Check.
Okay, this follow-up is more logical than with the a4.
But still, g3 is the same.
g3,
Queen h2.
maybe it's not the same,
King
but
e1 is not possible.
very similar.
King
one.
f3. Do you want to check king f3?
King f3, well, let's say check.
No, I'm not being. I wasn't being serious. I mean. All right. And there we see the players. And what can you tell from Nihal's body language, from his facial expressions? Do you think he was expecting this or not?
Can't say much. Well, if it was the sacrifice which was leading to something dangerous, then of course he wouldn't be so calm. But here he knows that at most Black would just make a draw.
Make a
That's
draw,
why
right.
he isn't. Maybe he's not that very much satisfied to make a fast draw with white pieces, but it's not the end of the world.
What about, Anna, if f4 rook h6, then White plays knight f3? Is that possible?
You want the game to be continued.
Of course. Knight f3. And then
And then okay, if I take,
and then bishop takes
I
and
think
try
you
to
want to
get
take
the
with
king
the
out.
bishop,
Yeah.
and then to get the square for the king.
But there's no White has no material up anymore. Yeah, this is now level material. So the question is how to evaluate this position.
White is in no danger, so this is very playable. If knight f6, finally we can try to trade this queen. Yeah, I think this is quite annoying. So maybe some move like rook, like queen e1.
All right,
Can
check,
come, yeah.
I suppose. Check.
Check, go. Then rook h1 is the idea.
Yeah. And some edge for White, you think?
I think this is a little bit better for white. If knight e4 will just trade.
Look at Nihal there with his head down.
Okay,
but
he's
definitely calculating.
definitely not sleeping. And even after rook h1, if we speak about this endgame, it's Zoom in Nihal.
Look at that. Something on his sort of a badge or something on his jacket on either side.
On both sides. Is it the same company? Some milk.
Is it milk? Ah, yes.
Some
Like
milk
it's a
company
cow,
should
isn't
be-
it?
Okay, the cow, but I mean, I meant it should be some
Right.
milk company.
Hmm.
If it-
Yeah. Okay.
So the end game like this should be a bit more pleasant for white. White has some options.
Actually, by the
to-
way, it's checking the rules about the dress code we've mentioned other days as well. But I think I saw among the rules that players had to get permission, for any kind of logos
sponsor.
for sponsors and companies on whatever one's wearing, as Nihal is, that one has to seek permission from FIDE, I believe.
So having the cow on the jacket is allowed. That's what we have learned. Well, usually there are no issues about that. Usually, yeah, it's allowed. So
Right. But still, it's in the rules, I believe.
so this is the current position after rook f6, and Nihal is thinking.
For example, you couldn't be sponsored by a firm of alcoholic drinks or cigarettes or something like that, and then, there might be some
Issues.
Well, of course, yeah. So that's why I think the rule is there.
And the result, maybe this is the result on one of the top.
Well,
yeah,
that
Yu
is,
Yangyi.
absolutely. It's board one.
Yu Yangyi ended
Alireza,
his game with Alireza
game
Firuza.
is over. It's a draw. It's more or less. Did they play
But
the line that we predicted? What happened after e5?
after e5, I think I have to refresh the page to get the game. Just a second.
Arbiter there.
Yes, after
Collecting the
e5,
score
a takes
sheets.
b7, e takes
Oh,
d4,
exactly what we said. Yeah.
queen, this, knight e5. Okay, we discussed knight b6, but I think
Well, I
it's
think we
just the
said this,
transportation.
it's the same. Yeah.
So
And then we
take,
found
take,
all the
take,
moves.
take, bishop e3, rook c7.
Well done. d5.
Divided and everything has been traded. Okay, good result for both of them.
For both
but
players, I would say yes. I agree with you.
I think finally Alireza is happy that he managed to finish his game before 8 hours. He had really 2 long games in the previous
That's right.
round.
Well, it's important to conserve energy when one can in these long events, and especially when you're doing well. And he had black, and he's drawn his game with a dangerous opponent. So I think he'll be very satisfied with that.
Yeah, tomorrow he'll try to be more active with white pieces, so it makes a lot of sense. And also for Yu Yangyi, as Stuart, as you have said, the tournament is long, it's 11 rounds, so from time to time you need some, let's say, shorter games to accumulate the energy and
Yes, I think so too.
to be
There is one
fresh.
free day, isn't there, Anna? On Tuesday, I think we have a free day.
We have a free day.
Well, not we have it.
It's
The players have a
free
free
day
day.
for us. Yeah, all of us will have a free day. We'll have a free day. The players will have a free day after round 6.
I believe so.
I believe
Yes.
so.
Okay, so board 1 is over. It's a draw. Now, how is Fabiano doing on board 2? Not much has changed, if anything.
He hasn't done anything. He played g6, and he's happy about it. What about Maxim's game?
Oh no, this is exciting.
Here we have updates. So h6 was played, bishop to h4, and knight e7. Look at this knight e7.
All right.
Knight c3, knight h5, e5, and queen d7 on the board.
And queen d7. That's the current position.
So maybe knight f5 can be the idea.
Right. Okay, so black has this nice bishop on b7 and a lovely diagonal there.
Oh yeah, this bishop is really strong. I thought if e6 is possible to open the diagonal, if black takes on e6, then maybe to take on e7, then to take on g6. But after that, knight f4 comes and
Yes.
things are completely
good for black.
unclear. Let's say rook
Or
e7 takes
Fine for black.
knight
There's
f4.
Maxim.
The king is more exposed, but the position is real and clear. Some knight g2. Maybe the idea.
Okay, so e6 is obviously something that needs to be considered. He also just tried to develop his queen, and well, maybe not so easy because of the knight on f3.
Maybe to try d5 and e6. But
d5.
d5, if black takes, white takes, queen d6, what is this? Maybe some sacrifices on f7 or e7.
Maybe, I don't know though. I don't think so.
Looks a bit dangerous for black.
But what happened? Anyway, we have an interview now, I believe. Milan?
Yes, thank you, Stuart. We have Yu Yangyi with us, who just drew his name with Alireza Firouzja. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let's first start with the game. It was a quick draw. Could you just take us briefly through the key moments of the game?
Yeah. Today I play my opponent, but opponent choice Slav variation. But today I don't check this variation. I remember Queen C. I play Queen C2. Last tournament I play Danzhou. I play Muzychuk. Here I play Knight 2. Yeah. But today I didn't check this variation. I chose save Queen C2, but C5. I know this variation may be equal.
So you walked into something that you weren't really prepared for, so to speak, or it didn't work out the way you planned it, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, good. Obviously, a lot of unplanned things happen. Just along the way, as we were discussing this interview, you told me about last night's alarm at the hotel and the time difference. So did it, obviously we had for those who don't know, we had a fire alarm. It was an accident. Everyone was safe. It was fine at the hotel where we were all isolating, basically. So you said you woke up and you were a bit distressed, but it took you time to get to sleep. How did you sort of manage? Did you manage to go back to sleep? Because I know you go to bed earlier because of the time difference with China.
Yes. Yeah. Yesterday in morning in surprise hotel. Yeah. And usually I sleeping in early because Chinese people sleeping in early. Yeah. Today.
So it's a general thing that Chinese people go to bed earlier than Europeans do, let's say?
Yeah, a lot, yeah.
A lot.
Too early.
So how early? What's early?
Huh?
How early? What time do you go to bed?
Maybe 10.
10. When do you wake up?
10 half.
And when do you wake up?
Maybe 7 o'clock.
Oh, okay, so you still have a good night's sleep. Just when you mentioned that you're Chinese, what Chinese people do. Obviously, you're playing here, but many of the Chinese players are not. How difficult was it for you to travel here? Obviously, because of COVID and everything. And is there a reason why you are here and many of your colleagues are not?
Yes. Because Chinese now Chinese go to play chess tournament is very difficult. Yeah.
Why? Is it because of the requirements? Is your vaccine not recognized? Is that an issue? What?
Because it's difficult. The questions. Yeah.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much. Good luck. Hope you rest today and catch up on your sleep. And good luck for tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Milan, for the interview there. Thanks also to Yang Yu. And okay, we're going to have a quick break, Anna. And there we see Nihal on camera, and looks like he's just made his move. So we're going to have a break, and then we'll be right back with the action. And I think we'll start with this game when we come back.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, Chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
And don't forget, tomorrow is Halloween. Celebrate Halloween with our new bots. Take on Peter the Pumpkin or the spooky and scary Jack-o'-lantern. Happy Halloween from all of us here in Riga and at chess.com. Anna, Halloween. Have you ever celebrated Halloween?
To be honest, I have never done it, and in my country it's not that very popular, though of course many people celebrate it. But I have never had any costumes and never did anything of that kind.
Okay, so well, we have a result, Anna, in the game between Nihal Sarin and Pavel Pankratov. Do you want to tell us what happened?
So at this moment, Nihal Sarin, he spent quite a lot of time trying to understand if he should agree for a draw within a couple of moves, or I actually like the suggestion. And your move, Stuart, you proposed f4, and then this idea to bring the knight to f3 to stop queen h2, and if now black takes, we take with the bishop and we get this extra square for the king, but this was not played. f3 was played instead, and after rook f6, I think that here's already no way to avoid the perpetual, and queen e1 was played, queen h2, and this is how the game ended in a draw.
A draw by repetition. So, Anna, the first two boards have ended already in draws in the open section.
Yes, true, though I believe that the other boards will not end the game so quickly. Yes,
No,
we
well,
would like to see some excitement.
Of course. Okay, well, what can we do? We move on. So, two draws, top two boards today.
I see there is another draw in the game between Aruf Mamedov and Vladislav Kovalov. So this is the final position.
All right.
I think it's like from Grunfeld. Yeah, this very famous line where, okay, here the first time black offered kind of to repeat the moves, but white decided to continue the game. Though, okay, this has been
it's just a solid. It's very
yeah, many.
We don't need to maybe
many trades. Okay, this
check
is
all the moves. Okay, that was a draw as well. Now let's have a look maybe at the Nagier game. First of all, quick check on that one because it's. This is Maxim's game. Also, was exciting.
Yeah, I'll find Evgeny Nayer's game a little bit later.
Because d5, I think Anna, you suggested, did you not? D4 or did d4, d5 has been played?
Yeah, I suggested d5. I suggested e6. I actually like d5 to prepare e6, and I think we stopped somewhere here. Yeah, I said it was dangerous for black, but I didn't see how exactly to continue. Maybe some sacrifice like on f7 or.
Knight takes f7 and then rook e6. Is that your idea?
Yeah.
To play rook e6.
And then bishop e7 and bishop g6.
Look
and
at
also this knight is the problem.
Wow. I hadn't seen rook e6 actually until now. Yes. Could black play a move like knight f4 here?
Knight f4 or knight f5? I thought about knight f5.
Or knight f5, yeah.
After knight f5, maybe I can go e6 anyway, because then I get this diagonal. So the idea, like, I don't know, let's say...
Oh, because you have bishop b3 coming at the end, yeah?
Bishop b3 idea in the end. So maybe knight f5 is a bit dangerous.
Yes.
Let's take a look at knight f4, your move.
Very complex. So d5 is attacked 3 times, the d5 pawn.
Now again, e6 should be considered.
Maybe e6 or...
Okay, let's see. Yeah. Even if we miss something, we can go back.
Takes.
e6 after e6, d takes e6, knight e6. Now rook e6,
Now what
queen
does white
e6,
have?
bishop b3, black gets d5.
Yes.
So this doesn't work. White can take on e7, take on g6 once again, but I don't like it so much for white. I mean, some position of this kind should be okay for black. Then just rook f8 or knight f4.
Yes, that must be fine for black. Even good for black.
So let's come here. What if we take on e7 and okay, now the d5 pawn is not hanging anymore, but we give the bishop pair.
Right.
And we have to find something right here, or otherwise it's not advisable to take on e7.
Looks okay for black.
Looks okay. I thought about queen d4, but then maybe just d takes e5 and even queen d6. Yeah, if white takes here, black takes on e5.
Sure.
Okay, so what to do after knight f4?
So knight f4 is well. We see Anton Demchenko there thinking what to play. Maxim has played d4 to d5. A very sharp and already almost critical position, we could say.
Maybe bishop b3?
I'm sorry,
Then
Anna. Maybe
I thought about bishop b3, but then knight f5 comes.
bishop b3 to defend d5.
To
Yes.
defend and to kind of threaten e6. But then knight f5
Black
comes.
seems to have.
Let's say e6. Oh, this is becoming interesting.
Wow! Look at that. Look at that.
Should we take?
I wonder. Take. Well, let's try taking and then queen c6.
Take and queen c6. That's what I want.
And now.
e7.
I had the crazy idea of bishop d8 here, but I think just king moves now.
Maybe e7.
Oh, knight f4. Look at that. Has been
Great.
played. Knight h5 to f4. And Maxim obviously expecting. He's played e6 instantly.
Wow. So what did he prepare? Yeah, like f takes e6 will be played. Yeah, this is going to be played. Now Maxim.
I suppose black could play queen
Maxim.
c6 here. He doesn't have to take on e6.
We saw nothing wrong with taking on c6.
No, we didn't.
But also queen. Okay, queen c6. Maybe something like bishop e7 and or bishop e4 immediately, d5, knight d4.
There we are, Maxim standing up. Oh, he's played
Yeah,
queen
queen
c6,
c6.
Anna. He didn't take on e6.
He didn't take on e6. Okay. No, but he couldn't do it without taking on taking on e6.
I mean,
Taking on
he
e6.
took once, but he didn't take twice on e6. He didn't play knight 6 e6.
Yeah. But what about something like bishop e4, d5, and some sacrifice like knight d4? Is it so bad? Let's say if black takes, or maybe black shouldn't take. I thought that
Something like
this
this.
may be a little bit dangerous. But it's not forced. Let's say here even some move like queen d6 can be good for black.
Interesting that he played queen c6 so quickly.
Okay, he was thinking before
Before playing knight f4.
before knight f4, so
Yeah.
of course he expected e6 as one of the possibilities, and then takes and queen c6. I am more surprised that e6 from Maxim came so fast.
There we are, good shot there of the two players. Maxim, of course, has a very clear goal and objective in this tournament, that is to get one of the two candidates' places. That's the only reason he's here.
Yeah, he's one of the top seeded participants. He played in the previous candidates tournament. He got there in the very last moment after Teimur Rajabov decided not to play in the
That's right.
in the candidates, which were played in, which were separated into the two tournaments.
Well, it was first half and second half, wasn't it? In Yekaterinburg, in Russia. Have you been there?
No, I didn't go there. I just
Have you been there ever? Have you ever played tournaments there? Yekaterinburg.
I played the tournaments not far from there, but not exactly in Yekaterinburg.
I think, and another game we thought we might have a look at, although this is very exciting, is the Bardo Jobava game. I think he's playing Niels Grandelius from Sweden. So we'll try to bring that game up for you and have a look at that.
Maybe first we can take a look at what's happening on one of the top boards. It's Evgeny Nair playing against Ivan Saric.
Right.
Board number 3. And very interesting position. Opposite colored, opposite castles.
Yes. This was the knight of Sicilian, where black played bishop e6, takes knight on d5. So the last move was h4, h3 to h4. A pawn sacrifice, Anna, but I don't think many people would take that pawn with the bishop, would they?
Yeah, taking on h4 somehow. Allowing rook h1 looks dangerous. But from time to time such pawns are taken. Though I think that first it's better to consider some other options. To have a king safe.
Still, white has a clear plan, which is just to play h5 and then take on g6. So black needs to do something. I don't really see any counterattack, Anna. Do you? Not much going on the queen side.
I'm thinking about some idea to trade the queens. But for this I have to move this knight from c4 and then bring the queen to c4. Okay, h5 is coming, yeah, and after h5 the threat of taking on g6 and then taking on g6 and then again taking on g6 becomes dangerous. So I thought maybe, okay, but going back with the knight, like knight b6, let's say h5, and after queen c4, white will not trade the queens, but white will just play something like queen d2 perhaps, or queen e3.
That looks nice for white. There we see the game, the players in question now. That's Evgeny Nair. Do you pronounce it Nair? Nair. Against Ivan Saric, who's had, well, both these players have had excellent starts to the tournament. But I quite like white's game at the moment, Sanna.
I mean, white's plan is more obvious than black's plan. Yeah, h5 is coming and... to find the counterplay.
I think white stands well. And how bad is bishop takes h4?
Now let's bring the bishop to maybe g7. Okay, usually such pawns shouldn't be taken.
Should not be taken, no?
Well, even something like just rook h2 followed by rook h1. After knight f8, maybe bishop h6.
He's played it. Anna, look. I see the black bishop on h4, look. Hey, I'm doing well today. I'm finding lots of moves.
You're on fire.
I'm on fire on board. He's taken it. Well, because h5 was such a strong threat and so annoying that I think he just prefers to eliminate this pawn.
Maybe he was just comparing the options, yeah, to allow h5 or not to allow h5.
Well, we certainly expect rook h1 here.
I don't see any other reasonable move while the rook is heading. Of course, sometimes we may try to sacrifice an exchange like that, but we also need these rooks to be doubled on the h file. So maybe, okay, a rook e2 is theoretically possible.
It is.
Though rook h1 looks much more natural.
Well, and about a 20 minutes difference in time that black has used 20 minutes more than his opponent, which also indicates maybe that white has the easier game, or the flow of the game maybe is in his favor. So would you rather, I mean, I think I'd take white here, Anna, definitely. Prospects of a good attack against black's king, and white's king is safe. There we see Ivan.
Right at the moment, I wouldn't say he's so unhappy about his position.
Yeah, well, mind you, I think in general that all these players, they don't really give away much, do they?
I think that yesterday he had more problems in his game against Fabiano Caruana, and he also played with black pieces. So another game with black pieces for Ivan Saric. Rook G1 has been played.
Oh dear, that's goodness me.
We didn't think about that. Rook G1
No, that's
with the
that,
idea
that move I find
to lock the bishop on H4.
because was he concerned about it if Rook H1, Bishop G3, and then come back to F4 to try to exchange the bishops and.
Yeah, maybe that was played with that idea. At the same time, if we compare like Rook H1, Bishop F6, and Rook G1, Bishop F6, then of course we would prefer to have the Rook on H1.
But should we see that if Rook H1, Bishop G3? Oh, that's the only explanation I can think of. And then drop the bishop back to F4.
Yeah, if you play F4, then just E takes F4. I mean, I had the idea, like, after Bishop F4 to bring the queen to H3, but okay. Black can take with the pawn, and it's okay. Rook G1 on the board.
Well, but still I found that very surprising. But he played it quickly, didn't he, as well? Rook G1.
He spent a couple of minutes on that. Yeah, not so much time, but not instantly.
Anna, should we have a quick look at Badur Jubavu's game, if you can find it first?
Yes,
just to
here it is.
take a glance. Wow.
It all started with Scotch.
Anna, how many moves have they made? They made 9 moves?
They made 9 moves,
So
and people can still vote
you can
on
still
the
vote
result.
on the result of the Jubavu game against Grandelius. 54 minutes into the round. How is it? Anna, tell us about the voting.
Yeah, so there are not so many games in which 10 moves haven't been played, but here is one of them. And if you wish to vote, just go to the chess.com/events, find this game, select it, click vote, and try to win the prizes.
And before they make 2 more moves each, quickly.
One
Or one more move each.
One, it's move number 9, so it's only one move left.
Act quickly.
Act quickly.
So let's see. So what's and there's the fantastic coloured hair of Badur, pink and orange.
I think there are more than just two
More
colors
than
on
two
the Queen F6.
So this was a Scotch.
F4. This is not the usual way to play. Usually White tries to play Queen E2, and then when the Queen is on F6, sometimes the idea is with H4 and Bishop G5. And F4, I think it's the first time I see F4 in this position. Knight E7, Bishop D2. Okay, prepare a long castle, but I just thought that it's somehow... Maybe it's just more natural to me to start with Queen F3 and then to think if you want to put the bishop on D2 or maybe on E3.
Okay.
Bishop D2 was played,
D5,
met by D5. Okay, when the king is in the center and White cannot castle, this break in the center looks logical. E takes D5, Knight B4.
Knight B4.
What a game.
And this is all they've played. This is the position.
This is the position. So
right. After 9
the pawn is
moves
hanging.
each.
A Queen F3. I told you I wanted to play this move.
And now you can't do it.
And now I can't do it.
Because of Knight takes C2.
So what can I do? Bishop B5 check?
Bishop B5 check, maybe.
Bishop C4 is like
because
a
Black
slow
has Bishop
move.
F5
Bishop
coming,
F5
doesn't he?
is coming.
Is this a bit of an, or could it be an openings disaster for White, do you think? Because White can't really develop easily, can't get castled on the king side, certainly. Can't play Queen F3.
What about Knight E4?
Okay, Knight E4.
Queen G6.
Should we have a look at that? Knight E4? Yes.
If White takes this, Black takes this.
Right.
No, Knight E4 is dangerous. What about Bishop B5? C6, I think.
C6, or possibly move like King F8, I don't know. Looks dangerous, doesn't it, for Black, for White? All Black's pieces flying out. Bishop F5 coming next.
For me, the Bishop D2 move looks a bit suspicious.
Hmm.
Couldn't he at least take with the knight on d5? Just a question.
Okay.
I
instead.
mean, so that there is no knight before.
Yes.
I think black should take.
Takes.
And
Knight.
let's say knight e7.
Right.
Maybe also. What about this?
Ah, that's nice.
If okay, this is just.
It's like a game of Paul Morphy or someone like that, you know? These old
I wouldn't like to see it
19th
with
century chess. Looks crushing for black.
I don't see the direct win, but it just looks hopeless for white.
Lots
Yeah.
of good moves, yeah.
I mean, all these moves, they are not moving at all. Maybe
play
anything wins
any
here,
move,
even a6.
Yeah, bishop f3 you could play, actually.
Yeah, bishop f3 is nice. If white takes, then it's a checkmate. But I mean,
Anyway, this is...
I mean, I really believe that a6 wins here for for black. So okay, why not?
Nice line.
Why not?
And then castle.
Maybe a castle is.
And white's
really
king, look at white's king, goodness me. Hmm. So, he's thinking, Badur is here. I think we had him on camera a few minutes ago. Has he played...
No, he played e takes d5.
Right, night before.
And night before, and this is the position.
And here he's thinking.
Oh, what is thinking? And
There he
Badur
is.
is thinking, yeah, now.
I think I know which way I would vote for this game, Anna, if I was voting.
You still can.
I still can.
Okay, you can vote. I will vote the game. So which result do you expect?
I'm going to vote for Niels, I have to say.
For Niels,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm going to vote for Niels on this one.
Also take a look at that time situation. 27 minutes for white and more than 1 hour for
Oh
black.
dear, goodness me. Huge difference in time. Well, we'll definitely come back to this game. There we see Badur from Georgia.
Usually when I'm playing with white pieces, I try to avoid some such positions because it's very dangerous.
Like you
I
say,
mean,
the big
with
difference in
black-
clock times. Look at that. Sorry, go on.
What I wanted to say. Okay, that if you get it with the reverse color, like this position with black pieces, you can get it because maybe there is some opening line, yeah, and you have to get there. But with white, you have more choices, and if you wish, you will never end up in such a position.
I mean, just the bishop on b6 on its own is so powerful and scary, like Halloween. It's a Halloween bishop there. It's diagonal. It's I don't trust it or like it for white at all.
You kind of feel the presence of Halloween on the board.
I do. I'm afraid so. I do very much. Scary.
Okay,
Very scary for white.
let's see something calmer. The game
Also,
between
I think we should also just very quickly, when you can, Anna, check on Maxim's game, maybe.
here it is. Rook e4 has been played.
Okay.
So I think g5, we just take on f4. We just take on f4. We don't care, and
Oh, I see.
game
Nice.
over.
Very nice. I hadn't seen
Rook-
Rook e4.
Rook f8 is not possible. The knight is hanging, so the knight has to move away. The good question where? Because it doesn't matter this knight or this knight coming to d5, we just take or we play rook g4 immediately.
Right. Well, let's see. Let's see taking. Take.
If we take, he takes with the queen. I'm a bit
And then, of course, we don't trade queens.
just queen e2, yeah.
Yeah.
But couldn't we play rook g4 without all that?
Maybe.
Just quickly checking. If g5, of course, we take on g5 without calculations. If
Very dangerous. I like this rook e4 move.
oh, wonderful move.
And we see there Anton Demchenko at the board. His Maxim is not there.
Also, rook e4 stop all the ideas with knight h3. Just
Yes,
one
correct.
move ago, knight h3 was one of the threats.
It looks highly risky, Anna, but is bishop takes c3 possible, and then put a knight on d5? I don't like it at all. But
Maybe still rook f4, but b takes c3 also looks fine. I even don't know what is better.
and then rook f7.
Yeah, then just rook f7.
Another Halloween position for black.
Yeah, it's funny for us, but definitely not funny for the
No.
players who are there, and especially for Anton Demchenko, who has this position with black pieces. Okay, we will definitely check what
I wonder,
will
Anna,
happen in this
just
game.
we don't need to look at it now, but there was a time a few moves ago when Maxim played e6, when there was this knight takes e6 possibility. We felt anyway we didn't really have time to check it all, but it was. But he played queen c6, didn't he? Almost instantly, and we didn't really see a forced win for white. Certainly not.
We didn't see the refutation.
Refutation, yeah, and this e6 pawn. I mean, just to leave it on the board.
So okay, something like that. If we take on e6, just to try, yeah, this doesn't work, right?
Don't think so.
d5. If we take on e7, just
Well,
maybe now bishop c3, your move,
oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's important.
and yeah, this looks
That's
good for black.
important. Yeah.
So otherwise,
Okay.
queen e2. Queen e2 will be met by knight f5. Maybe knight e5 here.
Wow, knight e5. Goodness me.
Just bring something to
Tricky,
the
tricky,
center,
tricky.
but then
Yeah.
okay,
Bishop
take,
takes, rook takes. Okay.
queen c6, bishop e4.
Yeah.
So rook d8.
Could be. Or well, I'm not sure. Anyway, it didn't happen. But knight takes e6 would have led to complications, maybe like this.
Maybe he was afraid of knight e5. But comparing these two positions, I think the position after rook e4 is more dangerous for black than
Very
this
much
one.
so. Yeah. Anna, are you able to show us the game of Jeffrey Jeong? I'm not sure who he's playing, but it's his birthday today.
Really?
Yeah. And he's 21 years old, so of course we wish him a very happy birthday. And there we see him on the screen in a tweet there, wishing him a very happy birthday from all of us here in Riga, Latvia. And who's he playing, Anna, today?
So far he doesn't have a good tournament. He has only 1 point out of 3 games, and
see him on the
today
screen there,
he's
look.
playing against Haik Martirosyan.
Ball 36.
And I'm trying to find the game.
I think it's maybe board 15 for us, I'm not sure.
Board 15 for us, yeah. Okay, see. Thanks.
How's he doing?
He managed to trade the queens. I think his position is very decent. White has
All
a
right.
bishop pair, but
Solid, yeah. It's a
yeah, quite
round about level.
solid.
It looks fine for black. Yeah.
not so much to worry about right now.
How do you feel about playing chess on your birthday? Do you have do you tend to do well on your birthday, or it doesn't really affect you when you've played on your birthday before? So some players sort of like it or don't like it, you know.
Yeah, I played a couple of times. Some games I won, but I lost one of the most important games of my life
On your birthday?
on my birthday.
Really? Tell us
yes.
quickly about that.
It was the final of the World Championship, and I lost a game against Tan Zhongyi on my birthday.
Oh no.
The next game I managed to bounce back, but if I didn't lose the previous game, maybe I could just, win the title.
Oh dear.
So
It was on your birthday. Where were you playing? Where was that?
in Tehran, in Iran.
In Tehran, yeah. So, wasn't a happy birthday? Definitely not.
Definitely not. Definitely not the beginning. Okay, then in the end of the day, I remember I got a very nice cake from Anastasia Karlovich and
Oh, yes.
Evgeny Miroshnichenko.
Right, birthday cake.
Anastasia was the press officer
Right.
and Evgeny was the commentator on that event.
Mm.
But like the first, I don't know, 10 hours since I woke up and then until the evening, they were not great at all.
Okay, well, we're going to have a short break here, I think, Anna. And yeah, we'll try to keep up every day with anyone who has a birthday among the players and maybe find a little story or something about them. And of course, wish him a very happy birthday. So Jeffrey's birthday today, 21 years old. So quick break now, Anna, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. So we'll see you then.
Jan has an aggressive, intuitive style. He has a good feeling for chess, especially when he plays with initiative, and he likes to put pressure on his opponents. He's just overall confident and full of ideas. He can play extremely well in it, and if he comes to the match at his very best, then maybe he can play better than Magnus.
And welcome back here, round 4, day 4, live from Riga, Latvia, with Anna Muzychuk here, and myself, Stuart Conquest, following all the action. Anna, the top 2 games in the Open have already been drawn. We've seen that, but plenty of other exciting games, including Maxim's game against Anton Danchenko. But before we do that, the Speed Chess Championship is back. The very best in chess will battle for their share of the 100,000 US dollars prize fund. Watch Anish Giri battle Jan Krzysztof Duda on November the 8th, Monday, November the 8th, in the first match of the Speed Chess Championship on, of course, chess.com. So Monday, November the 8th for that. And okay, and we also see there Jeffrey Zhong. We said it's his birthday. He's 21 years old today, Anna. And you just told us a story about a painful birthday defeat a few years ago now.
Yeah, I mean, I also won some games, as I have said, and I remember that once I won a really nice game at the Bundesliga. In the open section, so it's not
on your birthday.
Yeah, on my birthday. So it's not like every birthday is a horrible date. But yeah, losing the final of the World Championship match was not a great thing. Okay, anyway, maybe I will win. Yeah, one of the most important games.
I hope so. I look forward
later
to that
on when it's
on
my
your
birthday.
So of course, we all hope so. Anna, maybe we should actually have a quick look at the women's games to see how they're getting on.
Let's see. This is the top board between Elizabeth Petz and Nana Zagnidze. We saw that Black went for this a little bit, how to say, knight h6 line, which is
sort of a
not
side
seen
line,
so
maybe.
usually.
It's,
Bishop d3.
it's known, of course, queen e2.
Oh well, many moves have been played since then, and this is the current position.
Okay, the last move being c takes b5, c6 pawn recapturing on b5.
To be honest, I am a bit worried for Black, because the king is exposed, also the pawn on b5. Well, right at the moment it can't be taken because Black takes on e4, and then the bishop on d2 is under the attack. But
feels a bit loose for Black, doesn't it?
It's somehow that it feels like all Black's pieces are hanging. I don't know. Like the pawn on b5, the bishop on d5. Let's say some rook d1
Sure.
To have potential threats on the d file. Now bishop b5 is.
Does Black have time for a6?
Maybe some knight c5 or c4.
Knight c5, that's right, yeah. Knight c5, certainly.
Knight c5, just queen. Okay, queen. I thought about queen d6.
Okay, queen d6 is looks reasonable. Maybe, yeah, this is maybe okay for Black. Maybe okay.
Well, let's start from here. We see Elizabeth on the screen.
White to play her move here.
It's her move, so what else can White do? We can also try to push c4.
Right.
If
Gives Black a nice square, doesn't it, for her knight on d4, but that may not matter.
yeah, let's say knight d4, I go queen f1.
Queen f1. And then maybe, well, I'm not sure. Not too sure what to suggest. Yeah, Black is take, all right, you could try taking, yeah. Feels loose, doesn't it? Looks like f4 coming, maybe. Oh, just bishop c3, bishop e3.
King g7, let's say. King h8 maybe was a little bit better. Because king g7, now knight c5 looks more dangerous than in the previous edition.
Right. All a little bit loose, a little bit.
Yeah, like all these pieces staying under.
That's right.
Under the rook, and also like this king is unsafe.
And of course, a6 is a weakness.
a6 is the weakness.
Bit shaky for Black. Okay, so rook fd1 would be one approach for White. Very logical. Just developing that rook onto a dangerous file for black.
I see that Natalia Pogonina ended her game versus Nina Batsashvili. It's board number 4.
Oh, they've had a draw, have they?
They have a draw. This is the final position.
Okay. This was the Catalan, wasn't it? Variation?
Yeah,
Something in the
Catalan was
Catalan?
b5 and a6. This was the line.
Okay.
What about Valentina? Valentina never has a boring game.
Never,
Just never, ever, yeah. f5 on the board.
Even her boring games become interesting because she keeps playing. And then things happen. So there she is, Valentina, Russian women's champion. Title that she recently won just before this event, actually, for the 4th time, against Lei Tingji.
She's a pawn down, but I don't know. Well, let's check if she sacrificed.
That's right, this was a nice game. It's Karakhan.
Yeah, so we expected, yeah, this bishop, the trade on
So
e6.
she took on e6.
She took on e6.
Right, yeah.
And now bishop c5
This is
played.
the pawn sacrifice, okay.
So she wanted to prevent white from a long castle.
right.
Also, okay, castling short is not that safe. But after knight d3, and now white finally castled.
Anyway, white castled.
And f5 has been played. What if white just play e5? Followed by f4 and
This
kind
knight
of
is really not a happy knight.
asking where this knight will go.
What should black play? Sacrifice again with f4? Don't know.
Valia can do that.
Yeah.
we know Valia can do. Another idea is like c5, c4 maybe. But well, f4, yeah. Now taking with the pawn is possible. Maybe it's even advisable to take with the pawn.
Rather
but
than
also
knight
taking
6.
with the knight is
You don't
possible.
like knight 6?
I like knight takes.
Two pawns up here, white.
Then we push f5 or put the knight on
This
c4
looks simply
and head into d6.
simply a good position for white, huh?
Looks like
so
something went
e5
wrong a
here.
little bit for black.
e5 would threaten f4. Black could play a move like g6, Anna, and then knight g7, but it just looks not very pleasant.
Yeah, but black is pawn down.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But, yeah, what to do?
I don't know. Okay, I'm expecting e5. Okay, let's take a look at this game. Jorden versus Harika Darnavali.
Right.
Also, black is a pawn down, but this position looks more promising than the previous one.
Yes.
So we saw the pawn sacrifice. Knight g4 was played, yeah, not queen b6 and knight to
Okay,
c6 as we
first knight
expected.
g4.
So knight g4, queen f3, now d5. And this is the moment when black decided to sacrifice. I think it was a good decision to make, because if the knight goes somewhere like to e8 or d7,
no, that would be very
this
passive.
does look good. So here, bishop f5. Now rook a7, I like this maneuver, rook a7, rook d7. And this is the current position. Bishop e3 was the last move.
Okay, there we see the two players on the screen. Harika facing us. India's number 2 woman player already for many, many years now. Humpy Koneru. It's a shame Humpy's not here, isn't it?
Yeah,
I know she's already qualified for the candidates.
she has already qualified, though I don't remember. I mean, she didn't play anything when the pandemic started.
No,
she just
hasn't.
kind of, I don't know, declined or she couldn't go. I don't know what was like the main reason, but she didn't play anything. She didn't play World Team Championship for India. She didn't play. She doesn't play here.
The World Cup she didn't play.
She didn't play World Cup. She didn't play the last leg of Grand Prix in
Correct,
Gibraltar.
that's right.
So
yeah. No,
there
of course I
were
was in touch with her about that and other things. Well, she's at home with her child and husband, you know, and I mean, we could see Indian players here, so presumably there was a way for her to come here if she'd have wanted to, I imagine. But also I know that the vaccine she had, the COVID vaccine she had, was Indian vaccine, which hasn't yet been recognized, I think, for international travel in the way that others have been. So maybe she required special clearance or something. But anyway, Harika. So and other Indian girls here as well, of course, and
there are
them,
many
and
others.
many Indians, yeah.
So what can we expect here? I think black should not allow knight d6. Maybe black can play something like knight d5. Rook e1 is the move I would expect.
Yes.
Let's say take, queen b6, rook e1. Maybe now take on e4 and rook d8 and try to find some counterplay in the rook's endgame. Yeah.
Still, it's a pawn, isn't it? King moves.
King moves. Yeah, white will not trade the queens.
Is this the best black has? It just looks like a
Okay, it's just pawn down.
pawn down, no? She's a fair bit behind on the clock as well, Harika, in this game.
Just
About-
17 minutes.
About
And she's
25
still
minutes down the
thinking.
clock.
She's a bit. It feels like she's a bit uncomfortable here with her position.
So this is the current position, and it's black's move. Bishop c1 to e3 has been played. Do you know, what can you tell us about the Chinese player here, Zhu Jina? She's quite young, isn't she? I believe. Have you ever played her?
She's around 20, I would say. Yeah, once
Wow.
I played again against her in the Chinese league. We made a draw.
You played in China a few times?
Oh, not a few. A few dozens
A few dozen times, wow.
I played all these mind games. Okay, not all, but many of them, and also Grand Prix in China and Chinese League many times. So
We
I've
heard
been in
in
many
his
cities.
interview Yu Yangyi saying that Chinese people have a habit of going to bed earlier, maybe than people in Europe, I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. I believe that Chinese people, they usually tend to go to bed earlier than Europeans, and they wake up earlier. I know that like the classes at school or in the universities start earlier than in Europe
Right, okay.
for them. So maybe this is the reason they are kind of getting used to it from the very beginning.
Maybe people go to work early, maybe jobs in general
Also
start a bit
early?
early. Well, I don't know, but I mean, I've never been to China.
Never in China.
So,
Okay, maybe also like some moves.
yeah,
Like, okay, queen d5, then just knight c5. Knight c5
or
or
knight
knight
d6,
d6.
or knight d6, no?
I just don't like this rook on d3, so I prefer it.
I see what you mean, yeah. I see what you mean.
Maybe the best is to take on e4, but wait.
Okay. And then
Take,
queen
then
d5 maybe.
queen d5 and hope for some
Force the exchange. And try to
counterplay.
hold this. Just try to hold that position. Okay, she's made a move. Harika, let's see what she's done. She's taken on e4, Anna. So maybe heading
Okay,
into
good.
this position that we've just been thinking about. Probably, as you say, knight c5 was a very annoying threat in some positions, or knight d6. She's taken on e4. And now, will she play queen d5?
I'm expecting her making the move quite quickly now. Because she's slow on time and also...
Right. Maybe queen d7 or something, and then... oh, but queen d5 looks sensible.
Okay, this is the current position. Take. Queen d7, I think. She didn't
Queen d5.
move the queen. Queen d5, yeah?
That's what we said, yeah.
Queen d5 played.
White pretty much has to take that.
Okay, so we are heading to this position. And after bishop d4.
Well, or bishop c5.
Bishop c5 is possible, but the bishop is less stable on c5.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I'm
Yeah. I
thinking
was going to put
about-
the bishop on d6, but why? There's no real need to. So I think you're right. Bishop d4 looks better.
Okay, let's wait. Oh, let's check what John
Sure,
Saya
let's have a
is
look around.
doing.
Yeah.
What is this?
This was the Sicilian where black played knight e5 takes bishop on d3.
True. And how all that happened. So e5, now some way.
Because of the c5 square, I suppose she took with the rook.
Okay, still d takes e5 looks more nicer. Okay, she took with the rook. Bishop d4, and now bishop, or I mean,
Rook e6.
rook e6.
And then what happened?
I think bishop f6, rook f6, knight d5. I think that's what she missed.
Oh, I see. A little trick. That's Leila.
If a rook c2, then knight f6. And if the rook moves somewhere, we
Rook
take on c8 and
and
then
knight
knight
b6,
d6.
yeah.
But maybe it's not.
Or rook c7. Or rook c7.
No, but we can take on d5. And if white takes here, we take the knight. So this doesn't work.
Oh, I see. She took on f6 here?
She played rook g5 instead of rook e6.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But why not rook e6?
Quite a difference in the clock times. We said before that Shansaya, often we see the other way around where she's considerably up on time, but here it's her opponent who has that advantage.
Maybe it's not a stupid idea to start with knight a5. And if the bishop moves to a8, then we have this idea of bishop f6 and knight d5.
I mean, certainly rook e6 is the move that one would want to play.
Okay, rook g5.
It's a bit odd, rook g5. Anyway, knight a5.
Knight a5, bishop a8, and knight d5 anyway. Take, take, take. Seems like e5 from black side was premature, yeah, because to get into this pawn structure,
Well, if this is
I
the
don't think that's what black wished
intended, no, something something didn't quite work out the way she wanted it to. This is where they are now,
for. This is the position on the board, and we saw Jean Saya Abdul Malik.
wearing her glasses.
So
the
she's
moment.
not winning yet, yeah? you came up with the theory that when Jean Saya is winning,
She takes her glasses off.
Yeah.
We'll
But
have a
now
look
she's
today.
with the glasses, so the position is unclear, let's put it this way.
That's a nice
Queen
shot there. Look.
c8 has been played.
All right, queen to c8. Wow, it's very sharp, isn't it?
The bishop will be sacrificed some way. Maybe rook g3, rook d3, or f takes. F takes e4. I don't really see how to proceed after queen a8. But this is not so clear.
Another threat here, Anna, for white is to play bishop f6,
And
and then you can see what's happening next.
I can guess
Yeah,
what's happening next.
she's played already,
Leila
Leila.
Leila
She's
just
playing
made a
fast,
move.
huh?
So she was expecting queen to c8. And Josiah is down to 13 minutes. Not so much
We
time.
don't often see that. So what did I wonder what Leila played here? Oh, queen g3.
Queen to g3.
Well, simply threatening checkmate on g2.
Couldn't she play, I mean, just rook g3?
It does surprise me when in such a complex, well, anyway, to me, complex position when somebody plays so fast, having 40 minutes on the clock or something.
So now we can check your idea with bishop f6.
You like bishop
threatening
h6?
Checkmate.
Well, you can show what happens if, let's say, rook takes d3, you can show what happens.
Yeah, just
Exactly.
beautiful.
Beautiful checkmate. Not so easy to
I
escape
mean,
from.
I am kind
Oh,
of
can you just
thinking
draw? You
about
can make a
some
draw, can you?
perpetual, but maybe the king just escapes to
the queen side.
d1 and then knight d2. Yeah. I mean, if black keeps on checking, just in some way, we just come, and after queen
And then
just-
block.
then we block, so this doesn't work.
And once
just
again, we
say
see
yeah,
some
made a
moves have been played there.
Rook g1.
She played rook g1.
Yeah, she didn't really have so many options. If rook c2, then of course... I know, after queen e1 there is bishop g1, but still we would prefer to keep the bishop on
d4, of course,
d4.
yeah. Rook g1.
So some rook h5
No, but there's no threat.
looks the idea, yeah, but there is no threat. Just so if we take and doesn't work. So there is no way to save the bishop. I mean this one.
And what would happen if queen takes d3, let's say?
I thought about f4, f3.
Oh, yes.
Okay, queen to d3. Maybe bishop f6 and bishop e7.
Hmm.
Actually, no. Bishop f6 will be met by bishop e4,
Oh, that's very nice.
and then the checkmate
And you can
comes.
choose another checkmate there.
So maybe first.
First take the bishop, and then bishop f6.
and then bishop f6 and what about f4?
f4, okay. Maybe still bishop f6
Maybe just knight d2, knight f3,
also.
or it's like for retired people, knight d2, knight
For
f3.
retired people. Hey, I'm
I
retired.
don't know it. It looks so slow. Now after bishop e4 we can take on g5. There is no queen h3.
I wonder whether she played too quickly the queen g3 move. I mean, there might have been other options there.
You mean here, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a rich position. I mean, there's maybe some of these sacrifices, and we're talking about on bishop takes e4 or f takes e4 or something. Or rook g3 to attack d3 or something. Anyway, I just see a couple of other options for black.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't think I would have moved so quickly.
Well, so this is the current position.
And now Leila is thinking. Okay, should we have a quick look at maybe further down, one or two boards? Also, I think we should have another break, Anna, as well, actually.
Already?
Already, well. And then we'll be right back with more action from the Open. Also, maybe we should check on Alexandra's game when we come back. Goryachkina, the only woman in the Open section. We'll see how she's doing.
We will definitely do that. So
Definitely
we are
check up on
going
her.
for a very short break, just a couple of minutes, and we will be back.
See you soon.
The World Chess Championship. The champion, Magnus Carlsen. The challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Watch the only Twitch broadcast with live video from Dubai on chess.com/TV. Your home for the World Chess Championship.
And welcome back, everyone, to Riga, Latvia. And, well, Chess.com's new game review is packed with exciting new features and major updates. Play a game and check out this whole new experience, which combines key moments, brilliant moves, and explanations from the coach, and a lot more than that, I'm sure. So game review and, as we say, packed with exciting new features, something to check out. On chess.com, Anna, we're back.
I like this queen e3 shown on the board, which we saw, yeah? Here it is.
Queen e3. Now, what would happen after king takes?
I guess bishop d4 followed by knight e5.
Yeah, king f3 or king d3, both bet my knight e5.
Sorry.
Checkmate. Is that one of your games, Anna?
Definitely not. But it's a beautiful moment.
It is, yeah. Okay. So.
Back to the games.
Back to the games. Absolutely. So, which game should we go to first? This is Darius Svirts against Fabiano Caruana, and it looks like, Anna, that they're heading for a draw.
So it will be another draw. We already have 2 draws on the first 2 boards, and this is board number 3, so this may also end in a draw. But the game between Maxime Auchier-Legrand and Anton Demchenko will not end in a draw. Queen e6, the last move that was played. Maybe now something like Queen d3 attacking on g6, and also
this
with
really
the possibility
looks,
of
what is this bishop doing on a3? I mean, black somehow black's bishop got from, wasn't it on g7?
Yeah, but I think later on black took the pawn on b2, followed by taking another pawn on a3, but the bishop is definitely out of play. So how that happened, a knight d5 was played, takes, and rook g4, that's what we expected. Rook e6 and bishop b3, couldn't white take on g6 immediately? Maybe just bishop b3 is much stronger.
Threatening rook c1.
Keeping all these pieces.
Bishop takes b2, but to stop rook c1 maybe, yeah.
Yeah, bishop a3, and this is the position. Knight d4.
Oh dear.
So black had to allow this, and oh well, looks really very bad for black. Though some precision is needed.
Yeah, black is the exchange down here. He has, of course, 3 extra pawns. But, yeah.
I think this is interesting.
Queen d3 looks almost winning, huh? Okay, first of all, g6 is attacked. If black defends with his king.
Okay, maybe just bishop c2.
Right.
Attacking and attacking.
And attacking that, yes. Well, I think this
seems like Maxime
beyond saving for black, I think.
It's about to win. And that means he's now on 2 out of 3.
Well, 3 out of 4 if he wins.
3 out of 4 if he wins. Yeah, he's very close. Very close to do that. Good game by Maxime.
Great game. Great game. And not too sure what black did wrong.
How about the game of Levon Aronian? This looks very equal. Yeah, maybe white can try to play a little bit longer, but well, there are not so many pawns on the board and not so many pieces.
A lot of extra time for white, certainly. Nearly an hour extra on the clock here for Levon.
Though the players are approaching the first time control, and after 2 more moves, both of the players will get additional 50 minutes.
Correct.
So black is not in time trouble here.
Okay. Someone else we could have a quick look at in a minute, maybe, Anna, is Jorden van Foreest from Holland. Here with his brother, of course, Lucas. They're both playing in the tournament. And I think something like board 21, maybe, there, against Ganguly from India. Apparently that's a very exciting game.
So bishop f5. The bishop can't be taken. It's white to move. Knight d5 was the last move. How they came there, let's say, let's watch it from this moment. Rook b3 and bishop b2. Nice. and c5.
Yeah, I like that move.
The problem is that black can't even take. Yeah.
Well, also
opening
rook
the
takes bishop, huh? That's also rook
this-
takes b7.
Yeah. Just very bad. So bishop f8 was more or less forced, and h4. The move we see really very
Every day.
rarely in this event, just every day. Queen d8, bishop b1, preparing all
And this looks
the
like
mating
a
threats.
dream opening for white. This position looks fantastic.
Yeah, this bishop is just a very sad one. Rook c7. Black is trying to regroup the pieces, but after knight f6, I think d5 will follow. Yeah, just opening all the
Sure.
diagonals. So f5 was played instead. Rook e3. Rook shift. Rook b3, rook e3.
Sure.
Bishop c8. Well, things are
Really, really not a good position for black here.
queen b3, knight f6, bishop f5, and knight d5.
Well, I think Jorden will be very disappointed if he doesn't win this, but I think he's going to win, huh?
He's already pawn up. He's about to win another
Great
pawn
position.
on e6. Wonderful position. I think we can dream about having such a position in our games.
So, yeah, okay.
Also the time.
He has
Yeah,
a nice
he has a
time
lot of
advantage
time,
as well.
and black is
Sure.
just down to 20 minutes.
Sure. Okay, how about Peter's Fiddler? I see on another board there. We haven't really been following Peter. I mean, I think he's 8 times Russian champion, Peter's Fiddler. And very, very strong player, of course. Who's he playing today, Anna, Peter's Fiddler?
Let me check.
I think I saw him. I would come back otherwise.
Maybe first let's check how
Oh, Alexandra, we
Kosteniuk.
said we look at her. That's right.
I see
We did say
her.
we'd check on Alexandra Kosteniuk, who is playing Hans Niemann from the USA. And there we have results. And Maxim has won that game. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave with a decisive and incisive victory there today. He absolutely, steamrolled his opponents, really. I mean, rook e4 was a great move.
Congratulations to Maxim on this victory. I think that something went wrong in the opening for Anton Demchenko. He was trying to surprise his opponent, but in the end, it turned out that his position was already not that great when the players entered the middle game.
Okay, well, he'll be very happy, Maxim. Well done to him. A quick check on Alexandra's game. Anna, what do you think?
I don't know yet. It's a check on the board, so the king has to move. Queens will be traded soon. So, where to put the king? Consider that the end game is coming. Maybe it's logical to bring the king toward the center.
Right.
Like king f8. On the other hand, we have to be also a little bit careful with this pawn. So if white takes. Now, of course, bishop h7 is not possible because of bishop e3. Knight c5 is also a bit dangerous to play, yeah? Maybe d3 and
Because of
bishop.
this d-pawn, yes.
Yeah, I think something like... Oh no,
Check.
this doesn't work.
Doesn't work,
because
okay.
bishop g4 we have this move to stop.
There we see Alexandra there on the bottom of the screen. Hans Niemann wearing a nice shirt there. You like his shirt?
I prefer Alexandra's dress, to be honest.
I mean, sure, but it's also colourful. Not sure what they are. They birds or I'm not sure. No, leaves. Not sure.
Fishes,
Fish.
fire, different options. So
this
black-
is we're looking at Alexandra's game against Hans Niemann.
black cannot sacrifice on a6, but knight to c5. Maybe first bishop e3, right?
Right.
And after king
And then
h1.
bishop e2 simply maybe.
Bishop e2, for example, yeah. Just... Well, white has to try to keep the knight on d3 because it's blocking the d pawn.
Clear, this is clear,
Otherwise it's
yeah.
marching.
This is clear. She's a lot lower on time, Alexandra, in her game. She's down to sort of 7 minutes or so, and Hans Niemann's still with about an hour, or a little bit less than an hour. Big difference in time. How many
I
moves
agree.
have they made? They've made quite a few moves.
33. So
Okay.
just 7 moves until the time control. Not like a very big time trouble, but of course still 7 minutes for 7 moves.
Sure.
Better to have more time, if possible.
But so the knight should stay on d3. So
Other-
white will trade queens and then play e5 maybe, or king f2 or something like that.
Yeah, I'm expecting something like that. Maybe okay, queen b1. I don't believe queen b1
Oh,
will
that
be
looks
played
very
just to
risky.
try to keep the
Mm.
queens. Consider that maybe the king on g1 is safer than the king on
Maybe,
f8.
maybe. But
But I don't know.
maybe.
I think queen d2 is safer, and as we mentioned, Alexandra is a bit in the time trouble. Okay, anyway, we have an interview and we have another guest in the studio. Please welcome Maxim Vashielagro. Milan, are you ready?
Thank you, Anna. Yes, Maxime, you're with us again. Congratulations. Let's go straight into the game. Were you surprised by this line of the Ruy Lopez your opponent played, and what's your general assessment?
Anton was playing lots of different sublines in the Ruy Lopez, and this was one of them. I actually was looking at it right before the game started. I mean, right before going to the game.
Okay, but as the game developed, you felt you had him where you wanted him, and what was the key moment where he made a mistake?
I don't know about mistake, but because suddenly my attack was unstoppable after e5, d5, e6. I thought maybe, either after he should go knight takes c6 instead of queen c6. He does allow knight e5 and it's very unpleasant, but after queen c6, rook e4, if he goes g5, I'll just take on f4. And maybe he should go knight f to d5, but I still have a tremendous attack. So I just thought this was already probably beyond repair.
And finally, this was a shorter day for you. You didn't play as long as usual.
This
And
was my longest day of the
Your
tournament
longest
so
day
far.
So far. All right, then do you, obviously last night was a bit tense with the fire alarm and everything. Do you feel rested, or is it difficult?
I mean, I was not asleep when the alarm sounded, so I was in the lounge, keeping fresh before going to sleep. I always go
So
to
you
sleep
go very late to
quick.
bed? Do you?
Yeah, not before 1. So it's a bit tough, of course, because the games are earlier than usual, because of the curfew. But well, it is what it is, and I couldn't adjust to go to sleep at say midnight.
Okay.
But anyway, what's good is we're getting an extra hour tonight.
Well, exactly, and you'll be, you're in a good mood because you won. Congratulations! Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Milan, thank you very much, and Maxime, for that interview. And Maxime, there, as we felt, Anna, also, that probably knight takes e6 was the moment where black could have improved instead of queen c6.
Yeah, knight e6 was the move Maxim mentioned. We can even show it on the board. So Maxim thinks that after d takes e6, this was the critical moment, and he expected knight e6. He thinks this was a better response, because after queen c6, rook e4,
It's a
black
very
is in
strong
trouble.
move, rook e4. Yeah. Okay, nice. So congratulations to Maxime. He moves up to 3 out of 4, Anna.
All right.
Is that right? Yeah. So he's doing fine, doing well. And so we return to other games. On camera we can see Alexandra there with whites against Hans Niemann, a game that we were looking at just before the interview. Were there any developments there, Anna?
Just a second, I'll check. Queen b1 was played.
All right, that's interesting.
So the mode that we didn't expect to see on the board, it was actually played.
Yeah, but you actually suggested maybe queen b1.
Maybe queen, yeah, but I thought that considering the time trouble, it's safer to trade the queens and then to play the position without the queens. Though Alexandra preferred to keep the queens on the board.
So black did play king f8.
King f8 was played, yeah.
Yeah.
And
And then Queen B1. Let's have a quick think about what black might want to do now. I suppose the queen could move to f1 now as well. For example, if rook b8. Also, white may simply take on h7 and play rook g8 check. You think that's a...
So you consider the idea of rook b8 threatening c4?
Yes, but it's maybe too slow, yeah?
Now also knight c5 is more dangerous because there is no bishop e3.
Right. Okay. Queen b1.
Was there any move or?
This is
No,
where they
seems
are, I
like-
think.
Seems
Yeah,
like it's where they are, right?
Queen b1 has been played, and of course black could play bishop takes knight on d3 to take off a little bit of pressure.
Bishop d3 is not a good option, right? Just rook d3. And then queen moves somewhere.
Well, queen
I
e1
don't-
check if you're trying to make a draw, I don't know, or
Just trading the queens and then...
and then I know
Okay,
black would be a pawn down, but still. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's advantage to white.
Maybe we'll see this one.
Yeah. Does black have to rush to change queens? Could he play a move like queen h6 or...
Maybe queen g5, queen h6 can run to rook h3, though of course it's also playable. Maybe I think something was played. No, maybe it's a mistake. So if let's say queen g5 or queen f4, I think this is also playable. But maybe safer to...
I think a move has
play
been played. Oh, c4 he's played
c4.
directly.
This is getting sharp.
It is, certainly.
So b takes c4 or knight c5. Knight c5 is not a safe move.
Well, because black would just sacrifice the bishop on a6, right?
Yeah, and try to push the d pawn. So I think that knight c5 is wrong. I mean, it looks very wrong.
No, we don't trust that move.
I don't trust it. Let's just skip
We
it.
don't trust it.
Um,
But b takes c4, right?
b takes c4 is the thing to do. And then bishop c4, I think.
Right.
What about bishop h7 now?
Yeah, sure.
Black can take on a2.
Can he? Yeah, I suppose so. But white's doing quite well, I think.
Sorry?
Looks like white's doing quite well.
Black is also doing quite well.
Yeah. What do you think? If bishop takes a2, do you think?
I'm not sure if bishop, maybe queen takes a2. There are, of course, some rook g8 and queen b7. Maybe it's
Well-
already losing.
Well, it may not be losing, but
Yeah, just
big
check.
attack.
Yeah. Check
queen check, rook d7.
and then some, I don't know.
And then
Queen
something.
b8, threatening queen e5. Or is there anything better? Maybe there is even something
Very
better.
interesting choice that she played this queen b1 to keep the queens on,
This and queen b8.
Alexandra.
Just some checks from everywhere, right?
She's down to 5 minutes, but she hasn't got that many moves to make. Just a few moves, right, to get to the time control?
True. Okay, queen a2 is like just too dangerous to take that pawn. Bishop d3 is still possible here.
Right. Okay, well, I think white's maybe just better. A pawn up. So, and some attacking chances, certainly, if black isn't careful.
For me, it's interesting what Alexandra will play.
Has she taken on h7 or not yet?
Like this is the current position. we
Oh, she's
have.
still thinking. Okay.
So she's still thinking whether to take on c4 or not. So what is she considering? Some moves like knight e5. I think she should take and then.
Well, they've just. I guess she's taken on c4.
Yeah, she's taken.
Right. It was just very risky to play
Next.
anything else, wasn't it?
Yeah, now there are some options.
But certainly bishop takes h7 is one of those options, because A wins a pawn and B it introduces rook g8 check. Then we see Lucas. Look at that, the Dutch color there, orange. The shirt behind Netherlands, Lucas van Foreest.
The member of the national team.
On board 42, Lucas. He's had a good start to the event, I think. Not bad anyway. I think he was on maybe 1.5 out of 2.
He has 1 point right now.
Oh no, okay. Sorry. Okay.
So
So, should we have a quick look at the top games? In either
let's-
the Open or Women's, just to keep an eye on things.
So this is Fabiana's game. Oh, well, we are expecting a draw here. Yeah, maybe just take on g6.
And then rook a6 or something.
It's black to move, sorry. So if black takes on h4, we just check. And then bring the king, activate the king. And okay, we expect a draw here.
Okay.
Aronian, also more or less very equalish.
There we see Fabiano.
Daniel Dubov.
Oh yes, how's he doing? Well, not too much we can say. It's this game went into an ending, didn't it? Fairly fast.
I think you can try to push e5 at some moment, then trade these pawns, and then push g5 and create the passed pawn.
Right.
So this may be one of the ideas to do. And okay, e5 is a wise move, yeah, considering that black
bishop,
has the
correct.
light square bishop. e5 has been played.
He's just played it. Well done. Yeah.
I think he has some chances.
Yeah. And if black were to play rook b3, simply rook c2.
Black may try to bring the bishop to c6. Maybe then it's better to keep the rook on d3 so that white doesn't have some ideas like knight d4.
Yes.
So let's say bishop d7.
Now your idea is to trade on f6 and g5, but lots of pawn exchanges.
We can also think about maybe rook c2 and to meet bishop c6 with rook d2.
Right.
But I
Do you
don't
think
know.
that gives winning chances?
I just don't see what to do if we play g5, bishop c6. Should we play rook c3?
Yeah. Well, what else? What else to play? So he's played d5, right?
He's played e5.
And black hasn't moved yet. There we are. You can see the position. In fact, look. Alexander Donchenko. As we said earlier, he replaced Daniel Dubov at Vacanze at the start of the year.
The good thing about the passed pawns is that, like bishop f3, even here, black cannot take on g5, yeah, because the king is not in the square.
Sure.
So maybe we'll see this on the board, yeah, e5. Daniel managed to pose some problems.
Okay, and he has an advantage in time as well. What about Nikita Vichugov? I see his name there. We haven't followed his game at all. Okay, so what's happening here? This is Kirill Shevchenko from Lviv.
No.
Not from Lviv.
One of not
One of
so
the
many
few
players.
Ukrainian GMs who's not from Lviv,
He's from Kiev.
from Kiev.
Yeah. Nikita sacrificed an exchange, but he also have a pawn. So if f takes e3, then maybe just g6,
Just G6, yeah.
keeping this construction. White has some problems where to develop the knight from b1. Queen e3 is maybe
Maybe Queen takes instead.
maybe queen takes and prepare knight d2. But I like Nikita's position.
What do you think you might play as black there? Something like rook d8, maybe just
Rook d8 to stop knight d2. I thought about something like bishop g6
to bring the
and,
queen
to
in,
bring
yes.
the queen to g4. Maybe even f6. Maybe not now. Yeah, f6. Just knight d2. I just want to keep this rook because if you put like rook d8, then after knight a3 and when white brings the rook to d1, black
Yeah.
will have to think what to do with
still
this.
bishop g6, yeah.
Yes.
By the way, we have a result which is Fabiano drew his game, Anna, so no surprises really. We've been saying that looked like a draw for some time. So top seed here, Fabiano Caruana has drawn his game.
Maybe let's go back to Nayer's game. Or Jubava. Jubava, did he
Oh
survive?
yes, let's have a look. Bardo Jubava, okay.
He hasn't castled yet.
Of course not.
Of course not.
He can't castle.
He can't castle, this wasn't allowed. Yeah, just to remind our viewers that this was the position we saw. This was the time and yeah, the position when we saw Badur's game last time, and he was far from castling. And he did play bishop b5, one of the most we considered.
Okay,
c6, check, and bishop d3.
All right.
He's trying to bring his queen out and to castle, but no. Knight d3 and queen h4. g3 was forced. Queen h3, well, castling. I mean, it's like this is not enough. We also need the queen to prevent castle.
This was the Halloween bishop, I think I called it, on b6.
Queen
So what happened here?
So queen
Queen
e2,
e2?
bishop g4, queen f1, queen h5. Now long castle is not possible at all.
Ah, you see how strong
Knight
that bishop
a4.
is. Knight a4.
Castle takes, and queen f2. He's trying.
He is trying.
He's really trying. He's just one more from castling. Will he make it?
Well, bishop h3 is obviously a candidate move, let's see. But then queen e2, I guess.
And then let's say queen d5. Maybe we can put another voting. Not only voting on the results, but voting if Batur Jubava will manage to castle in this game or not. I think his chances to castle are not very high, but but still it's kind of a funny question.
Queen f2 just played, and he's caught up some time. I mean, he was a long way down the clock. He's still behind, but only by about 10 minutes.
Okay, let's check some moves. So
Bishop
h3, the most
Okay.
suggested, very logical one to stop a short castle. If
Queen e2. I like your queen d5. Must have got
you
queen
can play
e4
queen
maybe.
e4,
Correct.
yeah.
Yeah.
If I play queen d5, you play queen e4.
Can you take? No, you can't sacrifice your queen. No.
So, but there are also many other moves. Queen b5, let's say.
Sure, queen g6.
Queen g6. I want to keep the idea with queen b3.
I suppose Bader will put his king on f2 and, connect his rooks.
If he makes something like king f2, rook e1, and king g1, can we consider that he castled or not?
I don't think that's artificial castling. It's
And there is a poll going on right now
Sure.
on Twitch.
on
So
Twitch. Will
you
Jabava castle or not? It has to be legal castling, I think, and like a one-move castles. We can't have
yeah,
any
this one is not
castling
counted as
in 3
castle.
moves. Cast your votes on Twitch. I think there's now there is a poll going on, Anna. Yeah. So will the amazing Bardur castle or not? And mind you, he's threatening to castle, isn't he? So if Niels doesn't play bishop h3, he may simply castle next move. Good. And the man with the amazing haircut, well, not haircut, but hair color. Bardur Jobava from Georgia.
Vladimir Fedoseev ended his game
Oh, yes.
with Gukesh, so it's another draw for today.
This was a draw by repetition. King e8, rook e7, king f8, rook d7. So young Gukesh, good result.
I think you can consider it as a good result. Also, Setroman and Gelfand, another draw. Predke Ponomarov, draw.
Lots of famous, legendary players here.
Yeah, you have Alexei Dvorev.
Yeah. Boris Gelfand we just saw.
Boris Gelfand. Okay, let's check what Daniil played. Bishop d2 played by Alexander Donchenko. Bishop d7, sorry. So
I was going to mention also Kirill Georgiev is playing, I believe.
Kirill,
Another very
yeah.
strong player, of course, of the slightly older bunch.
And the oldest player is Ivan
Morovic, I
from
believe, from
Addis,
Chile.
so
Yeah. Not too much happening here, is there? So what happened after
Bishop d7 has been
Nothing's
played,
happened
and,
yet. Okay.
Maybe let's check this game. Vladimir Onyshchuk versus Kirill Alekseenko. Vladimir is an exchange down. I wanted to say pawn up, but he's actually exchange down. Though after knight f6 he can take the rook. But after bishop c5, queen c5, I think black's compensation is very decent, yeah.
Volodymyr, he's one of the younger players here, is he? I don't know him.
He's the player from Ukraine. And he's not from Lviv, but
He's
very
not
close.
from Lviv.
Very close.
Just outside.
Yes. He's 1 year younger than me, I believe.
Oh, okay.
A very strong rapid player.
I don't know him at all.
He's.
He looks young in the photo.
He looks young.
That's why I wondered if he was a young player.
No, he must be 30. So okay, we can still consider young, but when we have many 20 years old participants, let's say, then these ones are really young, and people who are over like 25 then.
Sorry, Anna, to interrupt. Yeah, we're hearing that Alexandra may now be standing with a clear advantage in her game. It's gone a bit crazy.
Let's come back to her game.
Because this was against Hans Niemann.
So here we have Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Wow, goodness me, what's happened here? Look at that.
I think black wanted to take some risks. Yeah.
Maybe because she was a bit short of time as well.
Yeah, Alexandra is down to 1 minute, but after she played e5, now she'll get additional 50 minutes, so she's not in the time trouble anymore. And this king on d6 is...
Goodness me. Well, Peter showed us a day or two ago about kings coming out when it was strong, but here I think we can agree that that king would be better off tucked away somewhere. What does black play? He's a piece up.
Okay, taking on e5 is not the move we should consider, maybe. So I am.
Well, why not? Because of queen e7.
I just don't want to open additional files, and I think that the option like king c5 is safer, or king e6. But yeah, how they got there? So this we saw.
Okay, this we saw.
Bishop h7.
Okay, right. Okay.
King e7.
Fine. Well,
fine.
Fine, I mean,
It wasn't set with a great confidence. Knight e5, bishop a2.
wow,
Wow.
that certainly looks risky. Very risky.
Queen b7, and now this is the position on the board. Okay, we may check what happens after king e5, but I don't believe king e5 is the move to play.
Just
How
on
to continue?
instincts, no? You just feel that that can't be the right move.
I mean, it just looks strange. I don't see where to put this king after this check.
Yes,
If
because you
bishop
have
e6, then rook g5.
rook g5 check coming as well.
So okay,
Okay, so let's
we skip this, and we have two moves left: king e6 and king to c5. So after king e6, maybe bishop f5. What do you think?
bishop f5 check.
With the same ideas.
Yeah.
Also, queen.
Is it actually mate though? If I take that bishop and then take on e5?
Yeah. Also, I just thought that maybe queen c6 is also possible.
Queen c6, king takes.
King. Now you want to take. Yeah. You feel that in this
I want
position
to
it's
take.
much safer.
Yeah. Take it. Well, I have no idea, of course, but why not?
Yeah. Maybe there is just a first win. So.
And what about if black starts with king c5, Anna?
Yeah. King c5.
Just sort of heading over that side.
Now queen
So
c7.
let's not forget that black threatens checkmate in 1 with queen e1, so he can afford to, for example, leave his rook on d8 and let that be taken. So what would happen here?
I think king c5 will be played, and no, where is this king going?
I think, Anna, we're going to keep the camera on this game, and we're going to go for another little break. All right, and then we'll be right back in a couple of minutes to follow up on this game for sure, and then all the others as well. And so we look forward to seeing you very soon. So don't go away. I'm back in a few minutes.
learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, Chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
And welcome back. Myself, Stuart, and here with me, Anna. And we're back from Riga, Latvia for the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. Anna, it's round 4. We've had some draws at the top in the open section. And a crazy game here, the last one we looked at between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Hans Niemann. And what's happened?
So this is the position we had before the break, and I think King c5 has been played. So this is the position on the board in this game, and let's try to understand.
This is move 40, right?
Yeah, this is move 40, so Alexandra got additional 50 minutes, and also Hans Niemann. After getting 50 minutes, he will have 1 hour and almost a half, yeah.
Then we see the time control there for the open section. So we've seen some games here going on past the well past the 7-hour mark, in fact, haven't we? So there's
okay, we know David Howell can play even 8 hours, so 7 hours is nothing. He did it in the last 2 games. The game he played in the second round lasted for 8.5 hours, and yesterday he had a very short game which lasted only 8 hours.
Really, only 8? Oh.
Only 8. Yeah, he was very happy about that. It was just like, a relaxing game, 8 hours.
So, I suppose White could just take on f7 at some point, or not? Queen takes f7.
Maybe at least try to take on a7, then on
first.
f7.
Oh, that's right. I see. Yeah.
Just getting one more pawn. Now it's already the question where to move the king. Okay, let's try to make it by elimination. King d5 or king c4 doesn't work because of queen f7.
We'll check. All right. King b4?
King b5 is also wrong because of bishop d3. So king b4 or king c6? King c6 doesn't look safe. King b4 looks safer.
King b4. Let's do king b4. And
now, of course, many possibilities, like queen b6,
I mean, is it
queen
possible
e7.
just to take this bishop or not?
You're still concerned, yeah? Like, if it's possible to take this bishop, yeah, it's possible.
I mean, at some point, you can give some checks, but at some point we take the bishop.
But black's d4 pawn is strong, yeah? So maybe just queen e1, queen f1. Then even go into the endgame.
Or maybe, I don't know, queen takes e5.
I prefer to trade the queens.
Trade queens, yeah.
Yeah, with the king on b4, it looks safer when the queens are off.
Still, 2 pawns down. Why isn't White just winning 2 pawns up? If Black were to trade queens?
I'm not so sure it's easily winning. Even here after d3.
Because king c4 maybe. I can take that. Oh, I see. And then you just...
Yeah,
okay,
but then I take
understand.
here, then there is a problem here.
I see.
Also, wrong bishop.
Yeah. The wrong bishop, that's right. So, all right, maybe we'll leave this game for a little bit and come back to it. And check on the top open games. Anna, do you want to have a quick look?
So, let's take a look at this game. We have seen black taken on h4.
Right.
Taking the pawn on h4, which looked very dangerous. But
this is Yevgeny Najer against Ivan Saric.
And it's board 3. Yeah. So rook g1 and then bishop f6 and rook h1 now. Bishop g7. Now white is doubling the rooks. queen b5. And again, many moves have been played, and this is the position we have on the board right now.
This is where they are now. Well, oh no, this is what they have now. The queens have come off.
Queens are off. Also, white somehow managed to get the pawn back. I think there was a pawn sacrifice played after e4 and the pawn was taken. Very unbalanced position.
White to play, and well, it doesn't look too bad for black at all now. Before I was, well, I think we were both afraid. Yeah, certainly. Now it's the nice bishop on g7, of course, very nice bishop. Nice long diagonal there, and knight on f8 doing a good job.
I would prefer to play with black here.
You prefer black?
Prefer black.
There we see the players there. That's Yevgeny with his head in his hands.
So if white takes on b5, black takes on e4. If white does something like knight g3, I think this is wrong, because
Looks at
then
odd square.
just rook c2 and the rook comes to b2.
He's played a move.
Maybe bishop b4
or bishop a5 or something.
Bishop a5, something like that.
There we are, close up
Bishop
of
a5.
Yevgeny. Bishop
Think
a5,
bishop a5.
which
Yeah,
attacks the
bishop
black rook on c7.
So rook e7.
Right, and then maybe knight
Knight
d2,
d2.
and so white's prevented this idea of rook c2 after knight takes d3, the double black rooks. And you think black stands better, Anna, or?
I wouldn't say better, but I think it's easier to make moves with black pieces. Still, after knight d2, nothing is threatening, yeah? Black has the control. And attacking the e4.
Sure, there's no threats. No, white's... I don't think white's threatening anything.
But how to proceed is another question. Is it good to push h6 and free the knight?
All right.
Maybe even sometimes, like knight h7, knight g5.
h6. Could be.
Feels a bit wrong. But
You're not worried about an exchange sacrifice, no? Not really.
sometimes I am.
There we see Ivan Saric from Croatia. Have you played chess in Croatia? Many times, probably.
Yeah, a couple of times I did.
Yeah.
Maybe let's check some games in the women's section. I
Yes.
think they are approaching the time
All right, we
trouble.
could start with Nana maybe at the top.
Yes, here we are. This is the game of Nana. It's move number 36. White is down to 3 minutes. Black is down to 2 minutes.
This is Elizabeth Petz, German #1. Already for a long time. She's been Germany's top woman player. And, well, kind of level, Anna, no? What do you think?
I think white is pressing a bit because of the weakness on e5. And the king is safer.
True. White's king is a little bit safer, yeah.
So I definitely prefer white here. It's just the question if white will manage to win or not. We see Elizabeth Petz on the screen.
Yeah.
But it's black's turn, so...
All right.
Maybe it's fine to bring the queen closer to the king. It always feels safer when the queen and the king is next to each other in such kind of positions.
How about Valentina Gunina? How's she doing?
How is she doing? So she sacrificed the pawn, and she's still a pawn down. She's a pawn and an exchange down.
This was the... did this start as a Caro-Kann, this game, with d3 on move 3? Is that right?
Yes, yeah, it was Caro-Kann, and then when she sacrificed on e5 and then played f5, so that's what we discussed the last time we saw this game.
So, yes, white is the exchange up.
exchanging the pawn up.
And a pawn up.
So I think black may lose this game.
Yes.
Also after h3, I think she has to go to h2. I don't see any other square for the knight.
Yeah. Well, knight h2 does threaten knight f3 at least.
Yeah, but somehow I don't believe. This can be good for black.
She's played rook d2, I think. Anna, rook d1 to d2, protecting the h-pawn.
And threatening h3.
Definitely threatening h3. And that just will win a piece, won't it? Pretty much.
Yeah, that's also possible.
Difficult moments here for Valentina. She's played h5, I think, which gives her knight an escape square on h6, pawn h5.
She's trying to bring the knight to f5 after that. But okay, it's a huge material advantage, so will be difficult for Valentina to save this one. Okay, how is Harika doing? We saw this game.
Oh yes, that's right.
She sacrificed the pawn, and now this is the actual position. She's not doing that bad. It's white to move. Black is threatening to take the pawn on e7.
There we see the players.
If king to e2, then maybe rook g3 and then rook back to d3.
Okay.
You may even see the repetition of this kind. Yeah, just
Well,
repeating the moves.
that is certainly one way the game could finish, yes, because the e7 pawn is about to drop.
And Lela managed to save this. Remember, her position didn't look so safe after rook g1.
All right.
But she played...
She got to a draw.
Yeah, she played queen
She
d3.
took on d3.
And now rook g3. Still, rook h3 is not a threat.
It's
we
not a
saw
threat.
the similar idea, but it's not a threat. And knight c5. Was it necessary to go into all these complications after knight c5? Just a second. Maybe even bishop f2. Queen d5, another possibility.
Well, let's maybe just have a quick look. Knight c5 happened.
Queen
all
takes
kind of
yeah, because she gave a bishop here, and after knight d7 there was this defensive motive with queen to g7.
Okay. Very quickly.
E takes f5, f6. Takes. White won another pawn. I mean, just a pawn up, but the rook is very passive on g1. So, here is where she found the perpetual check on
Okay.
queen e4.
Sorry to interrupt, Anna. That game finished to draw, Shanshaya against Lela, and now we're going over for Jorden van Foreest and Pete Doggers. Over to you.
Yeah, we have Jorden in the studio. We actually put my compatriot in front of the television instead of myself because, in my opinion, he won a very nice game today. He just beat Surya Ganguly. Jordan's first win, he had 2 draws and a loss before, so now back to 50%. And of course, Wijk en Zee winner this year. First, tell us quickly, how did the rest of your year go after your amazing victory in Wijk?
I didn't play too many events, I would say. So the events I played were a bit up and down. I played the first tournament after Wijk. I played extremely poorly, but after that, in the other few events, I kind of gained back some rating points, so that's good. And
you won a tournament?
I won, yeah. I won actually my last tournament in Sweden, so I came here.
Sigeman.
Yeah, I came here happily, but it's a very tough field, and the start wasn't good, so it feels very good to at least win a game here. I also played in the 2019 edition, and I made 11 draws there, so it's my first win in the Grand Swiss ever, so it's very nice.
Awesome, yeah. And I think the first interesting moment is this pawn sacrifice c4, c5 here. I'm almost convinced it's in your notes.
Yeah, I was looking at all kind of stupid moves to play which don't lose, and this was one of them, and it looked interesting to try for a game. White wasn't losing, so I thought might as well try it. It looks kind of dangerous. And my opponent has a lot of things to think about. Let's say he has a lot of moves, so
you can actually execute it by clicking on the arrow or making the move.
Yes.
Just whatever you want. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so black can take with the pawn or with the bishop. He can also not capture the pawn. So everything is possible, and that's what I was hoping, that he spends a lot of time here trying to figure out the details, and we get an interesting position, which kind of what happened. Well, the
And
point
just show us the main moments of the game, I would say.
yes, so I would say like we get to this position here. I'm down a pawn, but I have a lot of compensation. And I think he played a bit too slowly here with rook a to c8. I think he should try to drop the queen back to e7 to bring the knight out to f6 and prepare for maybe c5 eventually. Rook a c8 anyway doesn't help, because after I go in a couple of moves I'll go c5, and his rook is kind of stupid on c8. So I was very happy here.
And the pawn on b6 is pinned, so very unpleasant.
It looks a bit like some kind of semi-Slav position with this pawn on c5 and this bishop on b7 is just a really bad piece. So I have full compensation here for the pawn, and I have a lot of attacking potential. So I was quite happy around here, I would say. And I think he made at least, I didn't check yet, but 1 second. Yes, I think here he made a big mistake by playing rook c7.
By the way, before you move on, actually, I think for amateurs, this h4 move is actually very difficult to find. What is the point behind h4 there?
Well, I thought maybe at some point he wants to play g6, and then I can meet it with h5.
It's a prophylactical attacking move.
Yeah, and it's usually good for my position. I wasn't really sure which move to make, so I thought this is in general gonna be advantageous to my position. So I thought it's good. But I still didn't think I was like winning here if he would just play bishop e7, like to put the knight on f8, and that's very solid, as everyone knows. Knight on f8 is very good defender of the king.
There's no mate.
Yeah, and I didn't see the mate, but I thought my pieces are much better, so I should in general still be just better by playing normal moves. But then here he kind of suicided with f5 because it's just weakening his position a lot. And then I think final moment, let's say, one moment.
Yeah, I think you got to sacrifice an exchange at some point.
Yeah. Here I was thinking for like 25 minutes because I couldn't find the win. Everything looked so good. I'm not sure if what I did was the best, but it certainly was very pretty to just give this rook, and then I'm mating on h7. I guess it's somehow winning. I thought maybe he should try to go with g6, but it should be losing anyway. So the position is practically too hard to play for black.
And can you show the remaining moves?
Yes. So I infiltrated with my queen.
Oops. Yeah.
Knight e5. I guess there are other winning moves too, but this looked good. He took the knight because otherwise he probably gets mated somehow. And now this rook is coming to f3. The king is just completely mated. Like, he took this pawn, but it's not gonna help him. Like, rook d3 was the nice final move. So his king can never run because I have like queen h8, king e7, rook takes d7 always. So he decided to resign.
Well, great game. Thanks a lot for taking the time to showing us, and good luck in the remainder of the tournament.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Back to Stuart.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter and Jorden, for that great game, and very instructive. I like that c5 move in the opening, Anna.
Yeah,
c4, c5.
So I'm not sure we could ask, Jorden, is a novelty or not? C5?
Opening novelty, perhaps.
Yeah, I think d4 is
very
the usual way to proceed, and quite many games have been played with d4, but it's the first time I see c5. So congratulations to Jorden on his victory and a wonderful novelty. Also,
did you see that, Anna? Sorry to interrupt. There was somebody walked past with a FIDE Kahlo bag. Did you see that? Someone just walked past. I don't know who that was. So just throw that in there. Nana Dagnice drew her game.
Yes, already.
Against Elizabeth Petz. We thought Elizabeth had chances, no? We thought she could.
I think she
put a bit
could
of pressure
play
on.
longer. Yeah, White is in no risk, but I think Elizabeth. Okay, Elizabeth just preferred to trade the queen's in degree for a draw. A little bit strange decision, but okay, maybe Elizabeth is satisfied with the draw in this game. I think her position was very promising in the middle game. Then she lost some advantage, and maybe then she just preferred. So, okay, a draw, and let's prepare for the next game.
Also a good result, of course. Okay, we'll have a jump around the games again. Any other game, the women's section, you'd like to catch up on?
The game of Valentina I have checked. The players have passed the time control, so move 40 has been played. Now the players will get additional 30 minutes.
The Black Knight that we see on f5 has come back from g4 to h6 and out to f5 as we expected.
This is kind of an improvement. Just the question is like, is it a big improvement for black? Because the position, I feel like it still remains like a very difficult position for black. Still difficult to hold.
I mean, black is a clear exchange down and a pawn. Okay, the last move, bishop b6 attacks the white rook on g1. But there shouldn't really be any reason for white not to win this game if she plays correctly. But we'll keep an eye on it. How's your sister doing, by the way, Anna? We haven't really looked at her game, have we?
Yeah, okay, this is Haruka's game, and now moves.
How's Maria doing?
We will definitely check how Maria is doing, but we are ready with another interview with Jonas Bulbiera. So first we'll check this one, and then we'll come back to the games.
Thank you, Anna. Jonas, thank you very much for joining us. Let's dive straight into the game. You won a very important game against over 100 points higher rated player. So take us to the key moments.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was a really nice game. I think he's probably the highest rated player I've ever won against. And yeah, he surprised me a bit in the opening.
Why?
I didn't expect him to play the classical Sicilian.
So how did you adapt to that? Were you felt uncomfortable with that surprise, or how do you react to a surprise like that?
Yeah, a bit. I used some extra time to try to remember my lines.
So you went through all your lines, you remembered, you checked, you got your confidence, and then you pushed forward. What happened then?
Yeah, then at some point I think he made a mistake in the opening. He played h5 at some point. He allowed me to play f takes e6. I don't remember exactly, but I think it's not the most precise move. And then I got some pressure with...
given, as you said, this is the highest rated player you've ever beaten, were you feeling a bit nervous at that moment when you felt you had the advantage and you had the chance? Because it happens.
A bit maybe, but I try not to think too much about that.
So you would say you're very good in controlling your nerves?
I don't know. I try to be, at least.
Oh, very good. And let me just ask you, for the rest of the tournament, what does this mean for you? Does this give you an extra energy for the remainder of the tournament? What are your ambitions there?
Yeah, hopefully it does. I hope I can keep up my good play from today.
Well, very good. Very good. I hope you enjoy today and carry on. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much.
Milan, thank you very much. And that was an interview there with Jonas Biera, who I think, Anna, we didn't see his game, but I think he beat Adiban. Is that correct?
Yes, right. He played with white pieces and he managed to beat Adiban. So not a good day for the Indians. Yeah, we have seen that Jorden van Foreest just showing his game against Ganguly.
Against Surya Ganguly, that's right.
And now I see Johan beating Adiban.
Okay, well, congratulations to Jonas, and the highest rated player he's ever beaten. I think we learned from that interview.
Yes.
So, well done. Well done. Okay, so now, Maria Muzychuk, let's have a look at your sister's game.
Let's go look at my sister's game, and something very complicated is going on. Both pawns, I mean, all the pawns are so far advanced. G2. I really liked what Yulia played here, rook f8 move, cutting the king.
Yes.
And after b7, G2. So now,
what happens now?
Rook a1?
Rook a1, or maybe h8 equals knight check, I don't know.
If you play a rook a1,
no
maybe a rook f1, or of course black can also take on h7. But rook f1 is more interesting to check, as a g1 comes with a check.
So then we get a queen endgame, right? Or not?
Maybe I should take, black takes, and well then, maybe this.
Protecting the c3 pawn, at least.
So, yeah, black will start with the check, yeah. And then, I don't know, e3 or Or queen d2 or some perpetual
Some
here.
kind of, certainly black has the option of just forcing a draw here. Yeah, that's right.
So Marie is about to make her fourth draw in a row in this tournament.
There we see on our screens Maria, her opponent's absent from the board. And Maria thinking what to do. They've obviously reached the time control. Anna?
Yes, time control in the women's section is 1.5 hours for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and then 30 seconds increment starting from move 1. So after a G2, the players should get additional 30 minutes.
So, yeah, well, rook a1. I mean, black threatens to queen with check. So there's really only rook, or as I said it, I mean, h8 equals knight check is probably
okay, this is
not
fancy.
the best
Let's
move, but it's legal, you know. The idea is if rook takes, then king f2. That was the idea.
Yeah, this.
Getting across the barrier, the f line barrier.
But still, after rook b8, and then the king comes all the way to c6
Absolutely,
to take
I
on d7,
understand, yeah.
also should be a draw. Okay, it's like all the lines are leading to the draw. How about Alexandra Kosteniuk?
Does Yulia Osmak live in Lviv?
No, she's from Kyiv.
Ah, you see.
So some players.
Look at this position. Wow. Alexandra Kosteniuk with white against Bibisara, the young Kazakh girl, Bibisara Aswabayeva. And what is going on here? White to play.
White is a pawn up, the position is still very sharp. If white does something like rook g7, then the check from a1 come, and after king h2, the queen returns to e5, and this is a bit unpleasant.
Oh no, there's queen g1 mate.
Oh, okay, this is too deep for me.
Queen g1 mate. So, I mean, right, yeah. So the rook should stay on the d file, do you think?
Maybe, can we play knight g5?
Knight g5. Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Is bishop takes d7 possible or not?
This is like the only move, because rook h7, here I see the checkmate. What
right.
is right?
Actually, I didn't see that one.
I didn't see that one, okay, 1-1.
I saw the fork on f7.
Oh, good. I also saw the Darius check on e5. Yeah, the problem is that the queen is under that check.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, now after knight f7, just king g7, and it's good for black. So what to play? Just retreat the rook to d2. Maybe knight f4. I see it's threatening a checkmate.
Yes. Thank you for pointing that out.
No, it's the reminder to me not to.
Knight f4. Okay. Yeah, you could do that. And well, who knows? Something like
rook g8.
Yeah, rook g8 or check on a1 and then bring back the queen. I don't know.
Okay, check. I wanted to play this.
Yeah.
And
you've sort of won a tempo, haven't you? And then back somewhere.
Okay, to f6, then there is e5. So, and to g7, it's all like the king is...
maybe you're right, rook g8 was better, maybe.
The queen on e5 is well placed, so maybe just rook g8. Keeping the d7 rook under the attack.
Right.
And kind of asking, well, where is the checkmate?
Asking the question.
It's a pity we can't keep the rook on the 7th rank because of this nasty check on a1. I think Alexandra played something. Yeah, she definitely played something.
Yeah, we see her writing a move down there.
She played rook d2.
Rook d2. Bishop attacked. Sure, why not? Rook d2.
Now I see two options. Maybe bishop g3, or maybe now your idea was checking and coming back to e5.
Yeah.
Let's try to see. Check and come to e5.
And go back again. Basically, black is happy with the draw here. You saying?
If bishop g3.
Yeah, sure, also possible.
Knight d8.
Knight d8, yes. With a couple of threats.
I prefer a check. But after the check, the same idea.
Still knight d8.
Still knight d8, yeah. Just this and knight d8.
Is bishop...
Though here, black can take on e4. Sorry, this bishop is here.
There's a glimpse of part of the playing area, and then we can see Alexandra there looking this way, facing us anyway. And as we say, she's playing the young Kazakh girl, Bibisara Aswabayeva. Yeah, we said, Anna, that there's several young, strong Kazakh girls, women are coming through.
True.
With good results. There we see her.
Okay, maybe some other games, for example, this one between Arina Skandar and Polina Shovalova. Another endgame, opposite colored bishops, white is a pawn up, but the pawn on a5 is under the attack, so we may expect some rook c5. But then maybe, I thought about king f6, but after king f6 the king will be always staying under the rook c6 check.
Anna, we're going to, sorry to interrupt, we're going to have a little break again, and apparently Alexei Shirov, of course from Riga, apparently he has played or is playing a really nice game, so maybe we'll come back and look at that. But first, a little break, so Anna and I will see you all in a couple of minutes. Thanks.
The World Championship, it's far more intense because you can't really afford to make a mistake or let your guard down. The pressure and the stress of the match is the most difficult part. Everything is challenging. It's non-stop chess, that you go from thinking about the game to playing the game to thinking about the next game. It's definitely going to be an enormously difficult match for both of them.
The new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
Yes, and welcome back, everyone, from myself, Stuart Conquest, and Anna Muzychuk, here live from Riga, Latvia, at the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss, day 4, round 4. Playing, of course, here, well, of course, they're playing for 2 candidate spots in the open event and 1 candidate spot in the ladies event. Now, Anna, we had a poll, didn't we, a little while ago? Tell us about that.
Yes, we announced that there was a very interesting game played by Shiro, but before we go there, there was a poll and we asked our viewers what do they think, if Badur Jobava will manage to castle in this game or not. And here we have the result. Badur didn't manage to castle.
Well, let's see the game.
Yeah, let's see the game. So bishop h3 is the move we predicted, and it stops castling. So this bishop stops castling short, and this queen stops long castle. Bishop c3 was played. Queen d5. Rook g1.
He could have castled there, huh?
No, he had an opportunity to castle, but the problem was that this pawn was him.
Sure.
So he decided to play rook g1, knight f5. Now there are some check threats on e8. He played g4, and after rook e8, he was forced to move the king.
You cannot castle if you're in check, Anna.
Yes,
just
it's not
remind our
allowed.
viewers.
And as king
castle out
d2
of
was
check.
played, we can already say that those who voted for the result that Badur Jobava
Well done if you voted.
Yeah,
I
well
don't know if there was
done
a
to
prize or not, but
additional channel points, that's very important. They will have more points to vote for the next during the next vote. So yeah, well done. And now we are back to.
Well, how did the game finish, Anna? The game. There was a result to that game. The game is over, isn't it?
So rook d8, rook e1.
Just quickly
the
take us
pawn
through
is
it.
under the attack, but there is no way to protect it. No good way. Rook e1, queen d3, king c1. So it was kind of castling, but artificial
Yeah, well,
castling.
if you saw the position with the king on c1, you'd say, he castled. But no, he didn't.
Rook e1, bishop g4, taking another pawn. Queen to b6,
h5. We like that move, h5.
Yeah, it secures the bishop on g4, also making a lift for the king. So queen f2 back, rook a8, a3, queen c4, knight d4. Now rook comes from another
It's just
side.
a difficult position for white, isn't it?
Takes. Yeah, the king is still in danger. The king was never safe in this game. Maybe only in the starting position, but because after like 9 moves, it was already clear that king is in danger.
Or rook d3.
Rook d3. And
Oh, look at that.
This
An
is where the game
exchange
ends.
sacrifice.
After a b takes e3, Badur resigned, but I think that's quite reasonable because after
of
queen
bishop
c4,
g4.
yeah, if king d1, bishop g4.
That's hopeless.
And this is.
And then checkmate. Rook d1,
Checkmate.
queen takes d1 is checkmate. Good. Well, a nice crisp win from Niels Grandelius there, from Sweden, against Georgia's Badur Jobava. So didn't work out for Badur today, did it? Something went wrong, a bit fishy, let's say, with his opening. This f4 move, and then something soon after that.
He played over ambitious, and yeah, somewhere here already after d5, I didn't like his position. Okay, back to.
We have some results, Anna. Let's just look at the results there. Obviously, various games still going ahead in the top 10 boards, but those are the results we have in the top games. Just that one very clear victory for Maxime Vacher-Legrave. Great game from him to keep in touch with the leaders. And Anna, those are the women's results so far.
The top board where Elizabeth Pets faced Nana Zagniza ended in a draw. We also see another 3 draws in the games between Natalia Pagonin and Nina Batsiashvili, the game between Jansi Abdumalik and Lela Javishvili. And Anna Sargsyan made a draw against Indian player Vantika.
And 2 black victories there for Alina against Padmini, and also for Jolanta from Poland, who won against Argentina's Karina Luchan. So 2 black victories there on the scoreboard, on the top 10 boards. And other games still in progress. That's the playing hall there, playing room. Plenty of games still going on. Now, what about Alexei Shirov? And I have a quick look at his game. We haven't been able to see it at all, but this is the current position. And what do you think is happening? He's playing local grandmaster Artur's Nixons, who had that amazing game with David Hull. Remember?
Yes.
Of course. Which finally finished a draw after 8 hours or something like that. Or more.
Even more, I think I didn't have. G4 was the last move made by Alexei, and it looks like he has quite a back advantage. The pawn on c7 may be taken, but white has 2 pieces versus the rook, so this should be enough to win.
So we think Alexei, well, definitely a clear advantage. 2 minor pieces for the rook. Black will have to take on c7.
Sooner or later.
Sooner or later.
White is preparing something like king g2
Sure.
and then knight g3 or knight e3 attacking.
There we see in the top of the screen there, so Artur's has just taken on c7, I believe. Right. So Alexei, yeah, he still represents Spain, doesn't he, Anna, as far as I know, but living here in Latvia. He is, of course, Latvian.
I see that Alexandra Goryachkina finished her game. Let us check how she did.
Oh, that's
And
interesting.
The game ended in a draw. Very
Really?
interesting
Oh,
game.
that's, wow. How
So
did they...
we saw this, and after
Yes.
king c5, queen a7 was played, king b4 as we expected, queen e7, king a4, and now she decided just to go
just
for
to
the
repeat moves.
repetition. So if she
We
took
thought
on f7,
she was afraid of something, clearly.
or maybe she thought there is some easy draw. Maybe queen e1 and d3. The idea I suggested with the king on b4, but of course it's better to have the king on b4, not the king on a4 if we do that.
So just show us, Anna. So queen check.
So queen check, and
But
and
did
I
she?
proposed this with the king on b4.
But she had nothing to lose here, did she? I mean, if this was, I mean, you wouldn't be afraid of this, as right? I mean, you'd play it out. Would you not? Yes? No? I would.
Maybe there is something else
And,
besides queen e1. Maybe she was afraid.
I mean,
of
was she afraid of? Is this something that would actually, you know, scary for white here? Is there a reason not to play a few more moves?
What could black do? Maybe d3 right now, but it looks.
Okay, but then there's new things like rook
Yeah, there are
g4
some
check.
rook g4 checks.
Um,
So just.
and is bishop d4 check possible if rook g4?
Yeah, they check back.
Probably is. Quite surprised though that this game finished the way it has done.
We can't take the rook, yeah, like queen a7, then queen b6, and queen d8 is not possible because queen e1 is coming. So maybe she was actually afraid of d3, not of this queen e1 and followed by d3.
I don't know. Well, we'd have to ask her, or
We have to ask someone.
have a closer look anyway. But well, okay, a little bit disappointing because we felt there was still play there, and not really that clear to us anyway. But the game is finished in a draw. So Alexandra, she's doing fine.
I think she's on 50%.
Right.
Yeah?
Well,
Or more or less like this.
she's doing fine here. So all right.
Let's check the game between Daniil Dubov and Alexander Donchenko. There was this endgame.
Right.
Well,
Well,
there
now black's
was
a
an
pawn up.
endgame.
Goodness me, that's the last thing I expected.
Yeah, I expected that white would be pressing, but apparently not. G5 was played. Bishop c6, rook c3. This is
Actually,
what we checked.
we sort of predicted this. Rook d5 was played.
At d5 we didn't check, and now Daniil played king g3, takes, rook f5, takes.
It's gone a bit wrong, hasn't it?
Yeah, I don't see the way he can keep his pawn alive. He played knight d4, but now before taking on h6, black played bishop d7. I actually thought bishop d5.
Yes.
Maybe black didn't want to allow knight b5. So bishop
Okay.
d7, knight f3 was played, rook h6, and now white is fighting for the draw.
I think so.
So something went wrong here after rook d5.
Anyway, Anna, sorry to interrupt, but we do have an interview now. And so, Milan, over to you.
Thank you very much. We're joined by Niels Grandelius, who won a game against Jobava of Georgia. Congratulations. As we were walking down the hallway, you were shaking your head, and I saw just before the interview began, you were really, you're gazing at distance, thinking about the game, obviously. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, it's very difficult to say because it was incredibly messy, the whole game. And I'm just trying to, get some grip of what happened, but it's difficult to say.
On one hand, if you could divide it in two things, one from his perspective, what was very messy, and from your perspective, what was messy?
Yeah, like he played as he usually does, very creatively in the opening. He took some quite big risks. He was left with the king in the center. I sacrificed a few pawns for initiative, and I think we both had a feeling that it must be very, very promising for me. And I thought I was more or less going to win in 15 moves or 20 moves. But then he started to defend incredibly well, and he found a lot of very unnatural, creative moves for defense, especially this. He spent a few moves to grab my bishop on b6 with knight a4, which looked incredibly slow, but I think it's probably the only way to stay in the game at all. And it got very messy. We both got low on time. I think he actually managed to sort of get out. And then he was very, very close to a draw and blundered on the last seconds, basically, when it was already, most of the defensive work had already been done, I think.
So you would say you were also very lucky that the game developed the way it did, that he blundered?
Yeah, definitely. In some sense, it was deserved because I think I was very close to winning earlier. But the way I play and the way the game developed, I was definitely very lucky in the end to win.
Just get back to one thing. You mentioned that his king will obviously remain uncastled. And some time ago, we had this match where players, Kramnik was involved, I think Anand, where they couldn't castle. Are you generally in favor of these tournaments and events where chess rules are slightly bent to make chess more attractive?
Both yes and no. I don't mind playing them. I think it's great. But I also strongly feel that there is no real need in the sense that normal chess is also a very, very good game still.
Okay, and finally, just to ask you, now obviously the fourth round is gone, a significant portion of the tournament, we're almost near half. How do you feel psychologically? Are you fully in the tournament? Do you feel comfortable?
Yeah, sure. As comfortable as one can be during lockdown and in the bubble, but yeah, sure. Everything is so far been going quite smoothly, so definitely.
All right. Well, let's hope it continues that way. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Milan, thank you very much, and Niels for that interview. And Anna, have you ever played a tournament, for example, Chess 960, or that we just heard there of where the player's not allowed to castle, for example?
No, never.
Nothing like that?
No.
Would you like to? Are you sort of fan of those kind of events?
To be honest, I prefer classical chess, though I really wish to play in Germany, in Mainz, because I heard it's a nice place, so I thought about coming there, but it has been long ago when the tournament stopped.
This was the Fischer
organized.
Random or Chess 960, yeah.
So it was Chess 960, and so now there are not so many tournaments organized with Chess 960.
This one in Mainz was quite special, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I didn't go myself, but from what I read.
Okay, there was some organization of the tournament in the open field, yes, but for women, I don't think there were even some ideas to organize some Chess 960 tournaments.
Okay, so as we saw, Badro didn't castle. We had that poll, which I think quite a few people took part in. So we should try and do that other days as well, get some polls going.
Yeah, I think it's fun.
Why not?
And during the break, the game between Daniel Dubov and Alexander Donichenko finished in a draw after king e4. The draw was agreed. Was it too early? Or Or it's fine?
Yeah, we felt that maybe black had some chances, but actually, looking at it again now.
Maybe bishop e8 idea to bring the bishop to g6, just to come up with some ideas.
I suppose he was worse for or under pressure for so long that
that he thought, okay,
draw is
fine,
it's a nice result, and yeah, but still, he could have played a bit more. I think I'm sure Magnus would play that on for black, didn't you?
For 8 hours at least.
Okay, so that game ends in a draw. Good result for Alexander.
So maybe we can check the game between Andrei Sipenko and Zhou Yingqiao. What is this? Bishop b3 was the last move, taking the pawn. White was a piece
Look
up.
at those pawns. How often do you see a pawn chain from f7 to b3, Anna? 5 pawns there.
From
f7
time to time.
to b3. Well, from time to time, but not often. Come on. I don't believe you see that often.
Not very often.
No, okay.
It's not something that's very surprising. I think all these pawns, which we saw yesterday in one of the games, were
well, that's
when
true.
it was completely random.
Aryan Tari's game, that's right.
No, it's not Aryan's.
Do you mean that game?
I don't know, some game we saw in the very end. We just briefly checked it to see the last position. So bishop b3, of course, we are expecting.
Oh, apparently there's a tweet
game.
out. Thank you. Somebody's tweeting something, and I got tagged or something in a tweet. I'm not sure what the tweet was, but thank you very much. And hey, results. So a drawn game there. That's Harika, right? No, sorry. Is that right? Yeah.
Zhuzhiner? Yeah, it's Harika's game.
Against
and
Harika. It was a draw. Okay.
Another draw.
So, hey, look at this, Mike, Chess Mike. If Stu the Fox, that's me, goes into quarantine, well, I hope not, I'm ready to lower the level of the broadcast. Hey, Mike, he wants to stay. He wants to take my place if anything happens to me.
And he's ready.
And he's ready. He's actually here now. He's looking at me now. So, thank you, Mike. Appreciate your love and support.
You'll consider that, but at the moment you're not going for the quarantine.
I'll think of what to reply to him later on Twitter. Okay.
Okay.
So, well done. Right. So Anna, let's get serious here. We're commentating on very important chess events. So Lei Tingji versus Valentina. Now, is Valentina going to pull off save of the day? What about save of the day? That's a good poll. We should have saves of the day, don't you think? When people survive lost positions.
So maybe it's another poll. What do you think about that? Will Valentina Kudina manage to save this? But
well, she was. Well, she's actually 3 pawns down. Look, it doesn't look good, does it?
Yeah, maybe not the best poll. We will come up with a better idea. My sister is still playing.
She may save it. Your sister, you're right.
But we discussed this.
Is this the position we had?
We had
is
this
actually what happened?
And
Rook A1.
we thought about this line, like Rook F1.
This is what happens, right?
And I said that it's just a draw.
It looks like a perpetual check. If black wants it, well, what else could black do, in fact?
Nothing. So
we think this is a draw.
Okay, this is a draw.
But they haven't finished, right? They're still playing.
Yeah, this is
as far as we know. Oh, now this is a great
game.
game.
Was very
Let's look at this game.
H4. Are you surprised to see H4?
I'm never surprised to see H4 in any position. But the knight got to D8. I think we mentioned this. Knight D8.
After bishop G3, Rook D3 was played. Bishop F2. Now H4.
Oh, right. So white could have repeated moves but didn't.
Rook A8 and now
then Knight D8, threatening something nasty on F7 as well as a bishop on C6. And
H4, nice move. Now after Queen A1, White finally has an option to go to H2.
Oh, I see. That's why she played H4. That's very nice. Instructive as well.
Yeah,
creating a flight square on H3.
Also, sometimes she has Queen G5 ideas.
They're looking at the score sheets. Can you see there has something happened in that game? There's an arbiter, or 2 arbiters, looks like, either side. I don't know if the game is over or they're catching up on the moves or something. What do we think has happened? Looks like the game is over, Anna. Or not? Yes?
So maybe Sarah resigned?
I don't know.
Could be.
Looks like Anna looks quite happy. Alexandra, sorry. Alexandra looks quite happy. So
yes,
we wait for...
we have the result.
So what happened after in this position?
Nothing happened after knight d8.
Oh, black resigned. I like this h4 move, creating a flight square on h3 for the king. Very nice.
Okay, maybe back to the games in the open section. Here is the game we checked before checking.
I have to say also on that game, Alexandra, she's amazing at finding chances, seems to me anyway. Alexandra Kosteniuk, she's always looking for, winning chances and tricks and pushing to the maximum,
Yeah, I would agree.
And she's been rewarded with a point now. It's also nice that she's playing, even though she's got the candidate spot, but she's playing anyway.
Somebody commented. Let's take.
I know what you mean.
No. I don't mean it.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean
that. This is the game between Evgeny Nair and Ivan Saric played on board 3.
Great, this game is still going on. There's Ivan.
He's a pawn up. No, he's a
Is
pawn
he?
down.
He's a pawn down, I think. Yeah.
I meant he's a pawn down. And g5 is the last move.
This was the game where black played bishop takes pawn on h4. And then white played rook to g1. We expected rook h1, didn't we? Rook g1 in the middle game.
And what can we expect now? Maybe some idea like rook a7 and sacrifice on a2 and then bring another rook to c2.
Sure.
How crazy is that?
Yeah, well, even this late into the game, there can be a direct attack on the king. Without queens, a queenless middle game, Anna. Remember that?
Yeah, the new term I learned here.
Well, new for you, not for you. But queenless middle game. Maybe new in Lviv. When you get back to Lviv, you can.
No, we have something very similar. When the queens are off, but there are still many other pieces, we can say it's like, well, we can already say it's like an endgame, yeah, because the queens are off, but we can also say it like multiple pieces middle game.
All right.
So it's kind of a similar idea, but
queenless middle game, we sometimes say.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. All right. So this is for rook a7. Anna, how about that? Threatening maybe something like rook takes a2.
No, I understand.
Although there's a rook takes g7 check, isn't there? But no, that wouldn't matter maybe.
Well, a rook g7, but then you don't have the.
I mean, after you take on a2,
yeah,
maybe take.
No, it's just too slow.
It's a very sharp position. And we have an interview now. So Milan, over to you.
Thank you very much. We're joined by Alexandra Kosteniuk, a great chess champion and manager of chess content for chess.com. Thank you very much for being here. You've had a very interesting game against Sarah and you won. Could you just take us through the key moments?
Well, I'm the manager of Chesscom RU. So it was a
Chesscom
Russian
Chesscom Group. I'm sorry,
okay,
my mistake. I apologize.
Anyway, yeah. Well, this game was kind of complicated. I was very happy immediately after the opening. I don't think the e6 together with g6 work because she is kind of weakening too much. And I was very happy after queen f4. I was about to play queen h4, but then I decided to double my rooks and I missed knight e5 h6 completely. And then, well, still my position is a little bit pleasant, but then she tried to complicate, but I think it's double-edged because instead of complicating, she just weakened her position more. And I thought that I was having a big advantage again. But since time trouble was approaching, I went to this line when I am winning a pawn. But somehow I was not happy about my decision because I think that she has enough compensation for this pawn and she should have just exchanged the rooks when she had a chance.
Ultimately, you managed to prevail, but it seems to me, by listening to you, it almost sounds as if you were the weaker side. But no, of course, you were.
No, I was always pressing, but I thought that, I mean, at some point during the game, I evaluated my position as like with a tremendous advantage. But then a few moves later, it was unclear. So it's clear to me that I did something wrong because it felt, maybe I was overestimating the position, that's possible, but it felt to me like I should, you know, have a big advantage with no counterplay. Instead, I let her, I mean, I gave her a lot of counter
space to
chances.
play back.
Yes.
So, given that experience now, how confident do you feel for the rest of the tournament? I mean, you obviously won. You've done well.
It's always great to win. The result, what matters at the end. Of course, it's better to win with a good play.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you cannot complain at least if you win, because I've been through too many tournaments, you know, to understand that things can go either way, especially when facing such strong opponents every round. So I'm just taking it game by game, because you never know here.
So just let's step away from the game. Just a very a more relaxed question, I hope. I see you're wearing, again, a dress with sort of chess type squares, and the other day you were wearing a black and white dress, I think. So how important is that, you know, to have a proper dress code, and how much do you pay attention to that? Is that important? Do you feel better when you're dressed well for the game?
Like 100 or more?
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, of course, it's important for a woman to feel well. It gives some kind of self-confidence boost, and we always need that. And yeah.
Who do you think is the best dressed man? Who do you think is the best dressed man?
Oh, actually, I think they all dress pretty nicely nowadays.
All right. Well, fair enough. Well, thank you very much. Good luck.
Milan, thank you very much, and a nice diplomatic answer from Alexandra there about who is the best dressed man.
Yeah, it was not shown on the screen, but actually Alexandra wore a chess skirt. Maybe even you didn't see it, but I saw it was the skirt which was designed. I mean, the print was with squares.
Right, okay. I missed that.
Different color squares, yeah. So it was kind of reminding us about a chess print. And after g5, black played rook c3.
Rook c3. This is Yevgeny Nagier versus Ivan Saric on one of the top tables.
And actually, it's the only remaining game on the top tables. All the other games on up to the board 16 are already over.
Okay. Any other decisive results on the top boards apart from Maxim's? I know.
Ariantari beat Perhama Sudlu with black. So I think that's fantastic after yesterday's crazy game.
Sorry, he beat who? Ariantari beats?
Perhama Sudlu.
Okay, from Iran, yeah, Maksudlu. Okay, great result.
Must be wonderful for Ariantari, yeah.
Good. So here we're looking, we can see Yevgeny there. Nice close-up of him.
So maybe we can switch to women's section for a moment, because in the women's section, actually, there are many games still in progress on the top boards.
Lovely. All right. Well, we'll pop over to the ladies. And this is Valentina still going, but as we've seen before, 3 pawns down. So really very unlikely to be able to save this.
So this is the game between Polina Shavalova and Arina Sekundar. It seems like white is a bit better, but it's quite unlikely white will win this.
We see on camera, we see the Lei Tingji. And Valentina with her back to the camera. And that's right, in the diagram we see Paulina's game, and you think that's probably going to be a draw against. That'd be a good result for Irene Sukanda.
Yeah, draw with black pieces against higher rated
against
opponent.
Paulina, that's a good result. There we see Irene there at the lower part of the screen.
And behind we see Olga Badelka still playing her game. While this position is from the game between Dinara Sadvakasova and Alina Bivol, and I also expect a draw here.
Right.
Let me try to find Olga's game. Here it is. Olga is playing against
Ketevan from Scotland. Originally from Georgia, of course. And also here a draw, do you think?
Maybe not. Well, rook f3 stopping g4. Though maybe white can try to put the rook on a4 and
then play
push g4, g5.
On g5, right. Yes.
So I think this is not like a very easy draw.
Okay. So rook a4 with the idea of g4 and g5. Okay, so another
But
one that we
maybe-
should keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, maybe just king g8 if g4 is played and a2 and
And
trying
a2
to
and
trade
then,
this pawn
try
for this
to,
pawn.
correct.
Then it would be a draw.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, likely a draw here.
All right. So there's more of the top women's games going on
Yes.
than in the open, but that's the playing hall there, we can see. Good, we can have a quick break, Anna, and then we'll be back in a minute or two to follow up all the action. So we'll see you very soon. Thanks.
One of the first things to note about this position is that the white king on h1.
Once you've played a lot with Magnus, you understand that he never coasts. So if you make a slight inaccuracy, sometimes that can snowball into turning a game that feels like it's about to be a draw into a game that you might lose. He's the player who's overall the strongest, the most accurate, and the most consistent. He also puts pressure on you in a way that some players sometimes let up on the pressure, while Magnus usually doesn't ever let up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I am Grandmaster Anna Muzychuk, and I am here with Grandmaster Stuart Conquest. We are in Riga, the capital of Latvia, and right now we are covering the fourth round of FIDE Chess.com Grand Prix and a Women's Grand Prix.
Okay, so where did we leave the action, Anna? We left this exciting and important game, Yevgeny Najer, White against Ivan Saric. And it's still a pretty crazy position, isn't it?
It's still very unclear what is upon up, but the position is quite complicated. But also very interesting one. Let's take a look at this. Knight f3 was the move that has just been played maybe a couple of seconds ago, maybe just 1 minute. So the pieces are under this.
Yes.
Though knight c5 or some of this kind is not possible, because then, of
Rook
course...
takes check, let's see that, and then bishop e5. Right, okay. So that doesn't work.
Also now maybe the idea of the move, like knight e5. Maybe this is the
yes,
threat.
could be. Could be, that's a nice move. That's a nice move. Just show us that, Anna. Let's say black would play b4 or something like that. Then you can play knight e5 and show us.
So if black takes, we take on g7, we take on e5, and...
winning?
Okay, then just winning. Yeah, we take on c3, then win this c3 pawn, but maybe there is even something better.
And if bishop takes e5, you can show us what would happen.
Bishop e5 is even easier.
I know.
Yeah, bishop e5 and then just the checkmate.
Okay, but show us. Let's see the mate. There we are, checkmate. Nice.
Ivan Saric on the screen.
So knight d2 to f3.
So maybe black should make some prophylactical move. Maybe rook e7, maybe rook d8.
I am a bit worried about black's position now.
I think that after rook d8, knight e5 is still possible.
Anyway.
Is it?
Sure. I think so.
And if rook e7?
Well, after knight e5, then black could... okay, so rook d8, let's say.
Yeah.
Knight e5, and then black, of course, doesn't take on e5. He can move his knight. But then knight's coming to c6, I suppose, yeah? If I were to play knight c5 or something, knight b4, knight c5. Knight c5, yeah.
Then you want to sacrifice an exchange after knight c6, maybe taking on g3.
So maybe rook d8 is not a bad move.
I'm also thinking of knight to f7, king f7, bishop e5. You see pawn, I take it.
Yeah.
If you don't know what to do, you play h4, as Jorden said.
Very sharp position here. All kind of tactics flying around. And especially for white, with ideas of bishop coming to e5, and we've just seen some checkmates. And of course rook takes g7 in the air. So Ivan needs to be careful.
It's not so easy. Suddenly, I really like white's position. Well, this is the current position.
Okay. Black to play. Maybe rook c3 was inaccurate, Anna, because that rook doesn't look so well placed anymore, does it? Tactically. You wanted to play something else? Was it rook a8 or?
I suggested some idea with rook a7, right?
Rook
Rook
a7,
a2, but it's just too slow. It feels it's wrong.
And apart from anything else, white is simply a pawn up with this pass pawn on d5. So black is under pressure, no question.
So if Yevgeny Nair wins this game, he will catch the tournament leader Alireza Firuza, and both of them will be on 3.5 out of 4. So this is quite an important game for Yevgeny.
All right. Yeah, so that'd be a fantastic start for him, wouldn't it? 3 wins and a draw. Okay. Tough position for black.
Okay, maybe let's check some women's games, because this one is too complicated. A6 played in the game between Lei Tengye and Valentina Gunina.
This is Valentina still fighting.
Still fighting. She can bring the bishop
She's
to
only
G2
2 pawns
and
down
try
now.
to stop. Earlier it was 3.
Exactly. It was 3. There we see she's just brought her knight back, knight e5, we assume.
Knight e5 seems to be played. So after a7 she wants to play bishop g2.
And Lei Tengye is down to inside 3 minutes. Which move number, Anna, are they on? 50 something?
Move number 55.
Right.
But they don't get additional time, so it doesn't matter.
What happens at move 60?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. Just congratulations for
Lose on
reaching
time.
move 60.
Like Magnus, eh? As you said before. You need to know what the time control is when you play these events.
Well, now a7 is not possible because this runs to knight c4.
Yeah, but she
Oh,
can
it has
still
to be a
save
little
this,
bit.
huh? We should have had a poll on whether Valje was going to save this game.
We were unsure if this is a good idea, but Valje is still fighting, and also Lei Tengye, she's under
really short
2
of time.
minutes. She's short of time.
And she has to, that's the time she has left, plus 30 seconds increments per move.
She will not get any additional time, so she's just playing on 30-second increment. So king c3? Or king b3, what do you
Fine.
expect?
Either of those moves, I think.
Maybe king b3 to have also an option of pushing the c-pawn.
And we have another interview for you now, ready. So Milan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. We're joined by Kirill Alekseenko, who just won his game against Vladimir Onyszczuk. Congratulations on your victory. Just take us through the key moments of the game.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I played an interesting game. It was some line of Rui Lopez, not very popular, but after opening it was very complicated. I wasn't sure. Like he chose the good line after it, and then I think I found some chances, and yeah, also he blundered already. It was, I think, not so clear. He played. Yeah, he played knight b3. He could probably take first on c5, take my rook. Because after knight b3, rook c4, the position became very dangerous, especially in time trouble. And I think, I didn't see any way for him to equalize. So I think it's just much better position.
So you chose a strange line, and he couldn't find his way around, and you managed to
somehow
get away. Speaking of lines, I mean, you grandmasters have to memorize loads of them. A common question all amateurs ask is, how many moves in advance and how many lines do you calculate per move when playing?
You know, it's like it usually depends, because in some positions it's better to calculate as far as you can, but sometimes when the position is not so concrete, you should calculate on a couple moves and create some plans in your head.
But is there a safe average when you say after 7 moves you're pretty confident that you've got the right idea, let's say? Or
Yeah, I would say maybe 5 moves.
5
not
moves,
7,
that's the direction. Okay. Stepping a bit outside of this whole thing about chess, how comfortable do you feel playing here so far? I mean, obviously it's strange circumstances with COVID. And everything.
Yeah, I think the organizing committee they did their best, because it's just can't imagine how they can provide a tournament in such a tough time. So
compared to Yekaterinburg, you played there as well.
Yeah,
do you feel safer, less safe, or are you used to this now that it doesn't really matter?
But in Yekaterinburg, it was not like this. It was not a lockdown, and the station were unknown, at least, because it's very difficult to, like, for example, you cannot go outside in the evenings, so you need to race somehow in the room, and it's also complicated.
Well, last night it was good because we had a fire alarm, so it was funny. Well, okay, hopefully tonight is going to be a quiet night. Thank you so much. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Milan, thank you very much. And Kirill Alekseenko there for that interview. And Kirill, of course, in this event, Anna, he came third in the Isle of Man on, I think, tiebreak. And that ultimately led to him playing in the candidates tournament. And we heard him there just talking about that event in Yekaterinburg. Okay, so on our screens we see Ivan Saric, and he looks like he's suffering a bit, Anna.
Yeah, we see Ivan Saric, but the game we see on the screen was the game of Valentina Gunina, so let's switch to the game.
Well, I think 95, was that played? Is that the move that you...
Yeah, Rook D8, 95 was played.
Oh, I didn't know that. Can we just, should we just stick with that game quickly? Here we are, Rook D8, 95, wow. Your move. Your move, Knight E5, brilliant.
What will he play now?
I was saying that black doesn't have to take what he can't take on E5. He can look at moves like Knight D3 somewhere, Knight C5, or possibly Knight B4 to try to prevent Knight C6. That was the move I thought of.
But Knight B4 runs to Knight F7 anyway. Or if there's any difference, let's check. So Knight B4, if I take on F7. I think it's better to keep the Knight on C5 because then it's attacking on E4.
Right. I mean, black can sacrifice the exchange, can't he? But not really.
Take, I can then sacrifice back.
Sacrifice back on, yeah.
White will be 2 pawns up. Should be winning. So maybe Knight C5, then let's say Knight F7.
What did we say here?
We stopped here.
We stopped.
We stopped saying.
Well,
Knight E4. If
okay.
Knight D8 and Knight D2, so maybe Rook G7.
Well, hang on, Knight D8, Knight D2, and then King moves. That's because white can always give up on G7.
Like King B2. But you can also take immediately and then be safe about that. Okay, I can take, of course. So if Knight D2 can...
And, well, white's on top again. Doing well. And if black moves his rook somewhere...
F8? Or
let's
no,
say
maybe E8 to stop bishop E5.
He has made a move. Let's see what he's done.
Do?
Did he play Knight C5 or did he do something else?
Rook E8.
Rook E8 immediately, okay. And what do we expect here? So now, Knight C6.
Now the knight is under the attack.
Very complex.
If Knight G4, Knight F6 ideas. Or Knight D7.
Knight D7 here is a move, that's right. Threatening Knight F6 check.
It's legal.
It's certainly legal. Knight D7.
It's like the question if it's good or not, but it's legal.
What is wrong with that move? '97.
Black can play rook c1 and then take the rook on h7, so that there are no mating threats, but maybe there is something even better.
Even better, yeah. Rook e8 to c8 threatens mate. Is that a good move? Could be. Both sides playing for checkmate.
Yeah, so something like bishop f4 doesn't work because you take, and then after knight f6 you take again and rook c1.
So that white knight can no longer block on c6.
Yeah, seems like white cannot checkmate this way, and let's try to find something better
Sort of
after rook e8.
slightly shaking his head there, Yevgeny, you can see.
He didn't expect rook e8. Though both players, they still have plenty of time. 25 minutes for white and 27 minutes for black.
Well, I think they need it here in this position. It's very complicated. And if knight c6 here, Anna, what happens?
Oh, we haven't checked it. Let's take a look at knight c6. If I take on e4, you play d6. Or
Well, I don't know. Can I play d6? Let's see. d6. If rook takes c6, d7, rook d4, doesn't that just win?
yeah, that's just easy one.
Just wins.
I was also considering maybe like rook e2 and rook b2 created some major threats.
Also, let's maybe just briefly pop back to Lei Tingji's game against Valentina. There we see board 3 in the women's event. And possibly a result is about to come, although she only has 45 seconds on her clock, plus 30 seconds increment.
King b6 was her last move. She managed to lock this bishop on a8. She's going to play king a7 and promote. I don't really see chances how black can save this game. Maybe.
I mean,
well, let's
g3, of course.
Yeah, g3 or knight e5, knight c6 idea, but knight e5, it's just yeah, king b6 takes.
And the bishop comes to b6, right, to control the g1 square.
Yeah, well, everything wins. So g3, but it's the same. King
Doesn't make any
a7
difference,
and
right? Yes, exactly.
the bishop stops.
Exactly, yeah. So we don't really see any salvation for Valentina this time. And this would make, I believe, Lei Tingji would be the sole outright leader of the women's event with, if I'm not mistaken, 3.5 out of 4. Is that right?
She will be the only one.
If she wins, because of the other games in this score group have finished draws. So she seems to be a few moves away from victory and clear first. So we'll just update you on this game, of course. All right.
How about the other games? Any updates here? We still expect a draw, I think, in this game.
And this is Polina Shuvalova against Irene Sukanda from Indonesia. Great result for her. If she holds this, which she should do. And the game finished there. You can see
Olga
Anna?
Badelka, just a second. I'll try to find her game. How did she do? She played against Ketevan and it was a draw. So this is the final position.
That was a draw, yeah? They've just finished the game. We see the arbiter there and the score sheet's been handed in.
There are not so many games in progress. We can see Divya Desmuch playing against Sophie Mellier And, well, also, this will likely end in a draw.
Yep, I think so.
So many draws except this one.
Right.
And the playing hall is getting empty.
It is.
This is such a sad feeling.
It's 5 to 7 p.m. here, 5 to 7 in the evening. It's nice to have that big clock there, isn't it, in the playing hall that we can...
You can always check the time. I think that before the round there is also a countdown so that the players know how many minutes, how many seconds are left before the start.
Okay, well that's good. That's good. So, and among the open players, the game that we've been looking at most really is the Yevgeny Naher game, isn't it? Which is very exciting, I have to say. Rook e8, and did White play a move here or not?
No,
not
it's
yet.
Too early, too early. Let's take a look at Vincent Keimer's game. We didn't check it today, but I believe Vincent has...
Who's he playing?
He's playing against Gabriel Sargsyan, but he has a great event here, and also he did very well in the previous tournament. So I believe he got a lot of points, or maybe in the live rating he's about to get a lot of rating points.
Right.
A young player from Germany, the student of Peter Leko,
That's right.
I mentioned before, and here he's a pawn up. Also
Okay.
in this game. So
yeah. So I mean, my guess is it's going to be a draw, but. Plenty to play for still. Vincent Keimer there from Germany. Yeah. One of many super strong young players in this event, Anna. Which game to look at now?
Pragnananda? Oh.
Sure.
Pragnananda.
But in trouble against
Pragnananda is
Sam
in troubles.
Sevian from the USA. Doing very well here with white.
What if you take?
B7.
Let's say here. Just rook c1.
Rook
Or
c1.
rook d6. More or less the same, yeah? After rook e4, rook c6, black cannot stop that pawn.
No.
Yeah, difficult times for Pragnananda.
Okay.
And, well, white should win this.
There we
can
see
him on the screen.
Right, yes.
Yeah, he's a bit upset.
Yeah. Probably just a lost position for black.
And this is the game between Andrei Volokitin and Nodirbek Yakuboyev.
Okay, showing on the screens, and that looks pretty level.
Bishop
No?
c4, the last move. Yeah, white is trying to press a little bit, but I think this game will end in a draw.
And okay.
I found one more game in progress. This one is between Amin Tabatabai and Samvel Tarsahakian. White is a pawn down, and black may win this.
I think we have a video to show you all as well, coming up, about table bases. Yes, welcome back. And this is the game here, which is still in progress, Anna. Let's talk about the table-based feature here in the viewer, the game viewer. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so this is the game between Martin Kravtsov and Mateusz Bartel. So if you are not sure and how the game should end and there are just a few pieces left on the board, you can check here. We can see table base and you just click on it and you can see which moves lead to a draw and which are losing. I think this is very important. How many pieces? 6 or 7? I don't know.
Yeah, well, here
are
only 5.
inserted here. Well, actually, all the positions with 7 pieces or less are already known. We can put them and we can know the result.
Any position.
But the base for the 7 pieces, like 7 pieces table base, is really huge. So maybe here we have 6 pieces table base.
So here we can see the position should be a draw. And White has various moves to keep the game a draw, but lots of other moves which will lose as well with correct play, of course. So a very useful feature, Anna, in endgames and a way of improving, I'm sure, as well. So, okay. Of course, players in the past, didn't have these advantages that we have today.
Yeah, they had to check everything and think with their own head and come to some conclusions. That's why actually earlier there were many mistakes. And when you check endgame books written, you can see that people made wrong conclusions about some of the endgames, and now they are corrected.
And also there are stories of endgame composers and of people spending months, if not years, analyzing certain endgames. For example, 2 knights versus pawn, and trying to create, this sort of a precise analysis of on which square the pawn should be, and and so on. Which ones are winning, which ones are drawing.
Or
imagine doing that in the before. Now we can just put a position in and see.
Yeah, now it's easy. And also the endgame between, for example, 2 bishops versus the knight.
Yes.
It was considered to be a dead draw, and
Correct.
now we know it's winning.
It's winning in all positions. Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, so that's the advance that chess is making thanks to IT, basically, and chess engines. Okay, so how are the top games still going? What about Yevgeny? How's he doing? Because this is really an exciting top game that's still in progress. He's played knight c6?
Knight c6. You are voting for this one, well, and it has been played.
The thing is, because if knight d7, we said rook e to c8 was really causing us a headache, wasn't it?
After which one, sorry?
If instead knight d7, we said rook e8 to c8 was definitely annoying. Playing for checkmate.
Just a second. If knight d7, we
didn't like
rook
that.
c8, and then
that was,
rook c1 is...
We didn't like this very much.
Very unpleasant threat. That's why knight c6 had been played. But what did we say? Or which idea after a rook takes
Well, I don't
e4?
think we said maybe d6. No, we didn't. That didn't work. D6.
Bishop d6, and then
bishop d6. Oh, I see. To play check on e7. Right. Okay. What about knight f2, maybe? What does that do? He's taken on e4, it looks like. There we are, nice close-up. A really hard-fought game, this one.
Okay, it can be expected. It's board number 3. Bishop d6 played.
Oh, well done. Which you suggested. So the idea is to play knight e7 check.
Yeah, this is the actual position.
So I suggested knight f2 just to attack the rook, just to try to win somehow a tempo. I don't know if it's any good, but maybe.
It's interesting. So knight f2 attacking the rook.
Maybe anyway, you could still play knight e7 check, couldn't you? How would that be? Everything gets taken.
I think black is forced to take, yeah? Take. Knight takes.
Takes, rook takes.
Just... I thought about rook.
Oh, rook takes g7 check.
But I don't know if it's really good. Actually,
nice.
I think it's just bad.
Nice idea, though. Rook g7
Yeah,
and bishop f6. Lovely idea.
The king is too close, and then the king is coming also well.
Right.
Maybe we have to be careful so that the knight is
Because
not
of
trapped
bishop
after
e1
bishop
or something,
e1.
yeah.
So maybe to bring the knight out, yeah, let's say g3 and then to e4. So.
Well, I wonder.
I would say rook h1 is more problematic for black because then black has to take care.
So rook d3.
D6.
And bishop, can I just go bishop e5 or not?
But you're not starting to take it.
Oh, I see. I'm not.
Like
I'm not trying to take it.
Yeah, if black takes, white plays bishop f6. So king c2.
It's a funny kind of position, though, isn't it? Black kind of just waits with rook d5 or something.
Rook d1.
Okay.
Feels like a dangerous position for black.
Simple and strong.
Yeah, maybe the engines can hold it, but in a practical game, it's very unpleasant to play it.
Anything else that black could play apart from knight f2 here? He doesn't look very happy, does he, Ivan?
He managed to save his yesterday's game against Fabiano Caruana. It was a great result for Ivan. And he's also trying very hard to save this one. Let's see if he will manage to do that.
Still tactics here. And ideas maybe. And
yeah, he doesn't like it so much.
You can see Yevgeny getting up from his chair. Definitely Ivan is on the back foot. White has a concrete threat of knight e7.
Meanwhile, how about late in the gear? Did they finish the game? No, the game is still in progress.
Still going. Okay, so what happened? Valentina's refusing to give up. She's still creating half chances, maybe. Trapping White's king on a8 square there.
If he tries to build something like that.
She could still win. Black could still win.
Don't really believe it, but it's good that she's trying. And how many games she was in a lost position, but she saved or even won.
Or even
I
won.
mean,
or even won.
If
That's
you
right.
check Valentina's game, it's just countless. She just made a move, but I don't see which one.
Let's see. There's a game that's finished.
I see Irina Sekundar finished her game against...
It looks like it was a draw. It certainly looked very drawish.
Whom did she play against?
That's Valentina's game. Let's keep up with this. Knight a6. Check.
She played against Polina Shuvalova,
That's right.
So the game ended in a draw. Knight b5, so that black doesn't even dream about this knight c7 checkmate.
King c6, let's say. King c8, let's say. Well, or king c6.
I'll just bring the bishop to g3. Then with a couple of checks, we get the king out of there. All that white needs to do just to get the king out of a8.
That's right.
And it's
maybe bishop b6 now,
yeah? Maybe even bishop b6 and
then knight d6 check. So it seems that Lei Tingji will be the leader of the women's event after 4 rounds with 3.5 points.
Bishop b6 played.
And that may be the last move of the game, because white will simply follow up with knight d6 check and king b7. Not much black can do about that. Well, she's played a
G3, I
move,
think.
g3.
Okay, check and king b7.
Yeah, check. King d7, and surely now king b7.
And resignation.
And resignation. Okay, so congratulations to Lei Tingji, and commiserations to Valentina, who fought until practically the last move that she could. But that's the win for the Chinese player, who is, as we've said, the leader of this event after 4 games.
Very good start for Lei Tingji. And let's go back to the open section, because all the top boards in the women's section have already.
I think Dinara Sadrakasova won as well, Anna.
Oh,
we
really?
didn't really follow her game. I think she beat Alina Bivol, was it?
How did she do that? So, but why the king went there? So this is already going in the wrong direction. Yeah, you should try to keep the king on that side and not bring it to the other one. So if black plays something like rook a1, it's almost a dead draw.
Right.
But bringing the king to this side is absolutely wrong. So now it may already be winning.
So it looked like black was in time trouble. So
But even if you're in time trouble, you try to play according to the rules.
well, no, I understand, but...
Yeah, now it's game over at the point.
Okay, so well done to Dinara. Congratulations to her. Now, Ivan Saric and Yevgeny Nacher. Lots of moves coming in. Let's try and keep up to date with this one. So he's sacrificed. So bishop d6.
Knight f2.
He played knight f2. Okay, check.
Check. Okay, we expect bishop takes.
And I wonder if we're going to see
E7.
rook takes g7.
No, I don't think we will
You don't
see
think
that.
so?
Rook h1 is just more logical. To keep the bishop on e7. The bishop is very well placed here,
Yes.
stopping the king to come to the d pawn. But he's thinking, so he's definitely considering rook g7.
Actually, Anna, I think we're going to call a little break now. And we're going to keep the camera on this game. This is really exciting, and plenty still can happen here. So a quick break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Anna, so thanks for watching, and see you in a little bit. And welcome back to Riga, Latvia. Here, I'm Stuart Conquest, here with Anna Muzychuk. And we're going to go straight over now to an interview. So Milan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. We're joined by Lei Tingjie, who just won her game against Valentina Gunina, and 1.5 out of 4 has become the sole leader in the women's section. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What are your first impressions? How are you feeling now that you're the sole leader?
Right now, I'm kind of daisy because it was a very tough game, and right now I can't.
You can't even come to terms that you're the leader.
Yeah, because after like almost 5 hours, so I was very tired and I can't think about my games at all.
Okay, because you're still sort of you just finished your game. Could you just take us through the key moment, and especially in the end, everyone was expecting you to win sooner, but Valentina kept coming back. So could you just take us especially through that endgame part?
Endgame, and actually I played the rook d8 to exchange the rook, but I think maybe rook c3 was better than rook d8, but I was in time trouble, and I think I have 3 pawns up, so I think I can win that game, but it was quite difficult. Yeah, but when she played king e7, so I think maybe I will win this game, because sometimes I have knight c6. This is a very key move.
Okay, so again, you're now leading in the tournament, and you obviously have a lot of experience with leading in tournaments and winning them. How difficult is it to sustain that pressure, being the leader, being someone who everyone tries to bring down?
Oh, for me, it doesn't matter, because every game is a new game, so every day is a new day, so I will forget all my results I played before.
And just let me ask you one thing. Obviously, you flew in from China to play here, and many players didn't show up. So how difficult was it to come here in light of the current circumstances?
Okay, after almost 2 years, and this is my first classical game after Gibraltar last year, and I'd say that I'm very excited to play this tournament because I didn't participate in World Cup. And yeah, it's very difficult to travel to Riga and to play this tournament. But, this is...
Is that why most of your other colleagues didn't show up?
What?
Is that why most of your other colleagues didn't show up from China? Because it was very difficult for them to get the passes to travel?
Yeah, that's true. But this time I came here and I'm very lucky. And so, yeah, thanks to organizer to offer this.
Well, let's hope luck continues to follow you. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Milan, thank you for that interview with Lei Tingjie, the new leader of the women's event, and congratulations to her. And we can see on camera there, Anna, another game that we had followed a little bit before, Pragnananda.
Yes, congratulations to Lei Tingjie. It's great that despite of all the difficulties, she still managed to come here. And
absolutely.
And that she's here, she's great to be here. She's really glad to play her first tournament after a long break.
That's right.
And right now she's leading. Wonderful. This is again the view of the playing hall.
I see that Yevgeny did play rook takes h1, knight on h1. He didn't play rook takes g7.
But he took quite a lot of time to take this decision. So he was considering some other options, though I think there are only 2 of them. Either rook takes h1 or rook takes g7.
Right.
But I think rook h1 is better, so rook h1 has been played.
Rook takes h1, okay. And black is on the move. Ivan Saric under pressure. And white's d5 pawn there is, of course, the big danger. d5, d6, d7, d8. So what could he play? We think rook d3. But then d6. And if bishop e5, he doesn't actually threaten to take that pawn, does he?
Yeah, the line we discussed before the break, yeah? With rook d3, d6, bishop e5, then king c2 comes. If bishop e5 doesn't really threaten to take the pawn on d6, then we don't need it so much.
Right. So black would probably just hold this position, try to rook d5 or something.
Maybe black can try to get this king out. I'm not sure, but some idea just f5.
Really?
Is it so bad?
Wow, f5, and if g takes?
If g takes, bishop f8 doesn't really look so promising. Even f7 and rook f1 is just winning. So yeah, how to get the king out?
And if rook d3, sorry, Anna, go on.
Or which one were you going to propose?
No, I was going to say if rook d3, d6, if black just tries to hold that position. Moves, puts his rook on d5 and just moves the bishop up and down or something.
So now bishop e5 or rook d5, you mean?
Oh, either move, yeah. I mean, white's going to play king c2, I guess. So.
Yeah, and how to hold it?
And now black will just... oh, I see. Sorry. I beg your pardon. We had this, didn't we, before?
Maybe rook d2 to stop king c2. So after d6, rook d2. Then after king c... I think... yeah, like king c1. And okay, rook a2, then d7.
Problems for black. And
Prognada ended his game.
What happened in that game, Anna? Did we just...
Seems like he had a very difficult position and yeah, he lost.
And he did in fact lose, yeah. So win for white there. Okay, so we've got Saric trying to defend, save this position. Black to play, we're expecting... Well, we said rook d3, but maybe that's not the right move.
Actually.
I don't know. Is there something else? Difficult to see anything else.
If rook d3, d6, and then bishop f8. If bishop f6, we come back to g7. What about that?
Okay, let's have a look. Rook d3, d6, bishop f8. Right.
But this doesn't work. We play king c2.
Okay, rook d5.
Rook d5, then bishop f6. We trade.
And then rook d1 again.
And then rook d1 should be losing. Or maybe rook d1 immediately.
Immediately rook d1, yes. This is the problem, king c2 and rook d1.
We are getting some moves. Rook c7 was played d6. And
so he's blocking the pawn.
It looks like he's going to bring the rook to d7.
And then play bishop f8, Anna, do you think?
Looks really bad.
Is that the idea?
Rook c1, rook c7.
Rook c1, c7, but then I guess he has to play bishop e5, does he?
Yeah, then bishop e5 is coming.
And if white brings his king up?
Just something useful, yeah, like king c2.
Well, bishop e5, and then you try to prevent the king from coming across, I suppose.
What if bishop f8? To try to threaten something at least.
Right. Rook e1.
King on g8. If black could bring the king to the d file.
I'm sorry, if black?
If black could try to, if black could bring this king from g8 to the d file to d7.
Wow.
Wow.
Legally, do you mean? If he could legally bring his king over. Very tough to hold for black. So, white...
Maybe we can quickly check how Vincent
Yeah, sure.
is doing.
Very quickly, because we'll come back to the advanced strategy game, for sure. Now, we said that Vincent had chances to win, we felt.
He just played h6.
He's a pawn up.
So maybe rook c7 now?
Rook c7 could be.
And now we see Vincent Gamer.
There's
on
some
the
other
screen.
moves as well, I guess. There we are.
Vincent
He's,
has only 3 minutes.
He only has 3 minutes, that's right. Which move number is this, Anna?
50. So still 10
Still
moves to make. To get
only
to
move
this altar.
50, right, yeah. Black to play in this position.
And on the screen we can see that Alexei Shirov eventually won his game against
Right.
Nations.
Okay. Alexei having a good tournament so far. That beautiful game that he won in an earlier round with that knight sacrifice.
Yeah, and right now he's on 3 out of 4. +2.
+2. That's right.
Gabriel is about to make a move. Look
Well,
at the way he's
is
he's
he
looking
about
at
to
his
make a move?
opponent.
Maybe he could let the pawn come to h7. Do you think rook c7 here? Yeah, that's
Just
clearly one. Maybe rook e3 or something,
rook e3. Yeah.
just to trade. Oh, he's played it rook
Let's
e3.
play
Yeah.
rook e3.
Isn't this going to be a draw, Anna?
I think maybe. Well, rook e3 maybe is just.
Maybe he's almost.
Much
Is he offered a
easier way
draw
to do
there,
it.
or what do you think?
Yeah, takes h7, bishop d4.
Any chances for white? Not really.
No, I don't think. Okay, takes h7, and then black just brings the king to.
Right, you'd have to play bishop c4 to g8 or something. There must be a draw.
No, there are no chances.
No chances. Okay, that's going to be a draw. Great. Okay.
Okay, any other games in progress? This one.
Wow. This looks like a Berlin defense, doesn't it, from the pawn structure?
Yeah, it came from Berlin.
Oh, right, okay.
So this was the opening. And now we are here. Black is a pawn up, and black is trying to win this. All the pawns are blocked, but it's quite difficult to play this position with white pieces. And black can make 50 moves and then play c6, and then another 50 moves and make something else.
And then black's
yeah.
a pawn up, and yeah, unpleasant certainly for white.
But the good thing is that all this is blocked, yeah. All the queen's side.
This is Tabatabai from Iran, who had that. Well, he played the Berlin defense against Maxim, didn't he, and lost a very one-sided game.
Yeah, that didn't
Couple
work
of days
out
ago.
well. How about this table base? So let's check. After king e5, there are, yeah, as far as I can see, there are many moves which are still kind of leading to.
Which lead to a draw, yeah?
I can't say it's like leading to a draw, but
Well,
after
what's-
which the estimation is equal.
Yeah, the best player still a draw. So still, it's not like white only has one move to keep the game a theoretical draw. I mean, think about the table base. It's easy for us to say, or for any of us to say, well, this move wins, this move draws. But then, when you have to sit down and play the end game, it's so easy to make mistakes, or either to miss the winning line or to not to play the best move for white here. Still, should be a draw, Anna, do you think?
I'm not so sure about this one. Black may win it. What about this one?
Okay, this is Lucas van Foreest with black. We had his brother here on the show earlier, showing us his fine game that he won today against Ganguly, correct? Against Surya Ganguly. So here, black, we have Lukas against Alexander Rakhmanov from Russia. Pretty level, Anna?
Visually, it's like white is slightly, really slightly better.
Little bit better, but I think that's it really ought to be a draw.
Yeah, very difficult to make progress. Even if white brings the king to d4, then okay, then.
Still, nothing much to do there.
Nikita Meshkovs, another Latvian player, facing David Paravian in this game. H3 was the last move, so when black takes on g3, I think only then white is going to push the pawn.
Right.
Why not?
Why not b6?
Because then the bishop can take and still be on time to control.
And then sacrifice, yeah. So he keeps the h-pawn.
So h3 has been played. G4 is like.
What about knight f2 takes h3?
Threat and knight f2.
Maybe.
Okay, let's say king e2, knight
push.
h3. It looks like a draw.
Looks like a draw, yeah.
And another Latvian player. I see that Latvians, they like to play really long games.
Sure. Norman Zmizis. Yeah, I was chatting to him yesterday in the hotel.
He's facing Yuri Kozubov.
I think he's his rating is by no means bad, 2, 4, 6, 7. But I think he may be the lowest rated player in the event. Yeah.
Surprisingly, he's a pawn down here, but okay, this bishop is attacking the a4 pawn, and he can consider taking it at the moment, which will be favorable for him.
So good chances for a draw here.
Yeah, good chances to draw.
I agree.
And this game, player from Madagascar, the only international.
That's right, in the tournament.
He has half a point. He made a draw yesterday or the day before yesterday.
Oh, there we have a game that's over.
Yeah,
and
Vincent Kamer.
It must have been a draw. That was going into the opposite color bishop ending. I'm sure that was a draw. Okay. Now, what about our friend from Madagascar? What is happening here?
I think he has troubles with the king. So
He's in trouble, yeah?
Yeah. He's a pawn down. Also, black can take the pawn on b5 if they want, but with such a weak king, it's difficult to imagine white will save this game. And also Jeffrey Shawn, the player who has a birthday today.
He does, 21 as well, 21.
And he's doing really well.
Sure.
So maybe he will win.
Should be winning, yeah? Exchange up. No reason for him not to win that game.
Okay, maybe back to Yevgeny Nayar's game against Ivan Saric.
All the games in the women's events, Anna, I believe, are over. And we have, I think, 7 games still in play. There's the women's results. Anna, any surprises there?
Not really. Okay, we can see the big result. Leighton Gia beat Valentina Gunina, becoming the sole leader of this event with 3.5 points out of 4 games. We can also see 6 draws out of the first top 10 boards. And Alexandra Kosteniuk beating Bibi Sarasobaeva. I had a good interview with her. Alina Kashilskaya won another game against Padmini Road today. And Jolanta Zawadzka beating Karolina Lujan.
Okay, that's the top 10 boards of the women's event. And here we have the top 10 boards, and 9 of them have finished. 8 of those games ending in draws, and just MVL Maxime Vachier-Legrave from France scoring that very clear victory against Anton Demchenko today. So he moves up the leaderboard. And we just have this one game still in progress. And there we see them. Anna, tell us what's happened.
I'll have to figure out what happened. So rook c7 was played, d6, rook d7. Rook c1, the move we predicted.
Right.
Now bishop e5, rook c8, king g7, bishop f8, king h7, bishop e7. I think White decided to repeat the moves to get some extra time because Evgeny Nair is down to less than 3 minutes. Actually, he has 2.5 minutes on the clock, so it's actually advisable, to repeat once to get more time.
To get to move 60.
And also, heading towards move 60, because let us remind you that after 60 moves, the players get additional 15 minutes. And that's very important when you play such a crucial game. And if Evgeny Nair wins this one, he will join Alireza Firuza on the top. Both of them will be on 3.5 out of 4.
Lots of tricks in this position as well, with obviously a potential checkmate on h8 if White's bishop gets to f6. And hard for Black to break out with his king.
Yeah, and it's not like Ivan is not satisfied with the draw, but he's trying to look for maybe some other opportunities besides
even with the king on g7, Anna, if Black had the king on g7 and then tried to play f6, I think White could win with bishop takes f6 check, bishop takes f6 and rook c7 with the pin, and then the deep one would come through.
I can show it. So we have already had this position 2 moves ago. So let's say if White plays king c2, Black still cannot play f6, trying to bring the king closer to the d pawn, because then, as Stuart said, bishop f6, rook c7 wins.
So all the tricks and traps are in White's favor, really. Black has to be very careful indeed. And White could just think about bringing his king.
We're still waiting for Black's
Well, I know, but what could Black do, in fact? King g7. I mean, Black doesn't have many moves, huh? And White can try to force his own king through somehow.
King g7 played.
I mean, it must be a winning position, don't you think, for White?
When everything
indicates that it's winning, huh? Just need to find the plan.
So after king c2, can Black play rook a7? Well, but then even just king d3.
White to play in this position. He looks like
king c2 is going to be played.
Had his hand out there. King c2, I'm sure, was what he played. And Black is, I guess, just going to wait, Anna, with king h7. And White just needs to be a bit careful. He can't really play king d3, can he, because of bishop takes d6. So he needs to...
What if he tried to play before king d3?
Oh, has he played f5? It looks like game over to me. f5. Oh, he could have... he played f5, Anna.
Yeah, he played, but if he keeps on waiting, then just maybe before or... Oh, no, before, then this is...
Ah. So what's the position? What's the current position?
This is the current position.
Could he have won with bishop takes f6 and rook c7? Oh, he played f5.
Played f5, not f6.
Yeah, okay, bishop f6 check.
Still, yeah. You're insistent.
Sure.
Why bishop f6 wasn't played? If this rook f7...
Ah, does it work? No. Yes. Rook f7, wow. Tricky.
But if I take d7...
Still wins. Still wins, yeah.
That's a bit surprising.
Was that a missed...
Okay, g takes f6 was
missed
played.
win?
King f7 and rook c6 now. Yeah, really, are we missing anything? Like here, if bishop f6, well, if the king moves somewhere, we
Yeah,
can take the bishop. I think we can take the bishop. So
possibly he missed this, huh?
bishop
And
f6,
rook c7.
rook c7. Yeah, maybe he... Okay, once again, if... what else?
I mean, sacrifice exchange, but
I like bishop g5.
surely that's the simple win.
King f6, okay, rook here, yeah. Anyway, okay, this is on the board.
Okay.
Maybe let's try to check what if, if black played king to h7. Now bishop d6 is the threat, as we realized.
Now it's a threat. Oh, because you have rook c7 check. That's right.
Maybe rook c6 now. And just collecting all the pawns. Or bring the king.
Or move like rook e8 or somewhere. Would that be possible? Move the rook off the c line?
Just a second here, rook e8, yeah?
Tricky. They're on move, I think, 56, 55, 56. Maybe that's the time control there. So when they get to move 60, if they get to move 60, then the players then have an extra 15 minutes for the rest of the game, plus, of course, 30 seconds increment per move anyway. Possibly he missed this bishop f6 idea on and rook c7.
It looked like bishop f6 was a relatively an easy win. And this one is less clear.
Yeah. So, as you said, Black's got his king out, as you were hoping for, or saying that if only Black could free his king, he'd have some chances.
Bishop f6 is still not possible because, once again, you have rook c7, but Black can wait until White takes on b6 and then take on...
And then take.
So maybe some g5. Or king e6, another.
Even in Ivan's sort of body language now, he looks...
Yeah,
he looks more confident now.
Let's fight now.
Yeah.
I don't have to resign yet.
He's got his king out.
That's what he has been
dreaming of
during the last 2 hours.
Yeah, or at least. Oh, wow. Anna, we're going to have a short break. We will definitely come back in a few minutes to follow this very exciting game and see how it finishes. So
we will not leave until this game is over.
Exactly. So do not change the channel. Come straight back. We'll be here in just a couple of minutes, and we'll keep the camera on this game. Thanks.
Jan has an aggressive, intuitive style. He has a good feeling for chess, especially when he plays with initiative, and he likes to put pressure on his opponents. He's just overall confident and full of ideas. He can play extremely well in it, and if he comes to the match at his very best, then maybe he can play better than Magnus.
And welcome back, everyone. Here we are live from Riga, Latvia. Day 4, and this is the game that we have been following, Anna, for some time now. And Ivan seems to have got right back into it.
Yeah, now it looks completely unclear. I think Yevgeny missed his chance just a few moves ago. After f5, bishop f6 seems to be winning, but g takes f6 was played, and now the king finally got out.
Yes, absolutely.
So this is the current position.
Okay, and which move number is this, Anna? 57?
57.
White to play 58. He's down to 45 seconds or so. He's got to make 2 more moves, or 3, in fact.
3 more. If you make 2, then you lose
then you
sometimes.
lose. So here we go. Let's see what happens. Rook.
Rook somewhere.
G8, we think. And Black may have escaped, huh? He may be getting a draw from this.
Okay, what to do now? Rook a2, bishop d6. What are the other options? Bishop f6 is not possible.
Is bishop takes d6 a move here? For black?
This one or rook a2?
Doesn't look too bad.
Too bad.
Taking the pawn off finally. This
it doesn't look as bad as it looked before.
Well, no, absolutely. No.
So if you take on g6, then you take on a2.
Ivan has certainly enough time to calculate here. He's 7.5 minutes still remaining.
Maybe to take on d6, and then to play king b2, and take on g6 on the next move.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, this is much better if he can get this.
Maybe now some ideas to bring the rook to h7 and to push b4. And then some rook h.
Right.
I don't
get behind
know
the pawn, no? Get the black rook behind the passed pawn.
Like,
Ivan's still thinking of his move here after rook c8 to g8.
So what about rook a2 if I think king d3 is expected? Now we can take on d6. Can we take on f6?
No, also not.
Also, yeah, like rook g6, rook f2. No, I mean the pawn endgame.
But maybe a move like rook a1? No. Yeah, maybe.
It can be.
Is that possible, rook a1?
So if rook g6. Just rook d1, bring the rook behind.
Something has happened. What has he played?
If king c2, then rook, what's happening?
A couple of moves have been played.
Rook a2 has been played.
King d3, surely.
King d3 has been played.
Black's move.
rook a1 you proposed.
Well,
A rook
yeah.
b2, can we also try to get that one? Maybe it's too greedy.
Rook b2. You're playing for win.
Too much.
Doesn't white have a threat here of
Oh, okay, rook b2, then d7 or
d7
f7.
or
and,
f7, I think.
yeah.
One or the other. Or rook f2. Maybe you could play here rook f2 for black. Ah, he's played it. Look, rook f2.
Well done, Stuart.
Well,
Not bad.
not bad, not bad. After all these hours, to be able to find the move. Rook f2. Behind the passed f pawn. And now black wants to take on d6.
Indeed. So, rook g6. It
yeah.
hasn't been played, but it's the move we expect. I expect. I think Stuart also expected.
Rook takes g6. Sure. And what happens? What would happen then? Is bishop takes d6 possible, or am I missing something?
I know the king is going to move.
King e3 has been played. I think that's move 60, Anna, is that correct?
Yeah, 60 for white, yeah.
For white.
Black still has to make his 60th move. So maybe now rook f5 to keep the rook on this file.
Yeah, sure, rook f5 or rook f1. And Ivan may be not too far from a draw here. There we see him. Rook f1. And that is move 60. They now have an extra 15, no, extra score sheet. Yeah. I was going to say an extra 15 minutes.
It's like you reached move 60. Congratulations, here you get another score sheet.
What was the longest game of chess you ever played, Anna, in a tournament? The number of moves, or do you remember, or roughly, or the occasion? Do you remember?
I played it at the tournament where you are the tournament director.
All right, in Gibraltar, really? Tell us.
In Gibraltar, I played against, I think, Yu Yangyi. And
Yu
we
Yangyi.
had a very long game. Like, I don't know, like 8 hours.
And what happened?
And I lost. I had some drawing chances, but I didn't manage to hold the position which was worse for me.
Right. Well,
but
sorry about that.
I mean, Stuart, you just have to change the time control.
Have a quicker time control. Yeah. Well, you might have lost earlier. I don't know. It's how bad was the position?
Thank you.
Well, I don't know. I've got no idea. You know? This is the time control of the open event. So they've just got to move 60. So they now have 15 minutes for the rest of the game, plus the time they still have on their clocks, of course. And as we've said here many times, that the women have a faster time control, Anna. And it's still a little bit surprising to me that we have 2 time controls, different ones, in the 2 events. And there we see Yevgeny.
Yeah, he looks upset.
Do you think he knows he's missed a win? But
maybe he doesn't know where exactly, but he definitely feels.
Senses it, no, that
yeah,
it sort of slipped away. So it's his move now. Rook f1 was played. White to play his 61st move.
Maybe we can keep the camera on this board and check some other games quickly.
Okay, because there are a few more games still going.
Yes.
We believe.
So this is the game between Andrei Sepenko and Zhou Yinchao. In this game, the players also reached move 61. Rook c5 was played on move 61, and I think Andrei has quite decent chances. Yeah, here. Pawn up, and
sure.
This pawn is quite dangerous. I would even think that Andrei would win this game. How about the other games that are still in progress? This one, Hayek Martirosyan versus Jeffrey Sean, isn't...
Okay, so, well, this is actually quite interesting.
So opposite colored bishop's endgame. Black is 2 pawns up. This should be winning.
Yeah, just push the b pawn and then get the king round, yeah?
Just push all the pawns you have. But maybe before playing b4, black can
bishop a7 or something.
Yeah, the bishop somewhere to a safer place, and then because after b4, king c4 comes with a tempo, and it's not really necessary to get.
There we see Jeffrey. As we said earlier, it's his birthday today. He's 21. So always nice, isn't it, to win on one's birthday?
He's about to
have
a wonderful present. Present from his opponent. What else do we have? I think that's all.
Which other games?
No. This endgame will never finish.
This is the table-based endgame.
This is the table. By the way, let's check the evaluation now. Now it's winning.
Now black is winning.
Now black is winning.
Wow.
According to the table base, this is winning now. Or no, it's still a draw. Sorry, it's still a draw.
How did David Howell do today, Anna? Have you been able to see? Or is he still playing?
Yeah, I'm like, are you sure he has already finished? I don't see him. Let me check.
So just to recap again on the results, that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had a very convincing win today as white. And that brings
David
him...
Howell, draw.
David drew, okay, fine. Maxime, one of the only winners really among the top players so far. Many draws. A couple of quick draws, Anna, today, didn't we, at the top? A couple of fairly short draws.
So Nihal Sarin ended in a draw very fast.
That's right, with this bishop takes h2 check, and that's correct, yeah. That's right.
And also Caruana didn't have
Fabiano
a really long game.
That's right.
Yu Yangyi against Alireza Firuza. This game ended pretty fast.
That's right, yes, in the Slav defense. So,
what
really...
else can we follow? Okay, this game is still in progress. We expected a draw. Also move number 61, so players got additional 15 minutes. This is the current position. King c4 has been played. Still expecting a draw in this game, yeah.
This is Latvian Grandmaster Nikita Meshkovs with white.
But now it's a bit tricky. If black takes, we may
take and then
knight g5 can.
And then knight g5, you have to play knight g5, don't you?
You have to play knight g5 to not to allow rook takes e5 and then b7. But if we start with a b7, perhaps.
Well, we're coming to the end of the day's action, Anna, here on the show. And maybe just a final glimpse at the Ivan Saric game. Is that heading for a draw now?
Here it is. Rook f1
and no moves,
updates.
No. I think this is going to be a draw. Yevgeny there, almost smiling, hasn't he? You think?
Oh, I don't feel so, to be honest.
But maybe just resigned to a draw. Tough game. It looks like He's exhausted his winning attempts. I think
Yeah,
it's going to be a draw very soon.
Maybe he kind of agreed for a draw for himself. I mean, just
sure.
in his thoughts.
Yeah, that's you know.
But definitely an upsetting result for Evgeny Nair, who was so close to win his game today.
Sure, he
and
played very well. Very good game from him. Just slipped away, didn't it? A few moves ago. So I think we're going to wind up here today's broadcast, and it's been a day of many draws, some fairly short, uneventful draws, but also some really hard-fought ones. And a quick recap there on the results, and just really Maxime there scoring that win, and we think Yevgeny against Ivan is going to be a draw as well now. So just one win, probably on the top 10 boards.
So right now, 8 draws and only 1 win on the top 10 boards. And
by the way, a reminder that it's daylight saving times coming up tonight. I think we get an extra hour, do we?
Yeah, we're getting an extra hour, and meanwhile, we got the results in the women's section. In the women's section, we see 6 draws on the top 10 boards, while also 4 decisive games, 2 wins by white and 2 wins by black.
Right. So our clocks go back an hour, right, tonight? We get an extra hour sleep.
We will get an extra hour sleep, which is always great news. And tomorrow we will be back at the same time. The round 5 will start at 2 p.m. local time.
And it's Halloween tomorrow, I believe, Anna.
So we will be
Halloween.
dressed in some
Well, I don't know if we
suits?
should be dressed, then we could think about that. Yeah.
Okay. I will not tell I will not tell our viewers about all the surprises you are going to prepare.
I don't know.
I don't know yet.
We'll see. But okay. So that's been another great day, and we'll see you all tomorrow, and here from Riga, Latvia, at the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. Day 5 tomorrow. And Anna?
So thanks for watching, and see you all tomorrow.
The World Chess Championship. The champion, Magnus Carlsen. The challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Watch the only Twitch broadcast with live video from Dubai on chess.com/TV. Your home for the World Chess Championship.